Some stories on the front page of the Nation newspaper. To the blueprint now. NNPCL tackles Obasanjo over operational status of Port Harcourt refinery. Invites former leader on verification tour. Dangote's $750 million offer to manage refineries rejected. Former president. And stop blackmail, better days assured under Tinubu. APC replies OB. Government must step up, says Labour Party presidential candidate. And at the downstrip here, French remarks, apologize to Nigeria, Northern elders, others tell Niger president. And some stories on the front page of the Blueprint newspaper. We'll move to the Nigerian Tribune, still talking about NNPCL's invitation to former President Olusegun Obasanjo on a tour as he raises issues over refineries. You find details on the page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune. And the writers to this story, corporation insists full-scale overhaul of refineries done to meet world-class standards. Says company now profit-oriented global energy leader. Denies quoting crude supply to Dangote refinery. Ex-president says NNPC squandered $2 billion on refineries, restates why Shell refused to run them. And another story here, Northern groups laud federal government's effort in tackling insecurity in the region. Under governor set to amend chieftaincy declaration of traditional stools. At the top corner there, Nigeria's situation worsening daily. Labour Party's presidential candidate is saying that wants cuts in frivolous spending, seeks increased education funding, security, health, poverty alleviation. P2B is modern-day doomsayer. That's what the APC has said in response to the things that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party said. Now says Tinubu's economic policies working. APC saying that. Some stories on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune. To the Voice of Liberty now. Amidst economic hardship, Wike allocates 10 billion naira for rent, furniture to Akpabio, Abbas to others. A report is quoted as saying that. And Wike counters Fubara's red biro threat, says he's been using it for 14 years. 2027, we must take Tinubu's defeat possible. Lukman to make Tinubu's defeat possible. Lukman to Nigerians. Another story here. Nigerians all smiling. Coming weeks, Vice President Kashim Shettima is quoted as saying that. Some stories on the front page of the Voice of Liberty. To the Daily Times now. FCT Minister urges pilgrims to foster spiritual growth, national unity. Makinde promises all your people to ease economic burden. Federal government urged to reform transport sector, boost jobs in 2025. Those are some stories on the front page of the Daily Times. The First News newspaper, pray for Nigeria. U.S. content creator Vicky highlights Lagos poverty amid glitz. Shines light on stark realities of hunger, calls for support for struggling Nigerians. Telecoms companies seek 100% tariff hike amid rising operational costs. And 2027, no alliance with PDP and NPP yet. P2B is quoted as saying that Nigeria's youth treated like idiots, says Pat Utomi. Some stories on the front page of the First News newspaper. To the Matrix now. State of Nation, Obi bombs Tinubu, flays Tinubu for spending 180 of 580 days in office abroad, challenges president to travel by road, use public hospitals. P2B is now Nigeria's leading prophet of doom, says APC. And priest allegedly shoots boy dead over fireworks during New Year Mass. And those are some of the major stories on the front page of the Matrix. Ibrahim.
Nigerian News Direct is the first with me. 2027, Peter Obi denies merger deal with Atiku. Kwakwanso says no agreement yet. Criticizes federal government's handling of corruption, economy, warns against political deceit as 2027 election talks heat up. Jigawa to acquire 10% stake in Ketco. Tax reform bills to boost workers' welfare. Fubara signs 1.1 trillion naira 2025 budget into law as APC kicks. You see that on page 3. Embark on tour of refineries to see progress made. NNPC Limited challenges former president Obasanjo. Next is the Punch newspaper. Subsidy gains. Labour scores governors low as allocations rise by 1.7 trillion naira. NLC slams governors for neglecting agric infrastructure. Opposition thumbs down Bauchi, Ogun, Bayelsa. Others. Above the masthead, APC kicks as Obi warns Tinubu against foreign medical trips. NNPCL states differ as Northeast oil exploration remains in limbo. And then Ekiti, Akwa Ibom, Lagos, others hold New Year Thanksgiving services. NNPCL tackles Obasanjo over alleged $2 billion refinery repair fund. Bishop settling couples fight stabbed to death in Oshun. And then telcos propose 100% tariff hike awaits NCC nod. Next is Daily Trust newspaper. Food crisis. 5 months after, federal government yet to implement duty waiver. Presidency mum as Obi hates Tinubu on State of the Nation. Subscribers reject telecom tariff hike plan. U.S. warns against travels to 7 African countries. Bandits burn houses, church in Kaduna community. Wiki allocates 10 billion naira for rent, furniture to Akwabio, Abbas, 2 others. How 140 policemen died in the FCT in 2024. That's according to Commissioner of Police. Next is the Guardian newspaper. 2025, Nigerians long for rewards of economic reforms. Federal government rolls out initiatives, target food security. Telcos seek 100% tariff hike amid pushbacks. Obasanjo and NPCL differ on return of Warri, Port Harcourt refineries. Account for Oyo local government funds since 2019. APC tells Makinde 2027. Opposition plotting new party to defeat Tinubu, says Lukman. Next is this Nigerian newspaper. Niger rep allegations. You should apologize to Nigeria. Northern groups slam Nigerian government over alleged destabilization plots. Describe statement as unguarded and irresponsible. On the air of the newspaper, hardship, Labour pushes for minimum wage increase in 2025. 2027, we don't have any merger deal with PDP, NNPP, says Obi. Regulatory bodies still making cost of doing business high, MSMEs. Many injured as Edo local government crisis deepens over impeachment of chairman. Last but not least is the Nation Sporting Live. Iwobi, third best with 67, behind only Chelsea and Arsenal stars. Arsenal told to splash out on 150 million pounds rated Isak. Gift Orban joins Offenheim. Real Madrid to make second Arnold bid. And then we have Lukman plays for 34 minutes. Rashford has rejected 3 huge offers from Saudi Arabia. And Super Eagles coaching role, NFF make first 2025 move. That's about it for the newspapers this morning.
Interesting. I believe that our viewers have been updated, and any story that interests you, you can pick up any of the papers to get more details. Moving on now, President Bola Tinubu charges state governors and council leaders to drive development in Nigeria. Join us after the break for this conversation. Stay with us. Right. President Bola Tinubu has emphasized the critical role of state governors in driving Nigeria's development and prosperity, saying their leadership at the sub-national level is central to achieving food security, economic prosperity, and rapid national growth. President Tinubu also called for stronger collaboration between the federal and state governments to address pressing challenges, including local government autonomy, agricultural productivity, and currency stability. TVC News State House correspondent Femi Akonde has details. All right. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring you that report. But joining us in the studio is the public affairs analyst Olade Areyo to speak on this development. Good morning. It's good to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Now, this statement coming from the president, let me just quote what he said. He said that they are the link, a major link to the developments, you know, like he has rightly reeled out, talking about leadership and food security, economic prosperity, national growth. Is this an indictment to say that they are seemingly the weakest link with regards to what we are seeing?
Thank you very much. More than anyone else, Bola Tinubu is eminently qualified to advise governors. He was once there. And for 8 years, we all saw the magic of his governance in Lagos. Things changed for the best, and Lagos took on a new life, especially in terms of IGR services and all of that. Therefore, he had felt it before. Therefore, based on his experience, he had to let them know. Now, in mathematics, they say that the weakest link of a chain will determine the fortune of that network. Right. So far, I can confidently confirm that the governors have not been able to integrate federal arrangements with the local governments, which will now dovetail into massive democratic gains to the public. You will know this when you go into the inner parts of most cities. Yeah. In Dutse, for instance, you can just drive into Dutse from Kano State and drive out of Dutse. If you turn right or left, you are turning onto an untarred road. Yeah, so, and it's been like that in so many states of the Federation. Whereas if the governors have a working alliance, pragmatic one, practicable one with the local governments, they will do more. Onuambode in Lagos State worked with the local governments. He called it 57 or something, or times 2. It was a road construction arrangement. He made sure that every year, each council will construct 2 roads, sometimes 3 or 4. And the impact was massive. He also ensured that every street in Lagos had a nameplate showing you where you are going to. So if you Google your location and you want to know where you are going, you are easily directed. That's, just immediate example that I can bring forward. So he was right.
It's an indictment.
Well, because, I've given you 2 examples now of one that worked and one that didn't work. Yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure where we missed it. Is it because we can't essentially blame the current, crop of, leadership that we have for, I'm talking about the governors. Probably they met what they met on the ground, and they felt, yeah, this is what has been working, let's just stick to it. And recall that the Supreme Court also has empowered the local government in terms of national autonomy, where the president is also saying, listen, I'm not against you guys. You are still in control of the local government. So I felt, isn't that some way ironic when you already, you drag them to court, you won it, and then you're saying you're still in charge of the local government?
There is nothing. It was only being real about it. Yeah. In Ogun State, Wale Adedayo was a council chairman in Ijebu. Because Wale wrote EFCC complaining, I'm giving you a life story now, that the governor had been tampering terribly with their funds and was hampering their performance. What happened? Wale was arrested, he was indicted, and he was removed. an elected council chairman. That is not an example of what the people voted for. They wanted an inclusive government. The way the governor was voted for, Wale too was voted for. But what happened? Wale lost out. Why? He was an ordinary council chairman. So, and there are several cases around. Just like in Edo State, the new governor suspended purportedly all the council chairmen. The president, the AGF had to step in to tell him that, look,
that was wrong.
You do not have such constitutional powers. He went to court and all of that. If there are issues, why don't we think of sitting together and reconciliation before going to war? Because at the end of the day, you still come back to the table. So to that extent, we can go on and on with examples, but we must know that the spirit of the emperor that dominated none of our governors didn't give them space to allow council chairmen to function. And in some states, they've not had council election for so long. Okay? They just handpick their favorite politicians or friends or technocrats, make them council chairmen, vice chairman, and so be it for years. That is not the spirit and the letter of democratic practice that we signed on to.
So what would it take to alter this this issue right now? Because you just mentioned something that was going on in my head. Two things: the governors, some have called them, they act like the Lord of the Manor and all of it. And then we look at the matter of the spirit of democracy, how it is that you were voted for, so was I voted for, whether I'm a councillor, whatever it is I am. But can these people begin to, talking about local government autonomy now, can they separate themselves without the support of the governors as it is? Would it be possible, or what would it take to get to that point? Because even though after the Supreme Court says that these persons have the autonomy and all of it, we saw some governors, there was election, and then we still saw that some parties won all this. So how is it even possible? Can we have this true replication of democracy at that level where each level is independent of the other, but yet having a symbiotic relationship?
Change is the most permanent possibility in life. So it is possible. It pains to look at the governors behaving as if their cookie was taken from them by the Supreme Court order. A lot of them didn't like it. And you begin to ask yourself, if the Constitution has explained how these things should be distributed and you should manage, you are not games masters or supervisors of the council chairmen. No, they have their own legislature. Who also, the Constitution also checks them the way the assembly also checks you. But they because they were so used to manipulating the councils and enjoying their funding. This is not a secret. I'm not saying what our listeners do not know. So they put up a fight. But at the end of the day, they are coming to realize that with the Supreme Court judgment, there is nothing anybody can do about it. Otherwise, if you run against the law, now you may have immunity. The day you drop the gauntlet, they will take you to court. And you are not going to be the one presiding over your case. And if you are found guilty, hey, that's jail time. Or maybe some hefty financial punishment. So I would not say it's not possible that they could get to where they are now, where the president was telling them, asking them to learn to abide by what the court has said.
That's right. It's
enough indication that he is determined to see that thing through. And when it comes to that, it's a bigger force. Let's admit that. Just like he is not the supervisor of states. States are independent.
That's right.
He cannot impose anything on any state. And I'm glad he also admitted that they own the lands. What more can anybody expect from him? It was very specific.
That's right.
So to that extent, they will either align and shaping, or they may be shipped out.
Well, I don't know how that. If you're I don't see how that.
Maybe I'm being extreme, but I just told you now that the only permanent thing in life is change.
That's right. So the thing is, let's get practical to some extent. If you look at some of these governors, most of the governors actually come together they have a meeting and all of that. Let us look at some of the states that are actually working in terms of putting down quality infrastructure, tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, etc., that have been working, and people will say, yes, this state is working. What lessons what are those states? And what lessons can the states that are not even moving, let alone playing catch up, with these states, what lessons can they learn from some of these states that are already, burgeoning? Before
we go there, I'll give you a story. I was watching TVC, and I saw, what's his name now? Otitoju, showing a video of a visit to Futa, the agricultural farm product. I have always been saying that government has no business giving agric university funding. Rather, they should mobilize them to farm whatever they may be their demographic advantage. If in your area tomato grows well, produce tomato, if not for the entire country, for your corner of Nigeria. Okay? And that will give you an inkling. So in the same vein, if the federal government brings out a policy and the states keys into it, together with the council chairman, they can see how that policy will percolate down. For instance, federal government has no business supporting farmers. No, if the funding is being allocated, give it to the states who will work with the council to activate agricultural expansion.
On that,
the federal government cannot feed us. It is the state working with the council. And of course, if there are individuals with interest in agric, they can't go to Abuja to get land. It is the state they will go through. Again, it is easier for them to read their council chairman if they have a requisition for land. Okay? Then, that exactly, I think, is what is trying to pass on to them. Apart from that, when I was growing up, driver's license was issued by councils, not by the state. By the time I was going to renew my first driver given to me in Jeburemo, in Shagamu, it was the state, that did the renewal. And we can go on. There are a lot of places where the state had withdrawn a lot of authorities and powers from the local government areas. All this radio license, TV license, they should belong to the local government, including managing registries, not states. But you see in some places, they superimpose some agencies on those structures, making them to be in control. And it's all about revenue, nothing more. Yes. And I'm not saying don't even raise the money, plow it back. Let it have meaning in the lives of the community. Imagine if a council says we are planting cassava on 100 hectares of land. If you have land, you need inputs, we will give you. It is easy. They know them. They can relate with them one-on-one. The government doesn't know all of these people that same way. So the earlier we begin to think about that, the better. We have agricultural products everywhere, and we are working only with the OBA CDA, and the CDA relates with the council chairman. So you can feel the flow. And at that point, you have higher success rate because everybody knows everybody. And if you're not performing according to par, you will be challenged. Yeah.
So invariably what the president is actually calling for is true federalism that a lot of persons have been talking about.
If you can call it that, or you can equally say it's ordering restructuring. Yeah. Because it's a situation whereby a council chairman or a council chairman or council chairman in any given state or community will be pandering to the whims and caprices of the governor. It's uncalled for. They don't let them perform. The other day, some council chairmen, they were prostrating en masse before the governor, and they were singing one lousy servitude song. In what way? Which Agba? On what basis? It's a case of primus inter pares. You are on the same pedestal. You campaign for election. You are elected. You also campaign. It was maybe at a higher pedestal. But the same way, people will not leave Abuja and come and say, Governor, give this road contract to this person or whatever. They too should give them some.
So politics does not come to play in all of this? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not saying politics will not come to play. For instance, I tried to contest councillorship in Abeokuta.
You have never forgotten this.
I know. I'm not saying by the time they gave me the way to go, and I was like, is this how you guys? They said, yeah, the way they do it. And the man talking to me happened to have been my childhood friend, He was born on a Monday. I was born on a Tuesday. Same month, same year. By fathers whose houses were by the side each other in Abeokuta. So I was like, and we were in grammar school together. We were protecting together before we parted. But we'll still see. I'm like, So he said that's how he got to the House of Assembly. And when he lost it, they pushed him more. It took more than 20 years before he would become a SSA or whatever to the governor. And I said, sorry, I can't work with this. So again, our political system or machinery needs cleaning up.
And that has to start.
It's too, as they say, it is what they call the dirty December.
Interesting stuff. But if you look at,
you can learn something new. You're going to pay if you want details.
but then our audience don't have to pay because that's the reason.
I will explain to them.
So, if you look at these states, they have different powers, they have different resources. Some of them are affluent, others are still. But there's this argument that no state is not rich. Every state is rich, just for them to
absolutely
tap from this. But then, if you still want to put it on the level of the federal allocation that they receive, it's not the same thing across board. Some are getting more.
But there are reasons for that.
Yes, others are getting. So, how do you think these resources? How can governors of these less states, drive development effectively? Because some of them will say, "But we're not receiving enough."
Thank you very much. I will have used Samvara as a good example. It's not a secret that they are mining gold in Samvara, but the bulk of the mining
is illegal.
So, to that extent, Samvara should be competing with Lagos State in terms of revenue. Gold is good money, but they are not totally in control.
And some others also have
a part of Samvara is in the arms and control of bandits. Some are managed by terrorists. There are different groups. So other parts are managed by foreigners in collaboration with some powerful locals. So they are derived the benefit of the gold being mined on their land. Unfortunately, agriculture has been made impossible. Why? I mean, just the other day, about 15 people were murdered and countless of houses set ablaze by Toji Bello bandits group. So these are the reasons why we cannot begin to talk of getting better financially ahead of improving their security situation. The massive insecurity across the northeast, northwest, and a part of North Central is known to everyone. And that's where Mr. President has to prevail on the security agencies who are far more than overstretched, to change the kinetics, look at the architecture, definitely improve their intelligence gathering so they can bring all these things to an end. And I'm glad that the CDS said, Toji will not live beyond this year. So that means peace is coming their way.
A lot of people are tired of hearing statements. I just want us to understand that. They just want to hear actions and that things have been done. So I'd like to set that aside, but also these activities of bandits, talking about insecurity in states now. Yes, the government has said we are bringing in state police. I'm wondering if you see that as a game changer at addressing this. And do you also think that perhaps the gaps that were left in the structure that we have is what these persons talking about cashed in on to carry out these activities?
No, necessarily. State police is not a tablet that will cure all. Let's get that very clear. And as it is, imagine a state that invited athletes to come and represent the state at a national sports competition.
Right.
They were not well kitted. They went there, they still do their bit. They were not paid their allowances. By the third day or so, they walked away from the camp. So can such a state embark on recruitment of state police? The financial muscle must be there. Security is not a tea party. It's expensive, it's costly. Now, some states can afford to have state police as far back as 10, 20 years ago. Lagos, for example, I'm not in government, but I can tell you that in Lagos, we spend more money on the federal police than the federal government itself. So, but there are states where they will have issues. Before the 70,000 naira minimum wage came, some were still not able to pay 30,000 naira.
Yes.
Now, they've been labored with 70,000, while other states are saying we will pay 75, we will pay 72, we will pay 80. they're still battling with how do they settle the backlog of salaries and pension on their neck. Therefore, let's not start seeing the state police as the blue bullet that will solve all the problems. The financial muscle has to be there. Maybe everyone has to come to their aid in that regard. However, with state police, a lot of criminal activities can be stopped before they will happen, provided the needfuls get done ahead of time.
What are these needful?
Part of it is the quality of people that will be recruited should not be based on, oh, it was our party thug, it was our boy, it was useful. It should be people who genuinely and truly want to be police. And you can determine all of that by passing through them profiling. Then there are a lot of tests you can do, like the reliability inventory. It can be taken to see, oh, if this person will be of value to us. If they can achieve that, the corruption, which has been the hallmark of the present police structure, will not be permitted to permeate that state police. So they can be very proactive. Yeah. And that being possible, there will be a lot of end to insecurity in certain cases. However, there are gangs with very powerful ammunitions. I mean, we only carry AK-47 within the organization here, but they have AK-49, including rocket launchers, aircraft, anti-aircraft missiles, and all of that. So where those ones overwhelm them, the federal army can step in, not police now, because it's a war situation. No longer a teacup issue. Has become a mountain, no longer a molehill.
But in talking about state police, do you not feel that we even have a bigger problem, on our hands now? Because we know that some Nigerians have actually given up on this country because, one, they are not able to get secure, meaningful, gainful employment. Some of them do not just want to live in this country. All they want is to want out of this country by any means. And some of these people might eventually find themselves in the state police, being recruited. Because even if they do background check, you can't know what is in their hearts, heart of heart. So,
you can't check their
exactly, you can't check their heart. So, and they might see it as an opportunity for them to feather their nest.
Well, you just said it now. Unfortunately, as a professional, I can tell you that to a large extent, I can determine your suitability or otherwise for a particular assignment.
You are a professional.
As a security professional.
That's what I'm saying.
I can determine. So if people with the know-how are involved, they will weed out those who will not belong. Why do we insist that when you are hiring, you do profiling? When you are promoting, from a level to another, also profile to be sure that the person that you hired 5 years ago is still the same person that you have, that he has not developed some ignoble and evil intentions, waiting for the right time to strike. All these are possible to that extent, because we can't just make it a tea party, all commerce affair. No, some are not suitable, and therefore they shouldn't be allowed. Especially in the community where things that you never thought possible before were not happening. How do you explain two 14, 15-year-olds killing their friend for ritual, for money ritual? How do when we were growing up, it was unthinkable. Just like we were hearing of bombing, assassination, and all that in places like Beirut, and it was another world entirely.
And in movies.
But now he's here with us. I was so innocent that the first time I entered India, I was looking forward to people dancing on the street, the way we saw in the movies. But that's not the reality. So in the same way, we must be real with ourselves. No games. Because if we play games and that should fail again, we have nowhere to go. Is that serious?
Right, because every country has its issues as we speak.
Wherever you may go, they have issues. I can confirm to you, our children went to Ukraine to study medicine. Most of them, when the Russian invasion happened, they were stranded. 16-year-old, 17-year-old, walking, if you know the distance from Kiev or from Crimea to the border of Jordan, and they were being rejected. What sense would they have had or experienced to determine what to do? It took a lot of UN stepping in before they could be allowed to enter Jordan. And bombs were flying right and left. You know?
So
we have to build our country.
Yes, obviously, as it is. We
I'm
have
not
to be
running away
committed.
anyway.
You have to be committed. Well, some would say that you have nothing to go look for as it is at this stage of your life.
And you know, at what stage?
At this stage of your
There are
life.
many people of his age that are still Japan.
They are doing that for a reason.
Okay, they are going for Mugo.
And then they decide to stay back. But let's talk about the role of the people, because democracy is about the people themselves.
Absolutely.
And our mindset towards this matters. You recall that you mentioned that they say this is how we do it here. When you try to...
Now, hold me.
And then you
with
also...
all my educational qualifications and my...
You also
they
recall...
brought me down.
And you know what played in my head? The Yoruba version of them playing you down. What people say, the word they use, but let me not do that. So you also spoke about Wale Adedayo's
experience in Ogun State.
And you saw how people reacted. A lot of persons thought that he would have some backing of the people because he was working in their interest, but that was not the case. So I am curious as to the role of the people, their mindset in this kind of development that we are looking forward to.
You see, Wale's case concerned me. Why? Wale is my man Friday. I mean, somebody that will come to my house, I will visit him, we will eat together. And then when he was a people's person, so to say, it took him a long time to get elected. And then when he was elected, it was like, oh, finally, their man is on the throne. But when this case happened, there was not a whimper or a protest by his people. You understand? He wasn't saying that the governor's intervention in their funding was affecting his emoluments.
It was about the people.
Performance. But the people whose banner he was supposedly carrying looked elsewhere. Why? You know, when the chiefs are down, you are on your own in every situation. In every situation. It's only in very rare cases that you will see people saying no and standing up for people. We just had the recent case now. Somebody was accused of defamation, and they said the way and manner he was taken out of Lagos wasn't right, and there was noise everywhere. It was massive. But in Wale's case, not even online, where they could be cold and, you know, and play that they don't know me. You know, they can hide under. Nobody talked. And that is why the level of poverty in the land is such that...
Is this really about poverty,
I will
poverty
explain.
of the mind?
I will explain.
Okay.
If, for instance, you are getting some coins, being subservient to somebody, and that person now has, so to say, an enemy, your enemies, I mean, your friend's enemy becomes your enemy automatically. Then a lot of people... greed, selfishness, the spirit of me, myself, and I, they've overtaken us. As much as one might have been trying to be nice to some of these people, envy, say, must he be him? Why not me? So, such a chance will be for them. Let him go, Joe. Who is he? That thing is there. You know, when our Lord was taken to detention, a lot of his followers, they stood by him. They made all the right noises. Some went abroad to internationalize his detention. Even though he was jailed, but the government of the day had it very tough to sell it to anybody. But we no longer have that kind of loyalty here anymore. No, we no longer have it. Humanity lost it. And Nigeria is not any exception. Yeah, people are no longer loyal.
At what point did we lose it?
At the point of people became, poverty became a weapon, you know, became weaponized, whereby you can run people down and get away with it. You can make it impossible for you to advance. You know, some people are denied admission to university, but whatever it is, I've seen it done before. In a lot of cases, and it now became like, well, I should fight for myself. And that's where the spirit of me, myself, and I now took over. So if anything happens to anybody, you're on your own.
Probably because
but at the same time,
Nigeria as
it's not an exception.
One common,
patriotism.
You know, yeah, exactly. We've lost our sense of patriotism. And,
patriotism.
You know,
I can tell you for free that there are very few Nigerians out of the 200 million plus people. What do you have? Yorubas, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, name it.
Yeah.
That's the mindset. I'm first of all a Yoruba man before. So very few people think Nigeria. Yeah. when you say I cannot leave, my friend left Nigeria at 70. Okay? He went to do security guard in the US at 70.
Wow.
Yes. So when he called me and said, Omo, I'm already working, I bought a car, I have an apartment, I was like, oh, really? At 70? And you go and stand in the warehouse for 12 hours? You can understand that. So, but for some of us, we have to be... My parents handed in Nigeria over to me. But what I have now is not what I want to hand over to my own children. So we must be here. We keep talking. I don't have anything.
And the question is it worth the fight? That's what a lot of, with the fact that a lot of persons are not getting the support.
We can't give up.
And those who fight are being backstabbed.
Yeah.
If you read my message for the new year, I said, stop grumbling, stop complaining. Go and improve yourself. Learn a skill. Acquire an art or a craft. See how you can better your lot in the midst of all the crises. There are a lot of opportunities that we discovered, and we keep saying, if you want opportunity, reach out. And there are NGOs helping people in one way or the other. On the first of Eve of, was it Eve? On a radio program, I gave out recharge cards to 14 people. 1,000 naira each to 14 people. And they were so happy.
You didn't give me.
No, I'll give you yours before I leave today. Okay. So these are the ways we should be looking at this. And those of you who are men of means, help people.
Right.
Because some people will die and they will say he left 10 Rolls Royce cars, he has billions of money somewhere. You don't need it in the grave.
So do you think that they've been appealing, or those who have gone before us have been appealing to, riches, and then, just like you said, weaponizing poverty, so much so that those of us, shouting food crisis, food unavailability, we do not think of going to farms, making use of the available space around us to better our own lot. Rather, we are looking for white-collar job. Everybody wants to speak English, hold biro and all of that. Thank you. And then we lost it along the line.
Thank you. Hopefully, before the end of this month, as part of one of my projects, which you may remember, we are launching Okoetile. Okoetile is meant to turn any space around you to a farm. Like that, the land mass you have out there, you can turn it into a small farm. You can plant yam in bags. You can plant so many things without necessarily hitting the ground.
But a real estate agent will say, no, come on.
No, let me see. When we launch out and the incentives will be so massive, the only thing is, before we can come to your location, it should be enough to accommodate 100 bags. So if we plant 100 bags of yam, yours is to water. Of course, we'll be supervising. When the season ends, you take 50, The 50 we take, we are not going to be eating. We are giving it to the lesser people within that same community. So you are helping yourself to help them, because you are taking care of their hunger in a way. There's a man somewhere that
you can't take care of people's hunger for long. They also have
we are only providing a reprieve. They are not going to be folding arms. For instance, we just discovered
that across
it's a mass thing.
Yeah.
We are starting with Lagos as a model, and if it works, any interested states can be invited. We give them the blueprint, they can go and try it. For instance, yesterday, I funded somebody to go and start a phone charging business. Phone and what do you call it? This machine, POS charging business. Why? There's a guy somewhere, he charges over 200 phones every day, and he collects 200 naira. Yeah. And I've interviewed him not once, not twice. He buys fuel like 10K for the whole day, where there's no power supply at all. Imagine
in Lagos.
Yeah, in Lagos. Imagine charging 200 phones and you are collecting 200 naira. That's 40,000 naira. Fuel is 10,000. If it's not your business, if the owner will come and take the 30K, when the month ends, he will pay you. And imagine if the man is able to save 20K every day for 30 days, because it's an everyday business. That's a lot, 600,000 naira. You may think it's small. What do you need? Just need a panel with sockets and a generator, wired, end of story. It looks...
You're looking with the...
Are
you saying business opportunity?
No, there are so many more that we came up with and said, enough of making noise on TV and radio.
Solution.
Let's help people. Let's be practical about it. And I'm starting this hopefully by Monday. Yes. So that way, you are already empowering people. We can't all go to the farm. But here in Lagos, more than 40% of us have no business being in Lagos. We left arable farmlands behind. Oh,
because we are looking for development and the fact that
green pastures.
there
are no green pastures everywhere. The pasture is not green now elsewhere.
Okay? You have to water it yourself.
You water it to make it green.
Absolutely.
And it takes a lot of efforts too.
I agree with you.
And commitment and passion.
Steps have to be taken. And it's good that you are contributing to ensuring that...
maybe in very small way. But if we have 1,000 of me doing that...
As much as possible, yes. Those who want to key into this dream might want to, get in touch with you, I believe.
No, they can get in touch with you, and you guys, you have my numbers.
Okay, that's fine.
If I throw it open now...
No, we are not saying you should throw your number open. But of course, your social media handles are there that people can reach out to.
What's their name? My name is on the screen. So.
Okay, so it's just for them to search for you.
There are a lot of things. We should stop thinking, we are running away. A lot of people that run away, they can't run back. They said they have jackpot, they can't jackpot down.
Some are jackpot dying.
But some are running back. Yeah, because they are facing their reality.
Anyway, we'll have to leave the conversation here. Quite interesting, but we must thank you, Olade Ndeareya, for your time on the program.
Thank you for inviting me.
And well done on what you're doing. Well, still ahead on TVC Breakfast, experts are calling for improved security in the southeastern states. Join us for this conversation after the break.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time?
TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Thank you for staying with us. For many years, Southeast Nigeria was once considered one of the safest geopolitical zones in the country. But with increased killings, violence, and kidnappings, security in the region has deteriorated. Some religious leaders and experts have now urged President Tinubu to consider alternative views and urgently convene a non-partisan National Economic and Security Summit to forge a collective way forward for the country. They also say the latest killings and kidnappings in the zone are a wake-up call for the governors of the Southeast, as well as the Joint Security and Armed Forces, to buckle up in their responsibility of protecting lives and property of citizens. Joining us in the studio for this conversation is a public affairs analyst, Ziggy Ibe. Ziggy, good morning. It's good to have you join us. And Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Happy New Year.
Yes. Now let's talk about security in the Southeast. We have seen several efforts being made by the president, and even successive governments have tried to ensure that that region is safe as much as possible. And recently, the current administration, through the National Bureau of Statistics, debuted the Crime Experience and Security Perception Survey. And from that survey, it is revealed that in the 2024 report, that out of the 6 geopolitical zones, the Southeast recorded the lowest rate of 6.2 million in terms of insecurity and the perception of it. But from your perspective, how would you evaluate the security situation in the Southeast and government's effort side by side?
Thank you. I think we've discussed this a million times, and things don't seem to be abating. Security in any situation, any part of the world, is not a thing that is being looked at with the least consideration. It is about upping the game and trying to see much any government could to actually step in and stop whatever thing that is causing the problem. Southeast, my region, is been in the news for the wrong ones many times, and we've seen government efforts, little or big, but whichever way it is, what has actually culminated into this high rate is maybe efforts are not being put in place. Much effort are not being put in place into curbing it. We've seen so many. Yeah,
because are you saying that it's not targeting the issues, addressing it from the
I think there's a root cause. I think they should actually go into thinking, why is this persisting? What is actually causing this? Because over the years, efforts have been put forward to actually stem it. But it's not abating. And if it's not abating, that means a new paradigm, a new shift needs to be employed. So we need to look at a different approach this time.
Yeah. Now, that's why I'm coming back to ask this question again. From your perspective, being from that region, what do you think is the root cause that perhaps the government effort is not addressing in particular?
Many pundits, people have, many had suggested it was because Nnamdi Kanu was still in detention. Many had suggested that he should be left off the hook in order to see if it will be abated.
So that is not even a definite approach?
It's not a definite approach anyway. So yeah, these are suggestions people are coming up with because it's not stopping. Instead of stopping, it is being aggravated every day. Okay, and we are saying if other efforts being put forward are not actually helping, let's contrive a new means of getting to the root of this. Because if you have been trying other means and those means are not working, let's see a new approach. Recently, the governors had met, they've been meeting, and some solutions they took wasn't still helping. Ibubagu and so many other security outfits. And most times when they go to their meetings, they don't discuss what they arrived at. They will always tell you security issues are not discussed in the public. I agree with them. But whichever way it is, being at the front burner, they should know that what we've discussed earlier or what we've put forward earlier are not working. Right. Let's contrive a new approach. Because the way it is, it is neither here not there.
Do you not think Nnamdi Kanu, as I mentioned, is also symptomatic of the real problem in the Southeast? Because if you look at the historical context, there is this Biafra war. It has a legacy, and there's some other people who already had the ideology of, yes, we are being marginalized, and then we need to have our own, self-determination. There's this secessionist agenda who are also canvassing the right to, break away from the country. Do you not feel that this must have been a root cause that some people are not letting go of?
Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration is just one of the causes, not actually the main cause.
Yeah, that is the question Veronica was asking.
Yes, because,
exactly what is the problem?
Because if you look at it, insecurity in other regions of the country had where it started from. Okay? We talk about Mohammed when kidnapping Yusuf started. We talk about
ideology.
And the ideology he was coming up with. Okay, then you talk about South agitations and all that and all. When Southeast issue started, it started with some grievances. They were saying the region was marginalized and all that, and that fueled Nnamdi Kanu's agitation to actually secede from Nigeria as a country. Okay, and Nnamdi Kanu, when he was incarcerated, when he was arrested, it fueled it. Okay, yeah. Then, and some other issues like, when this thing happened, it wasn't actually looked at holistically. That has been our way of tackling issues anyway. It wasn't until it aggravated to the point where everybody was running helter-skelter. All right, and when Nnamdi Kanu actually eventually was incarcerated, the thing didn't abate. Yeah. It continues, and now some other people felt it's becoming a business. Whether you like it or not, insecurity in the Southeast is becoming an enterprising thing. I've argued in so many fora that, look, release Nnamdi Kanu today, it will still be continued because so many people have found it a wet ground to accentuate their business enterprise.
Are you looking at it from the internal influence or external influence? For instance, someone probably can say it could be internal and external. He has been arrested now. He even said at the point that even Nnamdi Kanu, if he had a chance to come to him to ask him to stop,
he will not stop. Yes.
That was against what he said at the beginning, that
exactly
releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So this business venture that you're seeing in the Southeast as profiting from the insecurity, are you saying that is due to internal influence or external?
No, it is the greed of the people.
Of the Southeastern?
It's the greed of the leaders are not actually, they are not actually wading when they're supposed to have waded into this matter to actually curb it. Because every issue has a root cause. Until you go to the root cause of an issue, you can't exterminate it. You only window dress. And when you window dress issue, you are only stopping at a particular phase. It graduates from there. Okay?
So
and that's the business angle I'm looking at. That when...
If you could just hold the thought for a bit. Are you saying that the Southeastern leaders were not showing the right kind of commitment to addressing this matter, and so these people who are profiteering from the insecurity situation took advantage of that?
That's exactly my point. And recently, I made I made a post and saying that the elders in the region, certain leaders in the country are being set up, or an organization of leadership is being set up for a particular reason. The monarchical institution, which is the traditional rulers institution. Then we talk about the governors forum. We have all the leaders who I felt that they are not doing enough to actually...
In what sense? We need to be specific so that for those who are watching, they understand that perhaps these are the loopholes that need to be addressed, so that when they are agitating in terms of making requests, we are not saying carrying placards and all of that, making requests of their leaders to do something, they will be able to take something off of what you have said. In what ways could they have addressed this matter holistically, that
they left out?
The lackadaisical attitude of the leaders from the region contributed largely to this.
How so?
Now, a father or a leader in a household watches things as they unfold. Now, it takes the intellect of the leader to actually come out when he needed to do that, to nip it in the bud. Okay. So, some of these leaders were not pragmatic enough to actually rise up to the occasion when they needed to. Remember, when some people like us were actually singing this song of the leaders coming together to call the youth, the people that are causing this, most times they will tell you that they are armless. You remember the time when they were saying that these people are only agitating for their succession, not actually to cause harm. And meanwhile, they were heading to somewhere. And this is where we are today. So my point here is, if they had risen at that earlier time to curb it, it wouldn't have been this way. Yes, it would have been minimized. But this everyday shedding of blood is because the leaders did not rise early enough to curb it. How do I mean? In all the areas of the regions, we have leaders from the grassroots. We have those at the lower rung of the ladder. We have political leaders, we have traditional leaders, we have natives. Okay? These people should have called themselves together early enough to address this. Not until it has blossomed to become an enterprise that so many people are profiteering from. Because when a leader sees what he should have come today, seen it tomorrow, he should have called the leaders around him. There was a time we were saying that it is the denial of so many of these leaders who felt we don't need to do anything, or we don't need to talk to these people, or they are not harmful. But today, the chiefs are down.
But do you not think
and because it has grown to such a level where they cannot curb again, we have this issue on our hands, and we cannot move away from it.
This crisis is actually multifaceted, deep-rooted, in the sense that there is also criminal gangs and cult groups who are also internal strife. There is also conflict over resources, mining activities and all of those things going on there.
Land.
Exactly, and there is also the accusation of the state police, the federal police or federal security agencies attacking their own people and all of that. So it's quite multifaceted. So let's assume that the leaders have actually failed. The traditional leaders have not done what they ought to have done.
Yes, clearly on their table.
How do we resolve this matter?
Now, let me
because the federal government has actually promised to,
Let me give you an instance. You remember such incidents reared its ugly heads in Southwest during Sunday Igboho saga. You remember? And what happened? The leaders quickly rose up to the occasion and quelled it. Whether you like it, how they did it.
They managed it.
They managed, yeah, that's it. They stopped it. It's still reverberating and all that. But the issue is that it was held. Yeah. It was guarded. It was caged to an extent. Okay? And that's exactly what I'm saying, that when such issues are rearing their ugly heads, there's a way you could have curbed it. If you are such a leader who sees tomorrow, okay? See, I wouldn't want to talk about federal government. Yes, they have their own. But from the region where this thing is coming from, we have leaders who could, because these are your locals. These people are around you. Just a father residing with his children. So if anything goes wrong, you are there to advise. So I am saying that this advice or this caution did not come from them on time. You talk about traditional rulers. You talk about.
Let's move to what should be done now, because
what should be done is going to be a collaborative effort from the federal to the state Then to the local government. Thank God now local government has its own autonomy. It has powers more than before. Okay? Then traditional rulers should come in because the traditional rulers know these people. They live in our localities.
What are they afraid of?
The conspiracy is what I don't know. Maybe afraid of the unknown because the quiet is becoming too golden. The quiet is becoming too, the silence is becoming too golden. So at this point, they should come up with such effort that we'll be able to, okay, let's collaborate with the local government chairman. Let's move to the state. I think it was on this station too, or some other places we discussed about when issues of these locals are being discussed, they don't carry them along. They don't. They only go with the elites within the community, the elites. And the elites are not involved in this.
The locals are disinformed.
The locals are not being carried along. The people that are causing this actually are not being carried along. What they do is to go discuss for them, okay? And each time you discuss for them, you are foisting it on them. The situations, the informations, the decision taken from those meetings are not being, they are not first-hand, they don't have the first-hand information about it. So if they are being carried along, discussions are being made, their own input too is very important. Right. Their own input. Their own input is very important because when you are discussing, you don't shave my head behind me. So you talk to me when I'm there. And at that point, look, whether you like it or not, everybody is a leader in his own way.
So in other words, you are advocating them convoking
all inclusiveness.
A regional confab.
Yes, a regional confab, yes, but then let the locals be involved in whatever discussions that will concern this. Okay, let's have all-inclusive discussion about this. Because otherwise, if you discuss where they are not there, you only bring information. Sometimes the information might not even reach them. They don't even know what. And some of them, they don't even speak English.
Trust is also a critical issue. So
yes, very critical. So if you don't make people come closer to you, if you don't tell them what they, you must speak the language they understand, because there's a language they understand.
Which is?
The language is when you talk to them like a father, when you carry them along. You don't go discuss for me only to come back and tell me this is what we said, not what we discussed there. I'm not there. You don't shave my head behind me. I must be there when my head is being shaved.
Because I understand where the shoe pinches.
Yes, because whether I like is they are aggrieved for one reason or the other. And what it means that when we come to a general table, we lay bare all our grievances, and we should discuss it. So my approach to this is, let's call together all the locals, the people that are concerned in this, and not really the elites.
How about the Nnamdi Kanu factor, quickly?
Nnamdi Kanu factor, I wouldn't say much about it, but all I know is that this thing has grown beyond Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, it has grown beyond Simeon Ekpa. Because you remember, immediately Simeon Ekpa was taken in, another person rose to become the leader of that chapter. Okay, and that's the way it continues. When Nnamdi was taken in, Simeon Ekpa came up, even though the I denied he isn't their member. But he was still doing it from that front.
There are so many factions to this whole movement.
Oh, yeah. You remember Wazuke's faction? Mazop? You remember ISOP and all that? All these people maybe are waiting in the A. When other one suspends, the other one takes up and all that. But it should be an all-inclusive
It's an ideology that has to be addressed.
It has to be addressed. Whichever way it is, coming from the government, coming from the local state government, all these people have their leaders. The leaders of thought should come together. Political leaders.
Who know these people's leaders? They know
yes, they know themselves. Right. And each time you are going for this discussion particularly, please carry the people along. They will discuss better.
Okay.
It will yield more fruit than going alone, carrying the elites. And remember the confab sometimes where you go and the people will tell you, we are not carrying that. We don't even know what you are talking about.
All right. Ziggy, our time is up, unfortunately. I know there's so much you have to say, but time is not our friend.
Yes,
thank you so much, Ziggy Ibe, Public Affairs Analyst, for your time.
Thank you.
On the program.
My pleasure.
Right. Moving on now. The Almajiri Commission is launching a massive mop-up exercise to get Almajiri and out-of-school children back in class. Will this be the turning point for education in Nigeria? Join us after the break for this conversation. Thank you for staying with us. The Almajiri Commission is set to conduct a mop-up exercise targeting Almajiri and out-of-school children in selected states in the country. This initiative aligns with the Commission's mission to combat illiteracy and ensure quality education for these children. The exercise is part of the Commission's broader effort to address the challenges faced by Almajiri and out-of-school children in Nigeria. The Commission's Education Quality Assurance Department has outlined objectives that include monitoring and evaluation, promoting quality education, and reintegrating children into formal education. Joining us via Zoom from the United Kingdom is CEO, founder, IA Foundation, Runke Adiagbo. Good morning. Happy New Year. It's good to have you join us.
Good morning, Veronica, and Happy New Year to you as well. Thanks for having me.
Right. Now, I wonder what you make of this decision by the Almajiri Commission to conduct a mop-up exercise targeting Almajiris and out-of-school children. Recall that successive governments over the years in Nigeria have tried this exercise to mop up these people back to school, but not much has been achieved. Even development partners have also contributed towards this exercise, but we haven't seen as much results with regards to their return to schools and also the matter of out-of-school children. But this time around, do you think that this step being taken might be the game changer that we have been looking forward to?
Absolutely. This is a welcome development. And I would want to commend the current government because what we are seeing coming through is the political will. Because, as you know, with this new government, they've set up a new commission called the Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children. And this is a dedicated commission that is responsible for mopping up the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria. So this is a welcome development because in previous administration, we did not have a dedicated commission that was responsible for this. So this is really, really good news from where we are sitting. Also, in terms of whether this is sustainable, the fact that we have a dedicated commission to this, and also we have a very competent executive director because we had an out-of-school summit on the 26th of November, and it was one of our guest speakers. And we could see from the way he was addressing the issues that this is a quite competent executive director. And he used to be the commissioner for education in Yobe. So he's a very capable, competent person that can manage that commission. Therefore, we are monitoring closely in terms of what he's doing so far. And it comes across as someone who has the vision, who has the direction in terms of what he wants to do with regard to the strategy to reduce the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria. So I have all the confidence that this commission will do what it was set out to do to reduce the number of out-of-school children in a very competent way and in a very sustainable way. So kudos to them and well done to them, and we will be on their case. We would hold their fire to the feet to make sure they do what they are set up to do.
I'm wondering how this is going to be. Is this going to materialize? You know, because you're actually expressing your confidence in what they are going to do. But then, how sustainable would this be if they are not looking at tackling or addressing the socioeconomic factors that actually led to the Almajiri system in the first place?
Yeah, this issue is multifaceted. And from the little I can see that the government of the day is doing, they are trying to address all these social issues slowly but surely. I mean, as you know, there's the tax reform going through, there is the school feeding program going through. So there are ways in which the government are putting in place to actually address all these social issues. However, as we know, the Almajiri issue in particular is an informal education system. There's nothing wrong with informal education system. However, we need to find a brilliant way of integrating it with formal education. And that is where I think this commission would have to focus on. Yes, these children have the right to get their Islamic education, but how do we integrate it? So there's going to be a lot of things which this commission and the government needs to do. There needs to be lots of reorientation of the parents. It's one thing to let your child, go to a Sangia to get Islamic education. It's one thing for you also to still take responsibility for that child in terms of the welfare of that child and to make sure the child has got access to formal education. So whilst the government is putting mechanism in place to deal with poverty, in terms of giving them school feeding and also trying to give parents who are on low salary or low income money, and also trying to use the tax reforms to address poverty, the parents also need to take responsibility. So there needs to be legislation in place. As you know, in the House of Assembly, the second reading is in place, whereby they're proposing to penalize parents who do not send their children to school. So as far as I'm concerned, this is like a jigsaw puzzle, and all the pieces are being put in place slowly but surely. And at the end of it, there will be a beautiful picture, which will mean essentially we'll be reducing the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria.
All right. I like the fact that you raised two critical issues, the matter of tax reform and also the school feeding program. These have come under some level of criticism over the years, and the most recent one is the tax reform. And that speaks to the mindset of which some persons have with regards to government's effort and measures being put in place to addressing these matters. How do we address the mindset of people towards this matter, knowing that education is a key factor? Some parents might say they, after a while, might want to withdraw their children because they believe that the children is more important to them, addressing other issues as against spending their time in school, maybe sending them to the market to help them sell and other things. In all, trying to address the social issues that you mentioned, but there are those who still do not understand the importance of education and every effort that government is putting in place.
This is the more reason why we need to make sure we tackle this out-of-school children issue. The reason why is that these parents that are not keen to send their children to school, most of them themselves are not educated. So this poverty cycle is just going round and round, and we need to break that. Because if parents are educated, why wouldn't they want to educate their own children? And because parents are not educated, they don't have good livelihood, and therefore there's poverty in the land. But with education, you can deal with poverty in the land. So it's a big agenda for the government to reorientate its citizens in terms of the importance of education. We see what education is doing to people. We see people like Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala on the international stage representing Nigeria. The only reason why Dr. Ngozi is on that international stage is because of education. We need to show examples like this to parents and to children, that if they want their children to take their family out of poverty and to represent their country internationally, the only weapon they can use to do that is education. And both parents and the government of the day need to take responsibility for that. Because as you know, it is a responsibility of the government to educate its citizens. So we need to do a whole lot of orientation, especially in their local languages. Because these people are mainly illiterate. So if you're talking to them in English, you're going to be talking over their head. We have to have local authorities need to have a unit that will be responsible for reorientating parents in terms of the importance of education. So that's on one side. Legislation also has to be on the other side, because it's one thing for us to reorientate parents, but if some parents are still insistent that their children would not go to school, they rather send them to hawk on the streets, then there needs to be a penalty for that. Because if you don't penalize people, especially in Nigeria, they don't do what they are supposed to do. So both needs to go hand in hand. And also we, the government of the day, also needs to make sure there is a safety net for parents. If they withdraw their children from the streets, that their children are not hawking any longer, how will they put food on the table? The government needs to have the safety net for parents who withdraw their children from the streets.
All right, this enrollment initiative is actually a bold one, because looking at 18.3 million out of school children, which they're actually working to also, enroll in school. But stakeholders are actually skeptical about this, saying that if we focus on enrollment, and then what about quality education? Because it's one thing to enroll children in school, it's another thing to also focus on quality education. You advocated them, receiving formal education, but how qualitative, or what kind of quality education are they going to receive? Do you not think that we should begin to also talk about that? Because I know that even in the north, there is this quota system, trying to ensure that they catch up with, down south and other regions in the country. How can they ensure quality education as against just enrolling them in large numbers?
And added to that question is the matter of having the number of hands to manage this huge number of children. Quality teachers, do we have them?
That's right.
Okay, that is a very, very good question. As you know, if you want to roll out quality education, it needs lots of funding. We still have the issue of UBEC and counterpart funding with the state governments. The government needs to find a way to encourage state governments to put their own counterpart funding on the table, so that UBEC would have the relevant funds to be able to provide the necessary educational infrastructure to enable the facilities to be available for these children to go into and get the necessary formal education. Without a doubt, I'll be the first to say that the infrastructure are not in place. The teachers are not in place to be able to mop up all these out-of-school children. But we need to take it slowly but surely. We need to make sure the funding is on the table. I know the legislators are trying to do something to make sure governments can be encouraged, state government can be encouraged to put their funding on the table. I have always advocated that before the federal government give the state government their monthly allocation, they should take out their counterpart funding for UBEC before giving them the funds. Thereby, that funds can be instantly available to pass on to UBEC and for UBEC to start rolling out the necessary infrastructure that is required to mop up these out-of-school children. So that needs to be addressed on one hand. As you know, peradventure, there are about 10 million Almajiri children in the north. We cannot on one day mop up all that 10 million. It needs to be a slow process, slowly but surely. But what will be important is for the Commission of Almajiri and out-of-school children to work collaboratively with UBEC to make sure we can provide this infrastructure. Without it, that the infrastructure will take a while to build. It's not, you can't build a school overnight. You can't provide quality teachers overnight. It needs huge investment and time. But with the political will and with the good intention, we will get there slowly but surely.
Now, what would you want this commission to do differently that other successive governments might have left behind in their effort to ensuring that these children return to schools? There might have been gaps that you noticed that you want them to address quickly, addressing the matters from the root and also ensuring that we have a stable structure that is sustainable and every other state can adopt at the end of the day.
I think the first important thing is that this commission to have the relevant support it requires from the federal government. Because we know whereby commissions are set up and they don't have the necessary funding from the government and they cannot do much. So the government must also support this commission to make sure they succeed. Now, there are various ways of tackling this issue. One of the things I have always said is that in the UK, one of the ways in which they deal with this issue is that when a child is born, parents are required to register the birth of that child within 42 days. If you do not do that, then there's a penalty for it. right? Nigeria needs to introduce such system that when a child is born, the parent has a responsibility for registering that child. So you can capture that child from birth. So we have the data that a child exists in XYZ local government. Now, if the government is aware, or this commission is aware that a child exists, they need to start tracking that child to make sure when the child gets to school age, that child should come up on their radar as attending XYZ school. And if that child is not registered in school, this commission should have the relevant resource to police such parents and to make sure they zoom in on that parent to actually find out why that child is not in school and support such parents to make sure that child can be enrolled in school. So enrollment needs to be tracked, and that can only be tracked by making sure when that child is born, that child is already on the radar of this commission.
But some of these people use traditional birth attendants. Just to quickly butt into your line of thought, some of these people use traditional birth attendants. They don't believe in going to the regular hospitals that every other person might use. How do we track that?
Yeah, I mean, however you choose to give birth to your child is your prerogative. The issue we are talking about here is that the parent has a responsibility for registering that child. And if you don't, there is a penalty. It might even be an imprisonable penalty if you don't register your child when you give birth to that child. Because it's not just about education. It's to enable the government also plan its population statistics and to make sure the government has got all the right resources, infrastructure in place to deal with their growing population. So if your parent doesn't do that, they don't take responsibility for doing that, then there should be a penalty. So when parents are aware that there's a penalty for not registering their child, hopefully they will do the needful.
Interesting stuff. Well, right. Okay. Land on your thoughts.
Yeah. So basically, once the commission is empowered to do this, and we are tracking every child now, as I mentioned earlier, a parent has the right to send their children to Almajiri to get Islamic education. Yeah. But at that point in time, the commission needs to intervene to say, yes, your child needs to go to a Sangaya to get Islamic education, but we also require to integrate that with formal education. So can you demonstrate to us how you are ensuring your child is getting formal education alongside a religious education? So the commission needs to engage parents on that level. And if there's no evidence that that child is accessing formal education, again, legislation should be used to tackle that.
Actually, that should not be a rocket science, because there are even so many schools in the southwest here and some other regions where you have them, side by side teaching both Islamic education and formal Western education. That's why we have something like CRK, RK, and some other things that have been embedded in the curriculum. But that's the region. The northern region is actually fraught with insecurity. We had so many students who had been in school. We know the Chibok schoolgirls, the Kankara boys were also, kidnapped, some taken for ransom and all of that. How do you think this would work at the end of the day if we have students now being enrolled in school and the insecurity is serving as a problem for them? Do you think the goal will be achieved at the end of the day?
That is why this initiative of mopping up out-of-school children is a brilliant initiative. Because what it is that it's the high number of out-of-school children we have that is fueling this insecurity. Because these out-of-school children, when they grow up, they have no skills to sell. They are not economically active. So naturally, they're a natural feeder for bandits and insecurity issues for it to be attractive to them. So with a little carrot dangling little money in front of them, they sort of can go along with what the kidnappers are suggesting that they do. Therefore, if we reduce the number of out-of-school children, we make sure children have got skill sets that will make them economically active in future. By default, that will reduce the number of out-of-school children. That would also reduce the number of...
But don't you think that's futuristic? Because the current one, those that have been radicalized and those who don't want to have anything to do with education, that had even grown, immersed themselves in what the atrocities they commit, and some of them coming from outside of the country, don't you feel they might serve as a hurdle, impediment for these children who want to be enrolled?
I mean,
so how do we handle them?
One of the things I've noticed, personally, one of the things I've noticed that this kidnapping of school children has gone down recently. Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but that is my observation. Because even listening to the news, you hardly hear about school children being kidnapped. So I think the government of the day is doing something in terms of intensifying security around schools and school infrastructure. So I would encourage the government of the day to continue doing what they are doing to make sure kidnapping of school children is a thing of the past. Now, also, we need to also make sure there is no feeding those bandits to make sure they don't have any more children to recruit. Therefore, we need to mop up the streets and make sure these children are actually in schools receiving formal education. Also, we've also advocated to the government to make sure the security infrastructure around school is strengthened to make sure even when these bandits come and they want to kidnap these children, they don't find it easy to kidnap these children. We've made lots of suggestions in how security around schools infrastructure can be achieved, and I'm sure the government is following those initiatives. So that is going on one hand. On the other hand, we are mopping up the streets to make sure these children are not on the street, and therefore they are in school and getting the relevant education. And before you know it, in the nearest future, we'll have zero tolerance for out-of-school children, and kidnapping will be a thing of the past.
All right. That's a fine place to leave the conversation right now, and we can only wish the Commission the best as it looks forward to achieving this very huge and tasking goal. From the United Kingdom, CEO, founder, IA Foundation, Ronke Adeagbo, thank you so much for your time on the program.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Up next is Entertainment Wrap.
Grammy Award-winning artist Burna Boy has come under fire after abruptly leaving the stage during his performance at the Greater Lagos Countdown 2025. The drama unfolded when a fan breached security and rushed toward the singer, prompting Burna Boy to halt his performance and exit, leaving the audience in shock. Now, this has caused mixed reactions, with some describing it as arrogance and disrespect towards his audience, while some argue that Burna Boy's response was a necessary move to ensure his safety. The artist responded saying it was a free show and one that no one should jump on the stage like that. In other news, American singer Beyoncé has won a long-standing legal battle to trademark her daughter's name, Blue Ivy. This was confirmed by the Trademark Official Gazette, granting the global superstar exclusive right to her daughter's name after 12 long years of legal battle. Now, this move was to prevent others from profiting off their daughter's name. The filing faced resistance from a wedding planner as well as another company who claimed part of the name. After a long process, Beyoncé's legal team proceeded, marking the final stages of her successful claim. Inioluwa Pokola, TVC News.
All right, interesting one there for Burna Boy. He was supposed to perform for 10 minutes, but because perhaps his fans were feeling him and he wanted to give of himself to the fans, he performed for an hour, and then the incident we saw happened, a fan jumping on stage. And he prostrated, actually, the fan prostrated for him. But that's a security breach, though. Yeah. And I guess that Burna Boy must have been traumatized by that. That was why he walked off the stage.
Right. So that's right. You can't. At first, when I saw the video, I was angry myself, like, what's wrong with Burna Boy? But reading comments and all of that, I realized that yes, it might have been traumatized. One, or also, I think he had also said sometimes that he's also suffering from PTSD, something, and is also a security breach. I might also do worse because you wouldn't know. You can't tell.
You don't know whatever can happen.
Receiving, over the time.
We have seen conversations online about him and all. So
exactly.
You don't know who he's
not performing in Nigeria. Like maybe those guys are the supporters of his opponent. So he quickly reacted, and it's also not good on the side of a bad optics for the organizers, meaning that how could you allow that to happen? There were two people that actually that I saw run up stage. Even some other artists also attested to the fact that no, the security wasn't really good for.
I don't think there was a barrier keeping the people off the stage as it is. Yeah, so there should have been some distance between the stage and the people, so people cannot just jump on as they did easily. But I hope he's fine, and we wish him all the best and all of that. We'll have to leave the conversation here because of our time, but thank you for being a part of the show. Let's let you know that views and reactions of all our resource persons are theirs and have no connection with TVC News. Up next is Your View with the Ladies. And afterwards, it's This Morning with Nifemi Oguntoye. Do stay safe. Bye.
I'll see you on the other side.
I didn't want to let that cat out of the bag, but we'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Save the date as we count down to the weekend edition of the most exciting talk show on Nigerian television.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your View empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics and Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Yeku. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move
Thank God it's Friday on Your View. Welcome to the show. I am Obiajulu Olabisi Ubu, and with me are the amazing ladies. Happy New Year. Ooh,
Happy New Year. I love your smile.
Thank you. How you doing? How was 2024? We haven't seen this year.
Yes, we haven't. No, we saw on Wednesday.
No, I wasn't here on Wednesday.
No, that was Tuesday.
Oh, that was Tuesday, yes.
Okay, that's true. So I'm just very grateful. 2024 was a good year for me, and 2025 started on a good note, to be honest. Though I was very under the weather. I've been very sick. To the extent my family could not eat well. My husband told me on Monday, was like, now I know that you are the one that holds this family. Because he has not been eating well. They've not even been uncooked meals. Yeah, they've not been happy.
Yeah.
So he said I'm the light of the house.
Yes, you are.
And so my mother-in-law and my father-in-law, they came there for yesterday, and she made some nice meals for me. So we have a lot of food in the freezer now. So he's happy. My family, they're happy. I'm just praying to God for good health.
Yeah, but you're on medications, right?
I am on medication.
You're resting too.
But I don't understand why this malaria refused to leave. I still have bitter taste.
Okay.
I honestly don't understand. I'm done with it.
So there's a side effect to malaria medicine. People don't talk about it.
It's crazy. And then I'm also very happy that school resumes on Monday. I'm tired. I can't wait. I want my children to go to school. I'm just grateful.
How are you doing, Nima?
I'm fine. Can't see. Shocked by it. If you don't take care, my girl will tell you.
Oh, shit.
I don't take prisoners, so it's finished there.
That's it. Take no
Finished
prisoners.
there. I see my girl. I'm in the mood. Today is my first Friday in 2025.
Yeah.
So I, prayed and worshipped till morning. Well, I've not slept. I don't know why. Just took my normal herbal tea and I became so active. I'm grateful to God for the first Juma. Everybody should do the rituals, which includes reciting Surah Al-Kahf. That's the 18th chapter of the Quran.
Okay.
Helps us reflect. So there's 5 lessons in that chapter that I take seriously. Teaches humility and reduces arrogance.
Yeah, amazing. How you doing, Miriam?
Oh, I'm doing amazing. So yesterday I had the pleasure of being at this event to celebrate for the prayers and celebration of our newly appointed Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Kekere Eko. But what I loved about this beautiful event is, she had like a group of her peers with her, and all of them looking so beautiful, regal. A lot of times when we talk about women, we talk about them in their youthfulness, but these are women that have achieved a lot. They are older, they are mature, they are settled in their looks. I just loved to see that group of women together, and I thought it was such a beautiful thing. And it's something I pray for myself and a group of all my friends. Yes, for all of us.
On the track.
Yeah. So beautiful, and congratulations to her and her family.
Yeah. So me, I am still selling my book, Raising Empowered Teens. We've been getting a lot of customers buying the physical copies. We're trying as much as possible to put it on Amazon, but that is a Herculean task. In fact, they are asking you for your hand, your leg, your grandmother's feet, and everything just to make it happen. But we're working on it. Hopefully, before the end of the first quarter, it should be on Amazon. But people are buying physical copies, and I'm sending across to different states. And the book basically is about you as a parent. It's for the parents, helping your teenagers to navigate their teenagehood, right? Now, the course is for the teenagers themselves. It's 10 modules course, and people are still registering, and we take it from there. So I'm hoping to be able to get it on Amazon, really. But the book is still on. Just send me a DM, come to my social media pages, and you can see me there. So let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll take the newspaper reviews. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, The pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right.
Welcome back. We'll be starting the newspaper reviews with The Nation. A major headline here. NNPCL invites Obasanjo to tour Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. All Giant tackles ex-president over claim that plants can't function. Suspended Edo Council bosses removed from office. Stock market opens new year with 155 billion gains. Oko Jumbo is House Speaker, says Fubara. How tax reform will boost workers' welfare by the federal government. NCAA to protect rights of airlines and passengers. Aida Tiwa unveils economic plan. What stories do we have in The Nation?
Okay, so I have the Edo story. Yesterday, two local government chairmen, the chairman of Onde and the Orion local government area in Edo State, were impeached by the elected councillors. So within the local government, there's also a lawmaking body representing several wards within a local government, and they are called councillors. And so the governor has a role in this. This is I'm emphasizing this. The one is local government counterpart who was also impeached, immediately came out to say his impeachment was illegal. Impeachment of his deputy was illegal and unconstitutional. They quoted the Edo State law. That's Prince Aminu Akodo Kadiri. The councillors of the other two local governments I earlier mentioned were replaced immediately by party leaders or council leaders. So Sarema replaced the impeached chairman in the which of these local government again, and then this leader also himself had been suspended and had fraud allegations around this person. This is just dirty pepper, scatter. Let's have sanity again. The state has been through so much, and it seems like we cannot even know peace yet. But the role is that they reference the Edo State 2000 law, Edo State government law of year 2000 as amended, and they said that the procedure for this removal did not conform with it, and it was therefore illegal. The governor had alleged that some of these chairmen had embezzled 50 million naira meant for salaries, but they have their defense. They're insisting that the monthly salaries exceed this amount, and there are no old salaries. Evidence shows. They said that they paid all salaries promptly till November, which the governor is alleging. And so this is totally unnecessary. And it's also important that we sacrosanctly defend the independence of every local government. Let the governor sit in the center and do his business. Let all local government elections and chairmen and the business of their lawmaking and impeachment be independent of state governors. I don't like this story. I just read them. Just the
So I have a story here. Former Olusegun Obasanjo received a special invitation yesterday. That was to come and tour the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries to confirm their operational status. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, assured Obasanjo the days of inefficiency were gone, and that the one-time corporation is now a profit-driven company. NLC was that's NNPLC was reacting to an interview Obasanjo had granted earlier, and in that interview he had said that Shell Petroleum Development Company, that's the SPDC, told him that the NNPCL could not run a refinery. And according to him, the SPDC was invited to buy equity in the plant, but then complained that corruption would never allow it to function. That happened many years ago. So Obasanjo himself expressed, the view that NNPCL have been very deceptive about their functionality of the refineries. But now we know that the Port Harcourt refinery has started working in November. The Warri began working last month, that was December, and the NNPCL Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Mr. Lufemi Shoneye, was the one who now extended the company's invitation to the former president to come and tour the refinery so that he'll see that everything is working, and he needs to believe. And, this was also a response to what he has said earlier that, a few years ago when he wanted people to come and buy that refinery, he was not able to sell it. A shell company could not buy it from him. They told him that the corruption was just too much, they were not transparent and all those things. And so he's still doubting that the refineries will pick up. But I like that he takes up this invitation to go and see, these refineries and be sure that it's actually working. Nigerians just need to trust better. Any other stories in the nation?
Yes, I do. So this is a sad story, to start the year with. They say the Imo State Police Command has arrested a Catholic priest identified as Joseph Eyinaya, that would be Father Joseph Eyinaya, in connection with the murder of a boy in his church. So they said that the boy was shot by the priest December 31st after he set off fireworks inside the St. Columba's Catholic Church in Amaimo, Ikejuru local government area. The police said that they have arrested the suspect and that investigation has been launched into the matter to, find, and sadly the body has also been deposited at the morgue in the community. The priest has been arrested, the body, and the police have said they've launched a detailed investigation to ascertain the remote facts surrounding the incident. So for me, this is just a sad occurrence because it led to the death of a boy. But I know how scary these fireworks can be. There's one that goes off at the stadium during the holiday season, which is close to my house. As far away as the stadium is from my house, I know how sometimes it wakes me up from my sleep. I mean, you have to now remember, oh, okay, it's the holiday season. Sometimes you feel like a bomb is going off, So I just, I don't understand the state of mind of the priest at the time. Was he fireworks he was expecting?
If he has a good
But then the
self.
second part will be, why does he own a gun?
No, that I don't know, but people get licensed to carry guns. I know sometime back, Catholic priests were being targeted by kidnappers, particularly in the state where they were being targeted. So I don't know, maybe that's part of it. And that's why I was saying a self-defense, plea would fly. Throwing fireworks, knockout particularly was what I read, into the compound from outside can be like, it can be like, it's even an assault in criminal terms.
The one that happens near my house is not the one pow. It's like they pour 100 and you go
together. So some people still work with the PTSD of certain past events and they can't live with it.
Exactly.
We should control it.
I thought that, yes, you're right.
All right. We'll take a breather here. When we come back, the newspaper reviews continue. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
Again.
That's so easy,
welcome, my friend.
Kids! Stop it, Papa!
Children.
I know, right? But how do you do it? Your husband and children are looking good. See my own children. Kai, I don't want to get belly again. I don't want to get belly again, no.
Nana, why not be Lydia IUD Smart?
Lydia IUD Smart.
With Lydia IUD, you can have the children you can afford and space them between 5 to 10 years. And you can still give birth or remove it anytime you want. Just call 7790. That is the code to freedom and enjoyment.
Love. Enjoyment, mistress. Thanks.
It all started here. Like millions of Nigerian boys, my dream was to play for the Super Eagles. New Bisco Costa biscuit fills me up, gives me strength and energy to do well. It is hard work and you need extra energy and strength to succeed. Scoring goals that will last for a lifetime. Creamy, crunchy, new Bisco Coaster.
Kelechi.
Yes, mommy.
Get me my stick of cigarettes.
Okay, mom.
Brother John said, make you give me 2 sticks of cigar.
I beg, take, make you go.
Meet his voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists' Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I am sure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Jackson, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
So, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Committee Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Committee Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m.
Thanks for staying with us. So we're moving on now to the Punch. A major headline here: Labour scores governors low as allocations rise by 1.7 trillion. APC kicks as Obi warns Tinubu against foreign medical trips. NNPCL states differ as Northeast oil exploration remains in limbo. Education tax, federal government ASU plans talks over removal. Ekiti, Akwa Ibom, Lagos, others hold New Year Thanksgiving service. NNPCL tackles Obasanjo over alleged $2 billion refinery repair fund. Bishops settling couples fight stabbed to death in Osun. Telcos propose 100% tariff hike. Await NCC nod. What stories do we have in the Punch?
Let me take this one from Taraba State. Now, they said that in a bid to tackle hunger and ensure food security, the Taraba State government has announced plans to procure about 10,000 metric tons of assorted grains for distribution to their citizens. Now, according to the governor, Agu Kefas, he mentioned that already they've procured about 3,500 metric tons of assorted grains, and before the end of first quarter, they plan to get about 6,500 metric tons. So he was just reading out some of the achievements of the state. He also mentioned that to uphold and sustain security in the state, he has actually collaborated with security agencies through the Joint Intelligence Network, expanding the Tara Marshal and working closely with traditional institutions. and neighboring states to address security challenges. On education, he said that his administration has significantly invested in the future of Taraba's children. According to him, they've launched free and compulsory education for primary and secondary levels. So he talked about different things. He talked about how they plan to improve school infrastructure, how they plan to recruit qualified teachers and ensure access to quality education. He talked about road networks and a lot of things that they're actually doing in Taraba State. So this is actually a good one. And we just hope that they see it through. You know, sometimes it's easy to say this is what we're doing.
Want to do, but implementation becomes a problem.
is always the problem.
But me, I have this story that makes me wonder whether we're in a democracy. So the governor of Rivers State yesterday declared certain constituencies within the state assembly vacant. And I don't think he's a Supreme Court or any court in any capacity of the bench. He says that he's justifying the presentation of the budget to 3 lawmakers, asserting that 27 members of the House of Assembly are defected from the PDP to the APC and so therefore lost their seats. And I'm wondering, in what capacity do you declare their constituencies all represented in the lawmaking body? I don't understand. This is basic. Can you just sit down, read the Constitution before you vie for an office? Because I don't understand how we boastfully say these things. You don't understand the implication of what you've said. So he said there's no remedy for the 27 of them loyal, according to him, to Nyesom Wike, you know, and they cannot return to the assembly. I don't get it. He was addressing them, talking about how he presented a 1.1 trillion budget to the State House in Port Harcourt on Thursday, and he dismissed the claims of the factional members, stating that 3 assembly members led by the Speaker, Oko Jumbo Victor, is the only legitimate legislative body in the state. And he says, I want to say this to some persons who are still mixing up issues. We have only one assembly, and that assembly is led by Victor Oko Jumbo. I pity the people of Rivers State in this. Clearly, there's no democracy. We do not have a constitution that covers them. When we talk, you know, just as the Edo State is doing, can we have an independent House of Assembly? No matter what their loyalty, their politics that they're playing, there are people elected them. They remain elected. The only body that can declare their seats vacant is a sitting court. Not any governor in any capacity, no matter what politics is playing. And when their people no longer have a representative there, you disenfranchise their people.
Yeah.
How do you present budget and be defending it?
Well, you have a story.
Yes. Okay. So we have this is another human interest story. An Osun State-based clergy, Bishop Shina Olari Bigbe of Rapture Empowerment International Oshogo, was in the early hours of Thursday, yesterday, stabbed to death while settling a fight between a couple. They said that what they found out is that the husband and the wife serves in his church as an interpreter, and the husband and wife have always had issues, quite contentious issues, and the bishop has always intervened in their issues, that they're separated but not officially divorced, so they're staying in different houses. The man doesn't stay in the house. So on this particular day, which was yesterday, one part of the story says that the bishop, she had been ill and the bishop went to visit. But the husband then went to visit her, or went to the house and found the bishop in her room, in her bedroom. They said on the bed. And the husband got upset and stabbed the bishop multiple times. And of course, the police have gotten involved. The congregation is really sad about what happened. They said, you know, they've lost a hero. So it's a really contentious, you know, matter right now. Like what is the bishop doing in the room?
Bedroom. Yeah, but is he down or be like that?
They didn't tell us.
Is he down or like that?
So we don't know. We don't know if she couldn't get out of bed and he had to go into her room to lay hands on her.
Can be different things.
There's so many things, yes.
Hey, so painful. I have a story here. I'll just take it quickly so we can take probably our last paper for today. NLC has been raising concerns, you know, concerning everything that's happening in the country. And they said amidst the increase in allocation to subnational government, the NLC has lamented the masses have been deliberately neglected despite the increasing revenue received and shared by state governors from the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee. The Deputy President of the NLC Political Commission, Professor Theophilus Ndubuaku, was the one who raised the concerns in an exclusive interview recently, and he said these governors are receiving more revenue than before, but there's really no impact on the masses. Some of them said they are executing projects. How can you claim to be executing projects when people, especially pensioners, are dying and many can or neither be able to buy food nor drugs? Now that more people are going into extreme poverty, you're going around boasting that you're getting more money. Don't forget that this money is what was extorted from the people in form of the so-called removal of petroleum subsidy, and you can't put it back in, to feed or teach them how to fish. So he said they also observed that not all the 36 governors were paying the new minimum wage. And what they are doing now is they are amassing money and waiting for 2027. So for me, what's struck out was the fact that many of the governors have not even started paying the new minimum wage, and I think that the government needs to look into that so that at least people will be able to earn their proper wages. Moving on now to the Vanguard. Federal government's deficit spending rises 28% to 12.1 trillion. NNPCL invites Obasanjo to inspect Port Harcourt's Warri refinery, taking that story. New Year, Pandev, Afenifere, INC, YCE, NNPP, and others disagree over Tinubu's message. Facts, figures betray federal government's performance claims. This is by OB. Security threats, more still needs to be done. DIC boss, Major General Udia Denye. Nigeria's burning light price hits $78 per barrel in global markets. Budget 2025, how federal government plans to spend 6.743 trillion service-wide vote. Adeleke violated traditions, customs in appointing Owa Obokun. This is according to the ruling family. Edo local government chairman impeached, another counters removal. Any
Okay, so let me just quickly talk about, the facts, figures, and betray Tinubu's performance claims by Obi. So he said a lot. I know that time will not permit. The presidential candidate of Labour Party, LP, in the 2023 elections, Mr. Peter Obi, has said Nigeria requires selfless and exemplary leadership to surmount its socio-economic challenges in order to attain its full potential. So he said a lot. He talked about how over 100 million people are living in abject poverty. He talked about how security is still one of our problems in Nigeria. He talked about how people cannot even afford to feed well. He said for those living on the margins, low-income earners and the unemployed, he said the situation is even more dire for them. He even talked about the minimum wage and some governors not even paying, and how minimum wage cannot even afford you to buy like a bag of rice. So according to him, he said what he would have done differently, he said he would have commenced a visible and verifiable reduction in the cost of governance to allocate much needed resources to critical areas of development such as security, health, education, and poverty alleviation. He said all future borrowing, if he was to be the president, all future borrowing must be tied to regenerative investment and visible productive assets that benefits the nation. Amazing. Any other story in the Vanguard?
Yes, I do. The Fajasimi royal family of Bilaro Olu Odo ruling house has faulted what is described as a hasty selection and presentation of staff of office to the new Owa Obokun of Ijesha land, Oba Adesui Hasrom, describing it as a disruption of customs and traditions of Ijesha and Yoruba land. So Oba Hasrom was selected by kingmakers last Friday, and less than 72 hours later, Governor Ademola Adeleke confirmed his appointment and presented staff of office to the monarch. The Fajasimi royal family of Bilaro Olodo ruling house, where the new monarch was selected, berated the hasty process that produced Oba Hasrom. They said that, quite a bit, but let me just quickly read this short. It says, by bypassing this time-honored practice, the cultural essence of Yoruba. So first of all, they say it was hastily done. The selection was hastily done because the moment it was announced, in a few days, he was picked. He says, by bypassing the time-honored practice, the cultural essence of Yoruba kingship is eroded and its sacred foundation is undermined. This rushed selection, approval, and presentation of staff of office raised significant concerns and sparked widespread disapproval. Traditionally, installing a king in Yoruba land is meticulous, involving spiritual rites, consultation with Ifa oracle, and purification process known as seclusion. And so they feel that this is not the way, that he has disregarded custom and traditions that have sustained the people over centuries. This reminds me of the movie that we just watched on Netflix. What was it? This Seven
Doors?
Yes. Like the process. So it looks like those 7 doors. They didn't enter the 7 doors. And we know what happens when you don't do all, when you don't perform all the rights.
They don't actually enter it again.
Oh, they don't enter it anymore.
Most of this kingship now is not governorship.
Thank you so much, ladies. That's all we can take on the newspaper reviews. When we come back, the show continues. Stay with us.
Right back.
Strength, pride, optimism, happiness runs through our veins. High blood pressure shouldn't. 1 in 3 adult Nigerians may have high blood pressure. Do you? Omron provides a solution for checking your blood pressure anytime, anywhere for you to avoid critical cardiovascular diseases. Get your Omron blood pressure monitor today and take control of your health. Distributed by New Heights Pharmaceutical. Omron, all for healthcare.
It all started here. Like millions of Nigerian boys, my dream was to play for the Super Eagles. New Bisco Costa biscuit fills me up, gives me strength and energy to do well. It is hard work and you need extra energy and strength to succeed. Scoring goals that will last for a lifetime. Creamy, crunchy, new Bisco Costa.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics and Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Yeku. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers. Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyinbo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call permanent solutions.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every corner of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe it's achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world. We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency. Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News. First with breaking news.
The TVC News at 7 and the TVC News at 10 are not like any other news broadcast.
It's the big news hour, the hour for the big breaking story. The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Maya Angelou was a civil rights activist, poet, and award-winning author known for her acclaimed 1969 memoir, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, and her numerous poetry and essay collections. Angelou was born on April 4, 1928 in St. Louis, Missouri. Angelou had a difficult childhood. Her parents split up when she was very young. Around the 1960s, Angelou lived in Ghana working as an editor and a freelance writer. Angelou also held a position at the University of Ghana for a time before she joined a community of revolutionist returnees exploring Pan-Africanism and became close with human rights activist and black nationalist leader Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. In 1961, Angelou appeared in an off-Broadway production of Jean Gennett's The Blacks with James L. Jones, Lou Gossett Jr. and Cicely Tyson, and went on to earn a Tony Award nomination for her role in the play Look Away, 1973, and an Emmy Award nomination for her work on the television miniseries Roots, 1977, among other honors. Angelou's career has seen numerous accolades, including the Chicago International Film Festival's 1998 Audience Choice Award and a nod from the Acapulco Black Film Festival in 1999 for Down in the Delta. She published 7 autobiographies, 3 books of essays, several books of poetry, and is credited with a list of plays.
Thanks for staying with us. So a man tweeted that you set the tone on how others treat your spouse. How true is this? You set the tone on how others, family members, friends, and people around you treat your spouse. You can join the conversation and call us on 081-07-641-679 or 0902-416-3440. You can also tweet us at TVC Connect using the hashtag YourViewTVC. So I've heard this in different quarters, you know, when I was still very, very young, where people say that it's the way the man, you know, treats you, the way the man positions you, the way the man carries you is how his family and his friends would treat you. And that if the man does not show you any form of respect, they are going to pick up on that and they will disrespect you when you finally get into the house. But if the man stands by you, the man is, you know, don't even dare, don't come near, don't insult, don't just respect. The respect that they have for him and the way he's treating you will reflect on how you know, the man or the family members will now begin to treat you. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. So what do you think, Uwe?
Well, let's say you come into a room now. Today you enter a room filled, I just want to use the word, filled with thugs. And then you're coming in with your own bodyguards, your own policemen. What would happen? Nobody will come and attack you. So what if you enter that room without your policeman, without your bodyguards? What happens to you? That means they can attack you. So yes, in as much as I feel that, your spouse, either a man or a woman, can actually set the tune, I also feel that you too, you have to respect yourself for people to respect you. Okay. The reason why I say that is that I see that a lot of women do too much, especially in the dating stage, fiancé stage. They just married you, new yawo. You are doing too much. You go to your in-laws' house. The first thing, what you would never do in your own parents' house, you will carry broom. You want to sweep. They will say, come and pound here. Hey, yes, mommy, I will pound. Just because you want them to look at you as a good person. You want your husband to speak up for you, Abby, yes. But what if your husband is not there? That's why you see that nowadays, when the man dies, they're always attacking the woman. And then you now say, these people were good to me before. No, they were just trying to put up a front because you were also putting up a front. So you as a person too, how do you carry yourself? How do you position yourself for them to respect you? For me, I know that I cannot wash clothes. I know that I cannot pound yam. When I went to my in-laws' house the first day, I positioned myself in a way that
You never even use and smell your face.
Mama, see, the thing is that I'm not from the King's Palace. My mama and papa not be Dangote. But when I enter your place, I act as if I'm a princess.
So share.
I will respect you, to be honest. I will give you all the necessary accords that I need to give you. But you see, overdoing things for you to like me, that's something that I would never, ever, ever do. So that in return, if I cannot do it, you will not start blaming me and say, this person not be good. Oh, you don't change. Let's not be good wife. So yes, I understand that a man too should actually speak up for the wife, and I understand that the woman too should also speak up for their husband. But you as a person, how do you position yourself in the family? That's what I'm offering.
So let's hear Nima. What are your thoughts on this?
Call me Mommy Wa.
Mommy Wa. Let's hear Mommy Wa today.
You must recognize my gilly now. So I completely agree with Uwe, because my experience is different. My husband packaged me. Oh God, he liked the PDA, but I continue to look back. What will Mommy say? What will they say? You know, my husband would come into family house, want to keep me, and I constantly looked back. I learned late. Yeah. I remember one day I just sat and said to myself, I actually don't need anybody to like me. Just a good person. Can I just be good by myself? But by that time, I paid dearly for it. So I want a young girl watching to know. You don't need anybody to package you. I come from a background where I felt I had a duty. So when I came into marriage, I continued that duty. So yes, I didn't wash plates. I don't do eye service. I don't do it. But I denied myself certain comfort and pleasure so that it doesn't seem like I'm in control. There was a time, my husband, whenever he comes in, and I used to insist on being in the family house as a young bride, because where we moved to, I had never visited that neighborhood until I married. I had no friends, nothing. So whenever I dress up from my house and go to family house, there's nothing, I would be there. Whether I was liked, whether I wasn't, I would sit there. And so one instance like that, he came back from work, and I chatted him. I'm not at home, I'm at a family house, and he came there. And, you know, he would do the PDA, he go hug all those things outside. And somebody just said to him, woman rapper. Now me react. He didn't react. He didn't send anybody. But you see me immediately, I was like, leave me. Don't touch me. Who sent you a message? Really, these people, fast forward, they were living their own lives, putting their mouth in everything, and you hear everything. Who sent you? Over time, I just looked at them, but when I now changed, I took my label very well of a bad girl. But I took it with my full chest, because really, the concerns you carry will deny your life the pleasures of life.
I agree.
Fast forward, the same standards were not used for other people, and you have overpaid self. You are entitled to your luxuries, your hard-earned money, your work, and you will deny yourself the things you can afford. Imagine me choosing to show up at family house in the cheapest fabric because I don't want them to call me show off when I can afford the biggest fabric. Nobody really owe you. So your mindset is the most important weapon. Whether somebody presents you well, in fact, imagine let the person even present you bad. Imagine you don't present yourself anyhow.
Exactly.
Coming in, setting the tone of how you want to be treated and respected, because that rule they go follow over time. Everybody will fall in place in their puzzles. It's you who should not allow your king puzzle to go and stand in the wrong place. Do yourself well as a young girl. It's important. It's beyond washing plates. It's beyond not washing plates. It's being able to say, no, you shouldn't talk to me like that. Setting your boundaries, say no. Even if it's the matriarch of the house talking to you, because we like to put this, you can say, no, this can't work. I can't do this. You know, don't let anybody overburden you, choke you down, press you down. Now you, they press yourself. Because as you see, this life is so transient. Things change so fast. People live so fast that you now realize that you've put in so much. I lost someone very dear to me, and I had spent money to buy some things for that person that I really wanted the person to use, and death came. If you see the way I cried, I didn't cry that day the person died that much. It was the day that they were delivering all the things. I was like, I promised myself. I cried. So it's so fast, so fleeting that don't waste time. Live your life, but don't lose your humility. Don't disregard others. Have the right value of respect, because you know, and care and kindness. Most important, kindness. But one person go need you to package you. You say first boost your mindset.
Package yourself first. Miriam, let's hear your thoughts.
I hear both of you, and as much as it's important to set the tone for how it should be addressed by anyone, I think this is particular, specific to marriage, and especially maybe new couple or the new relationship, and you're going to meet another person's family. As much as it's important to set your boundaries, know your mind, have the right mindset, know who you are, respect yourself, and respect others. The reason why this, for me, I believe is a topic is that you're going into territory where it's not your territory. The person you're with, your spouse, your fiancé, that's the person's territory, and they're taking you in there. And they have to set the tone for how those people treat you. Because it's important that people who are going to get into a relationship understand that they play a role in how people treat the person that they've called a fiancé, a spouse, or someone that's dear to them. Because what happens is, if it falls only on you, is that you go into a space confrontational, because that's just the only way to set it. So that there's no confrontation, there's no wahala, there's no back and forth, you set the tone of no disrespect. This is what we can do, or this is what she can do, or this is what she's allowed to do, or this is what I would like for her to do. If you need someone to help you with this, we can pay for help for this, but I would not want her to do that. You know, it's not just the role of the person, because I've seen that happen a lot, where it seems that, especially with the women, you're allowed to set the tone. And so when you come in, because you're trying to set your boundaries, you clash with people, and they give you a name that is not yours, just because you have to set the boundaries. They don't know you, so they will fight you. The person that they know is now sitting behind you, hands. No. You must set the tone. But you are bringing somebody into a space. You must let them know, this thing I'm bringing, is this my pet dog? Is this my wife? Is this my help? You know, you have to give them the message, this is who this person is to me, and this is how I would like that person to be treated. And also, I don't even understand this conversation of you get into a space and people, especially in-laws, want to treat you a certain way. How? For me, I feel like as an in-law, I can't just wait for, to just be in-laws to my younger ones. I will treat you, I will receive you with love and kindness first. Let whatever happens determine how I treat you going further. But you're a human being, you deserve respect. I'll treat you with respect. In my house, when you come into a place, you're not, because you're the visitor, you're not expected to be part of all the daily cleaning. You are treated as a visitor with respect. But as you stay longer, even you begin to feel left out, like, don't they want me? How can I help? Do you need any? Eventually, but that you're targeting people to come to your house so that you can show them. I don't get it. Is it that you don't want them to marry you people, or you don't, I don't get it. So please, let's treat each other with respect. We're all human beings first. We all deserve respect and kindness. And Oga or Madam, you're taking someone into your home. Tell them how you'd like for that person to be treated. Now, I've seen where, in fact, no, let me not use close family members, but there are instances where someone has said, when the father of this family or the patriarch of this family was alive, when the aunties and uncle come, they'll be sending you up and down, sending you up and down. You know, you are the one that you have to now determine that they should not send you up and down. They should not put whatever on your head to go and grind. Some people say they put something on their head to go and grind. Whatever. You're a bank manager, you have then they'll now say, because you are now a wife, put it on. And it's not something that's expected of other people. It's just something to do to test you. Why should our own testing be that way? Why don't you test character and test kindness and test loyalty in different ways? Why does it have to look like suffer head when you don't need to, you know? So for me, I really believe that the spouse sets the tone. It doesn't mean that you haven't set the tone for yourself. You also determine what you can take. So when you go somewhere and you can take a step back and call the spouse, because it's not the person you're answering immediately. You call the spouse. They've asked me to do this, as you know. This is not what I'm comfortable with, or this is not what. And sometimes we also make compromises.
Yeah.
Some things that we have said, like this, I can't do it. Sometimes when you see the circumstances, or you realize it's not that much of a big deal. I can do this, because in return they will make compromises for you to going on in the future. Just
okay. I've heard the angles. When we come back, we'll dissect it more. So let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. Your View will be right back.
It all started here. Like millions of Nigerian boys, my dream was to play for the Super Eagles. New Bisco Costa biscuit fills me up, gives me strength and energy to do well. It is hard work, and you need extra energy and strength to succeed. Scoring goals that will last for a lifetime. Creamy, crunchy, New Bisco Costa.
10 minutes, strap in your seatbelt and get ready for the air ride.
Every kid is amazing at something, but we call amazing kids Amazinators. Feed your kids with the Golden Penny Amazing Day cereal. It contains protein, fiber, calcium, and vitamin A, which gives your kids the power of 4 to nurture them to greatness. Amazing Day cereal. Nurture the amazing.
Maliciously good. Whether it's your chips or sandwich, yam fries or jollof rice, salad, pasta or platter, they make it taste so nice. Now you all get the bama, you all get the taste. Now I can tell you any day that everything
Maliciously good.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news.
You're watching Beyond 100 Days with Nifemi Oguntoye. President Tinubu, since he assumed office,
6 out of the 8 APC federal lawmakers.
I have a movement structure that's going to take back our party in Enugu State. Because this one I'm saying is just by moonlight. It's not working.
So I'm wondering what you think or who you think can stop him now.
He doesn't own the party.
One of the causes of inflation is because people cannot go to the farm.
The government still needs to do more so that people can eat.
I believe we're clamoring for is more responsible use of social media. Not just go in there and think that they can say anything to anybody.
Tinubu is not one who believes in the simple. I mean, he wants to get it done. He will face it. He will get it done.
Yes, the president from inception of...
Welcome back. So we have an OAP, international sports broadcaster, TV, radio, and a global brand ambassador for over 20 major brands across the world. Former presenter also at a sister brand, Max FM. Back then with Murphy Ijemba. Welcome with us, Sean Amadi. He will be joining the conversation and gisting with the ladies today. Welcome, Sean. It's been a minute.
How is Murphy?
Where have you been?
Murphy's fine. I've been across the globe. I've been everywhere. Still very much involved in projects, and there's a lot we're doing. But yeah, literally flew in a couple of hours ago.
We'll touch on the project later.
Yeah,
so I want us to gist with the ladies.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Lagos, Nigeria, and the globe.
Yeah. So before you came on, we were talking about someone who had tweeted on social media saying that it's important that a man sets the tone for his spouse when you're bringing the person to your family, so that the person, your spouse, is not treated anyhow. How you set the tone determines how the spouse will be treated. And there was also a response here. This person says, the way I carry my wife, nobody get mind send a message for family house. Even the one she insisted on doing, they'll be like, leave it, oh. Ike, your husband, meaning I don't have energy to deal with your husband. And the ladies had shared their thoughts on, how it's important that, first of all, women respect themselves enough to set the tone themselves. And Miriam came with another angle that if you're bringing somebody into a different territory, you are marrying the wife in. You know your territory. You know it's your home. You should be the one setting the tone for how your wife is being treated in your home, because it's your own space. And not you allowing her fight the battles by herself. What do you have to say to this, Sean?
Well, it's a very sensitive topic to some degree. For me, I think, yes, the man has a remarkable amount of responsibility in setting the tone. He does, but you don't want to create a box situation where she's overprotective and she'll be getting some level of resentment from the family. So you want the lady to naturally find herself, like just naturally blend into the family. There are some families, it seems like you're throwing the lady to the wolves, but no, let her, have that natural free engagement with the family, because some family members they might look at it differently. They might say, okay, he's putting her in a box, she's in a cage, and once they start to see that, it might not just go down well, for her. It might come back to bite him in the behind eventually.
So can I just agree to what he said? I went to say that when Miriam was saying it. So I know of a particular family whereby when the girl came in, the husband already told the family, don't stress her. She doesn't call like that. Even me too, she hardly calls me. So don't be asking her to call you. Don't disturb her. Don't do this, don't do that. And the family agreed, okay, we will not do it. So every time they come for holidays, that's how she would just sit down. The families will not even disturb her. So there was a day that he went out to visit his friend, and then all the family member, grandma or auntie, all of them gathered her.
Absolutely.
They told her, even though your husband said
you should not do this. At least you are our wife. You should be calling all of us. At least for this Ileya, you call all of us. You beat all of us. You send us something. As you came to the house, you follow us to the kitchen. You say, okay, can I wash rice? Can I blend these tomatoes? You do something.
Assist.
That's how you should do.
Absolutely.
They started talking to her. And then at a point, some of the aunties started resenting her.
They would.
She saw it. So when she comes in like this, you see all of them just move their face away.
Away.
Some will not even greet her. So yes, I understand that the man should set the tune. But then again, that tune can actually be detrimental to the woman's well-being in that family.
Totally.
You know what you have
Totally.
setting the tone?
Depends on it.
But
Depends on
also, isn't that a problem? For me, I feel I don't have to be told to call them. I don't have to be told.
Hey,
like
you
I'm
good
wait.
person.
Yeah, so that exactly.
Can we vary this?
So
Let's hear
not
her.
just, you know, that's just an example, of course. But I'm saying that there's something like the example that I made, that in my own home, when you come into my house, you're actually treated like a king. You're not expected to do anything. But eventually, the longer you stay in a house, it's expected that you want to be involved. Because not being involved, you yourself will feel like you've been left out.
Absolutely.
And I feel that any mature person who is in a relationship understands that you must find your way around.
Absolutely.
But the tone that needs to be set is a tone of respect. This is something I want from your spouse. How do you ask me to do it? For her case, it's because she had been so protected, they felt that they had to gang up to send her a message. Meanwhile, this is a conversation that could have happened over the phone, easy peasy, but we had to create a situation where they had to gang up. Even that gang up was not needed. That gang up was not even needed. Their tone, their style, their style of addressing it, for me, they didn't need a gang up.
But that's to you.
Yeah, but we have Fola.
Sorry,
I'll come back to all of you. I have
that.
Musa on the line. Good morning, Musa.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Lady of the View, good morning and Happy New Year to all.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too, sir.
All what you people are saying concerning this topic is well spelled out by you people. You know, naturally, a man supposed to protect his wife even during the courtship, before you bring her in. To even meet your family, all those. Because when I wanted to marry, our marriage is about like 21 years now. We are into like courtship, almost 27 years.
Wow.
When I'm bringing my, even the area that I want to marry immediately I told my people that's where I want to marry from. They did not agree with me because they normally see that area as very bad people.
Okay. Interesting.
You know, what I told them, I said, I'm into this relationship. They are not with me when I started it. They should just exercise patience and observe this girl. You know, because me, in nature, I know that this girl is very good before I marry her. You know, when this girl eventually came in, I leave her. I did not even advise her to do this, to do this. But as I'm talking to you presently, almost 21 years of our wedding, they are very okay with my wife.
She found her way.
Absolutely.
Anything that he's not supposed to do, he will not do it. I'm not even advise her. I did not even tell her almost that my people initially, they did not even want me to come and marry from her. But when they see her attitude, everything, all of them is okay with her.
They fell in love with her.
I'm telling you, that is it. But you have to send that boundary before she, not that you come and set her up against your people. Or you set your people against her. No, I did not do that. Almost 21 years, by special grace of God.
Congratulations.
We live happily and we are living happily with our marriage and with other things.
Brilliant.
That is it.
Brilliant.
But a man is supposed to do that protection before the woman enter the house.
Comes into the
home.
home.
That is what I feel.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Musa, for that contribution.
Valid point. You know, valid point. But for me, there is a fine line between protecting the lady and setting the tone. I think time also has its own part to play in all of it, where over a period of time, knowing the family and the family getting to know the lady in question, and that's what helped this marriage. You know, 21 years, a lot goes into it. Lots of compromises and lots of sacrifices and lots of, you know, it's a push and pull relationship, you know, with the family. And she also, the onus is on the lady to also show his family a degree of respect, because you earn respect. You can't demand it. So even if he tells his entire family, even if she's a royal, I've been privileged to meet royals. Royals do not like to be treated like royals. even if she's from a royal family. You know, one thing is they would see an individual first. So if you're dealing with an individual, if I do not treat you with respect, I can't expect respect from you. So you have to allow the relationship just fester naturally. Because if you have a protector, that ganging up wasn't literally a ganging up. That's
aggression.
Yeah, that's the only window they saw. The man in question wasn't there. So they were like, okay, let's just tell her the ground rules. Now this is these are our demands, and it's not fair on the lady. The onus too is on the man to paint a picture for the lady in question.
My dad passed, and my sister-in-law a few months after said, all of you are strange because daddy died, you're acting strange towards me. And she was really crying. I felt immediately that something had disconnected. My father is extremely kind, and he seemed like, no, this is the kindest person, but he's a product. But there was a disconnect because in my family, you can't talk about our sisters-in-law. You can't, as the children of the home, we can't have a sit-up where and we're women. We're more women than men. We can't have a sit-up, and my father would just walk in, everybody keep quiet and go to your houses. And so we never had a point where we expressed, you know, disagreements. There was never a fight until he passed. And so the moment he passed, the first fight, she felt estranged. She missed him. She cried, and I was like, this should have happened while he was alive. You know, you set the authority. Everybody ends the respect with time. And we're quite older than she is and her husband. And so there's possibility for a difference to grow. Now, I wanted to disagree when you said the man sets the tone. Certain families have values a man would agree with that would not work for his wife. And so when he sees it being pushed at her, it might be impossible for her to carry out, but he will say, but there's nothing strange there. There's nothing wrong there because he doesn't see it as wrong. Imagine, my auntie attended her first Ileya in her husband's family house just after introduction, not even the wedding, with her cooks. It's been a tradition for the women of that family, as wealthy and exposed as they were, for the women to partake in the cooking. Till she came, there were just a few women. And imagine them finishing a cow per day. And the men would be jollificating because they didn't see anything wrong. And the first woman who came in just carried on. She said, no, I'm going there the way they do in my own place. She attended with her 2 helps. Until date, every woman comes with 2 helps. That's 8 helps.
I like that.
So, she told me that I didn't take that advice. I paid dearly for it because I stayed with her. She mentored me growing up. And imagine me showing up at my own as first daughter-in-law without my help. It took me years to change mindset because I made it work that first day. So it's expected this next year. Even the year I came with cooks, the cooks were sent out. It was expected, you know. Before I could fight it off, I had to cancel showing up. I said, okay, this year, you people should do your... Since Salah is punishment, it's no longer enjoyment.
So you unplugged yourself from
I had to unplug myself. And it will take you more of a rebellion to change things. In my sister's family, she was overprotected. Her husband said it, so he would hold her hand whenever they are coming, so nobody says anything. They ganged up, not that he went out. They sent him out. Called the boys of the family to say, take him out, let him go for a stroke.
Conflict resolution is an issue here for me.
So, no. Certain families, what people see as wrong, as acceptable, varies.
I totally agree.
Her exposure.
Totally agree.
So you're coming from one place, and my father believes that she's raised, born by a different family, she will come with a different values. So you want to change it, you don't confront. Whereas if that confrontation had happened when he was alive, he would understand his daughter-in-law, he would understand his daughters.
And find a way to resolve it.
But we were never allowed. So I saw my sisters and my sister-in-law, I was just looking at all of them and laughing that, this should have happened while he was alive, and it happened later. It took God's intervention to bring sanity back.
Isn't that the same as I'm saying that because he didn't set the tone, the husband didn't set the tone. So setting the tone for me is not only about asking you to do things you don't want to do, blah, blah, blah. Setting the tone is also preparing the person coming in of what is expected. So that she didn't know is that the tone was not set properly. It was not set on that side. It was not set on your side. It was not set on the side.
But let me take this call, and then you come back to your disagreeing. We have Wisdom from Navy Town. Good morning, Wisdom.
Hello,
Are you
Wisdom.
there?
Wisdom.
I don't think we have Wisdom.
Okay, so certain women come in, and we must accept that women come with their own different, how do you call it?
As well.
No, I'm talking about women now because we come into families. Some women come in pretentious. Some women come in and take advantage of the protection the husband has given them. take it as an opportunity to spoil and destroy some members of family. Oh, the way your sister looked at me. Oh, that's your brother's wife, the way she looked at me. Because you know your husband is protective of you, and you know this didn't happen. You don't even make an effort.
Absolutely. So she's taking advantage.
So you just enjoy your protection till the women start to build up the aggression in the example we gave. Then you have a final confrontation. You don't even know where to go. So take your time, coming kind, respect the people. Don't build up what you didn't see. Don't claim, allege what you didn't see. If a person didn't greet you, accept that maybe they have a bad day. Oh, she came in, she has a bad day. As a mother-in-law, oh, my daughter-in-law, are you on the monthly flow? Is that why you're moody? Because you're a woman. You can excuse something like that. Make such an excuse. I was supposed to say, that picking would do. Now, maybe she will pass like that. You don't even know she's in pain. You know, having your daughter-in-law maybe having a secret thing she's dealing with, on maybe certain injections hormonally, and she's coming to the family house and she's not in the mood, and you're assuming she's badly raised, and you generalize it, you say it to one person, two persons, and everybody just say, oh, not true, not true, not true, whereas the person is having a personal problem.
Perception will become reality. So I think there's a part we're forgetting. The oldest form of politics starts from the home.
Family.
You know, there is a political undertone in every relationship.
Exactly.
Just as she said, there are ladies who would, you know, be introduced to a family, and from the get-go, there's an agenda. The lady in question has an agenda. You know, my mission here is to split this family in half and take half the family's fortunes with me. Wow. So there's always an undertone, and this is me being quite candid. You know, talked about the lady in question who's taken advantage of the husband's protection. A lot of families can see through it. You know, even if you're putting up a show, for how long would you put up the show for? They can cut through and see through and say, okay, she has an agenda here. Now the family goes into protection mode for their son in question. So it's politics. Like I said initially, it's a push and pull, but the most important part of it is getting to understand the family first. So and that's why you have to make it a very natural process, as opposed to overprotecting the lady. She sees the protection, takes full advantage of it, splits the family in half, and hits the road.
So we have a caller on the line, Samson from Amowodofi. Good morning, Samson.
Good morning. My name is Samson. Once again, I want to bring my contribution to this
Go ahead,
discussion.
please.
To let everyone like it. I have a personal experience, and yeah, it also depends on the family below, depends on where you are coming from, depends on your background. And when I first took my girlfriend home, of course, I grew up in an environment where I was almost like a houseboy. And when she came, she joined me to do a lot of the course I was doing, washing clothes. That was what I was doing. She joined me, and I loved it till tomorrow. And eventually, we got married. And along the line, I think my uncle wanted her to continue in that same way. That, okay, even when I'm not around, she has to come to the house, even when she wasn't living there, to wash clothes, to sweep. And then when I came back during the family meeting, this was, and I told my uncle off point blank, this is the last time you mention my wife in a discussion like this, because my wife cannot continue from where I stopped. She's my wife now, she has to be respected, the family. And that put a seal on all this stuff, and she got her respect at the appropriate time. Then I became a parent, then my children just started to get married, started the church. And I didn't intervene. I also said, okay, we have to allow the women or the girls to find their feet by themselves. No pretentious movement. The family has the DNA. Allow the girls to recognize the DNA and feed it to it. Then we will intervene if things happen that we don't like. Then my also brought up the girl home, and then we were talking dining table. All of them were in a big dining table. And then I was talking to my second son that his girlfriend was also talking to him, and he was telling my son, listen to me first before you listen to my dad. And of course, I didn't also I continued. Then my first son said to me, said to her, you can't do this in this family. You can't talk down my daddy. You have to get up from this table now. Eventually, I started because there's going to be a misunderstanding between the girl and my first son. But my second son kept quiet all through, and I like it. So when all the discussion ended, we had my boys, we have 3 boys and 1 girl. They met and said, this girl has to leave. They called to my table, and I said, if the girl can learn to change, if she cannot change, she also has to leave. I stood by them, the girl eventually left.
Okay.
My son got married to another just too much. So it depends on where we are coming from.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samson, for sharing that. So, personally, I believe that there must be a form of tone setting. The man should be able to set a tone for how his wife, his spouse, is going to be treated in the family. But I also believe that wisdom is very important as a woman. You know, when you come into a family, whether they have set the tone, they haven't set the tone, how do you come into the family? Do you come guns blazing? Do you come ready to fight everyone? Or do you come as a good person who is willing to compromise, who's willing to have conversations, you know, depending on how they also treat you?
Absolutely.
So I remember my own relationship where we started, and the tone was set very clearly. In fact, from the gate, you know that this guy is in love with this person, so we have to treat her right. But that didn't mean that I came into the compound or into the family, sitting down, crossing my legs and waiting for people to serve me. I respected mommy. I respected daddy. I did what I was supposed to do. I became friends with the siblings. In fact, that they fight my battle when it comes to my husband. They in fact, my mother-in-law told me point blank, no woman will try you. I'm behind you, right? So I didn't wait for him to just, okay, tell them that you can't do this, you can't do that, and then I sit down and I'm waiting for everybody to serve me and I'm disrespecting people. So you have a role to play, whether they set the tone or not. The tone is very important because I also had someone else who came into the family and that tone wasn't set and it was not pleasant. So the tone is very important as a woman. And like Miriam rightly said, you are the one bringing this person to your own territory. You know your family better. You know them. You know how you can, you know, get your wife to understand them better. We are constantly having this conversation. When it comes to my family front, I protect my husband. Yeah, you know, there are some things you don't say. Don't call him directly for something. I do that. And they give him that respect. Then when we come to his own side, he does that for me. So I would remind him that you have not spoken to my daddy in a bit. Call him. I don't want wahala. You know, we fill in the gap for one another, for each other. Yeah. So it's very important that as they are setting the tone for you, use your brain. Use your brain.
I like what you said. I just want to talk about wisdom as a woman. Yes, I'm 39. I'm just 5 years in marriage. But one thing I've learned in marriage is that as a woman, you must use that your wisdom IQ when dealing with your wisdom IQ. I don't know how to call it.
You need that way. You need to put it together.
Everything.
It makes a great deal of sense.
No, but you have to. So I'll just give you a small example. I love my in-laws. I love them. They would never stress me, especially my mother-in-law. But my husband actually set the tone. Do you know that there's a kind of tone that your partner would set that the family might not accept it, but they cannot kill him. So they don't like him, but
they go manage.
They just manage him.
Compromise.
And that's something that I saw happen in my home when we just got married. So when we just got married, like 6 months into the marriage, my mother-in-law came in. I was pregnant, and then she immediately I was at work, and she immediately entered the kitchen, and my husband was like, no, you cannot enter my wife like that. You must wait until she comes.
Yeah.
So he has already set the tone now, right?
Oh, wow.
She wasn't happy about the tone. She was very sad.
We said that to his mom.
Yeah, you said
was
that to
that
his
something
mom.
you like?
Interesting.
Oh no, I had to use
appreciate?
I had to use that wisdom. No, I had to put on the lights, to be honest. So when I came in, oh mommy, Roma, how you doing? Hope you are fine. But I just noticed that she wasn't fine.
Straight face.
She put on a straight face. I was like, what happened? And I said, Tunde, what happened? He said, not, she just wanted to cook. I said, don't enter the kitchen.
I said, what?
I said, mommy, sorry. Mommy, you're my mother. You're supposed to enter my kitchen. My husband was upset. He was like, no, you're supposed to stand. When I say something, you're supposed to stand by me. I said, Tunde, he did they try.
No, set you try.
I would not. I'm like, I would not. That's where wisdom takes place. So in as much as your husband will set the tone, you as a person too, you have to apply wisdom and set the tone for yourself too. So that they will be able to say, Sarah will not like this thing. And that's what my mother-in-law does now, because I've already set the tone for myself. So that's kind of thing that she would want to do, and she'll be like, oh, Sarah would not like this. She made this for me. She knew what I wanted. So the tailor was saying, no, sew something very tight. It was like, no, Sarah would not like it. So set the tone for yourself.
Yeah, so let's take this call, and then I'll come to all the ladies, everyone else. Yes, so Beauty from London. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yes, I just want to give my own view on this. I'm an Igbo lady married to a Yoruba. Now, I've been married for like 6 years now. I really want to
How many
say
years?
that when it comes to even 18
years.
Wow. Veteran.
That's amazing.
18, 1-8, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so when it comes to things about, family, setting boundaries, as a lady, when you get married to, like for me, getting married to a different tribe, you're expected that when you're greeting your mother-in-law, you have to do what they're thinking. And there's a way we should have respect by, bowing down ourselves to greet, So for me, the first day I saw my in-laws, the first day I traveled to Osun State to visit, I was just me. One thing with me is all this eye servicing, I don't do that, I was just me. But I saw that being me and me that respect. I respect and I'm a humble person. So my mother had seen me for the first time. The way she welcomed me, even when I was trying to greet her, the way she welcomed me, took off her wrapper and was spreading it that I should walk in, because my husband is the only son. But then I saw that welcome, but I haven't been married for some months during that early stage. I noticed that my sister-in-law called me and she would say to me, have you visited Ife? Have you gone to see Mommy? I want you to go and be visiting every week. When you go, help them to do some house choice. I didn't see that as something that it was something I was expecting. So immediately I said, okay, I've heard. And I called my husband. And my husband was like, don't worry. And then he fixed it. And that was the last time she ever said such thing. So yeah, sometimes the husband can come in when they to overstep some certain boundaries. If that is what other women do, but for me, myself, it's not something that he knows very well I can't do. I can't leave my job or start traveling to and fro from here to here because I need to do certain things because I'm married to a son. So yes, for me, sometimes it's even the sister-in-laws that can be a little bit hectic.
Sisters-in-law.
Yeah. That's where your husband comes in.
Thank you so much, Beauty, for sharing that.
Thank you.
Who was ready? Mary.
Yes, I was going to say that, in setting the tone, we must understand that there are some people that will abuse it. And that's a different conversation altogether. Then there's, yes, and then there's some people, because they have set a tone and they've protected you, there's some people, like you highlighted, that will abuse it. But, for me, I feel that those are special cases. And those special cases need special resolution. And also in conflict resolution, it does not have to be ganging up, killing you, hanging you on a cross. There are different ways to have a conversation because we're family, And the wisdom that you talk about, for me, I wouldn't have mentioned wisdom because for me, I feel like it's common sense. I mean, you should, as if, in your 30s, you would have achieved some form of common sense on how to relate with people. So you find yourself in a situation where it's a bit dicey. It looks like I'm going to be in between the father and husband and mother here. What do I do? I mean, especially for you, well, you're married to an African man. So it's not as if you have gone and married a Ukrainian man. You don't even know what to do or what is expected. I watched this movie, one of these Christmas movies recently, and I thought it was the funniest thing. She's from one of these countries like Finland or something, a lady, and she had and she had an Indian boyfriend that she took to her house. So they were supposed to have a New Year's meal, or was it Christmas? And he goes out of his way to prepare the best Indian meal for them, like a whole spread. They were so upset because in their house you cook their meal for that particular. It's not right. You are invited into our home and you accept it. I said, African wife or mother, say, that is your husband. That's the man that came into my house and cooked food for us. That's your husband. But in their family, they were so upset. He was too forward. What gave him the right to be, So the thing is, that's where the setting of tone comes in. The person coming does not know all the rules. You know the rules, so you're preparing the person. But there's some little conversations that happen here where that person's wisdom or common sense will come into play. And then where there's a clash, because no matter what, however well you have set the tone, or however well you have protected someone, or how much common sense you have, you definitely have conflict. So always put that. You can never be 100% positive. So there'll always be clashes, and how you resolve that conflict is important.
Matters. We'll take a breather here. When we come back, the conversation continues. Stay with us.
Stay tuned. Your view will be right back.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help? What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this?
TVC News. First with breaking news.
Welcome back. We're still having this conversation, how to or not to set the tone for your spouse in your family. Sean had something to say.
Oh, what I would say basically is most relationships, it's just a balancing act. It's more or less like rolling the dice. Yeah. If we're telling a man to set the tone, he can set the tone all day long. But it's always about what his family takes away from it, you know, and the resentment will come from, okay, she's starting to influence our son. You know, that's a very important part. That's a very, you know, very sensitive part of the relationship where you're trying to introduce her to the family, you're telling her the ground rules, and, okay, this is how we do it here. Like the lady who called from London saying, you know, she was told to go do the laundry. Some ladies wouldn't mind doing it, but if the man now comes back and tells his family, no one should tell my wife X, Y, Z, they start to see influence. They say, okay, she's got a hold on him, you know. And from an African standpoint, you know, there are lots to that story. But from a global point of view, it's always about, oh, there is influence here. Our son has changed, our brother has changed, my nephew has changed. There are lots of things. What influence does she have on the man in question? But
like an obvious couple, because of where you're from, is the Meghan Markle and Prince Harry.
Your favorite.
You know, I like to highlight them every time in conversation. Is he's setting a tone that he feels is not part of their family tradition.
Yeah.
And she is also setting her boundaries, and I mean, we know the
She
word.
can
the
be.
respect for herself.
That's a very good good example. So for Harry, even when his mum was here, you know, bless her soul, it was also a very tricky business with Diana, you know, Lady Diana. It was, you know, God bless her, but it all depends on what sort of family. You know, the royal family globally is an institution, even in the UK, where the crown comes first. You know, the crown is the most important part of the institution. And if you're marrying into that family, into the institution or the crown, it's a totally different kettle of fish, where Harry in question is bound by the crown, you know. And if your lady who's attached to him, like Meghan Markle, the actor, it's just sad to see it play out. The entire family is in global view, so the public has an opinion, but there are family rules based on the crown. So it was tough for her to, you know, to get in, and but now there is a friction between Harry and Williams. There's a friction between Harry and Kate, you know, but
they will be fine
in that dynamic.
As long as they are alive,
they will be fine.
one day.
Let's take this
Hopefully.
call. We have Emeka from Kaduna. Good morning, Emeka. Emeka, are you there? We don't have Emeka yet.
Okay, so I was going to, you know, I totally agree with Uwe on today's episode. In fact, I'm aligning fast along. But there's also the in-laws wisdom. You know, so when person, and IQ may everything join, you know, in how they see their sister, the new sister, found sister now, in this case. For instance, the example she gave of setting the boundary and her husband setting the boundary and she had to correct it. So let's assume a woman always likes her in-laws well, you know, well taken care of. Sit down, she's hosting them, she's doing so much, you know. You must know the time to be kind to assist. Don't get so comfortable you forget it. I have this perfect situation I saw where the woman has it all put together. She gets her workers, she gets her cooks when they come in. Even though they have plenty differences, she's hosting them. And one time, the cleaners had left. Everybody had left. The in-laws were having a ball. She was serving them. She had made food. She had made pepper soup. Each time they ate, they flung the plate.
Because they're used to being taken care of.
Same gender. They fling the plate with their kids in attendance. You know, and we see this, because I like to localize examples. We see this Yawole thing, seriously abused, which, and Yawole in Islam is called the mistress of the home. She's the unifier. She's not in any, you know, it's like a business where you have the queen, whose role is beyond just, you know, it's just so strong. Yes, to bring the family together. You can't then overburden. Everybody must carry on a role, which is what we apply where I'm from, in my own family. And I see this lady who's always done hosting, who were just there, you know, her cooks finished cooking at 7. Immediately they leave. If there's anybody still eating, that person knows to clear up. Wisdom. Because if you leave that woman to continue working at 7, she will not be smiling, hosting you. That wisdom and acumen should apply across board. But the moment you now ask children who are not toddlers to finish eating and go and give the plates, and she's complaining that, okay, you people have used the house, the tents, I need to clear it, and you're seated, you're so comfortable, and then you go into sleep and you ask why she's not smiling in the morning. They swear for her. Of course, you're not going to be invited again. Or if you ever show up, she would be guarding herself.
The approach will be different. It'll be different.
As Miriam said, we are family. You must understand when you need to step in to assist, to help, you know, and continue to make easy for that unifier.
Let me take this call. Chinedu from Ikeja. Good morning, Chinedu. Chinedu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I just want to add something to this conversation. I like what the lady sitting directly opposite
Oui?
Wumi. There was an instance she gave where her husband he told the mother not to use the kitchen, the wife's kitchen, and all of that. And she came in and she realized that was like a setup, unknown to the husband, but it was a setup for the wife. If she had, danced into the tune, and the wife would have taken that as a no-no. She would accuse the lady that she was the one that set the rules. Meanwhile, it was the husband, like setting the rules. So in as much as it is important for the man who is taking the wife to family to set some certain rules or tones, but I think it's important that we be careful. We try to be careful in the tones we are setting, so that we don't set our wife up by taking her to the home, because I think it's better sometimes, because we are all human beings. Sometimes we just leave people to coexist, to try to find a way around their relationship, because this is the new wife coming into the home, and she needs to catch up with the siblings of the man and the parents. So you can't set up, because in my setup is a tone that this is my wife, I don't want anybody to send her around. If you are not there, and everybody already know that the husband don't want anybody to send the wife, and maybe your own mother is found maybe washing something, and your wife is just sitting there. Anybody that comes in, even if it's a neighbor, will just perceive your wife as a bad person. And meanwhile, this is the kind of tone you set. So I think it's a very sensitive subject.
Thank you very much. So let's not forget that they are actually bad families. Yes. Let's not act like we don't see it. They are bad families, and they are good families. They are families that the man, the son that was raised in that family by maybe providence, became a good person, and he understands what his mother and his sisters can do. He has seen it growing up. Brothers. He has seen it growing up, what they did to all the wives that came in, all the husbands that came in. And in his wisdom, he decides to protect his spouse from his family. Is that wrong?
No, it's not.
It's not about changing his family.
How do you change?
Hold on.
How do you change?
Hold on. You know I still practice law. I did a will recently of a woman. In fact, sadly, it was my tribe. This man overprotected her, and he passed. The toxicity, she couldn't deal with it.
They're not bad.
No. My dad did something. I told you yesterday that my tribe will do burials out of land. We waste at burials. And he went round, taking his time to his kith and kin. I choose to be exempted from this tradition and practice. Exempt my kids.
Interesting.
So how about telling them, this nonsense, this thing, it go for your eye. Not do it for my side, though. Make one and not do them again. You people should stop it.
Or even talking to your parents?
Your parents.
Your aunties?
Your parents.
No, but that's
Do you know who survived my dad? Do you know who survived my dad?
Hold
on. My dad my dad's uncle, the head of family, survived him.
Okay.
And when he died, I picked the phone and said, are we bringing daddy home? Or can we bury him in Lagos? He said, go ahead. He had told me. And that's very culture and tradition. Your parents are not, now you get your parents. Now you fit tell your parents saying they have done something wrong. Imagine your wife saying, mommy did something wrong. It will be considered a sacrilege. But imagine their son saying, no, mommy, this is wrong.
So let me tell you something. Let me add something a little, right? Their sons and daughters, maybe by how they were raised, who cannot stand and look to their parents and say no. Do you agree that we have them?
Yes.
We have them.
Why you know they born goats? If your parents be lion, now you go tell them. No, you can't be a goat and be the son of a lion.
Husbands who could not look to their father or their mother to say what you're doing is wrong. They cannot. They just go behind and grumble. And they marry. And they raise their own children. So if you have such a wicked family already, bad family already, and you cannot look to them to say, what you're doing is wrong and all that.
So what
do you protect your own wife?
In that case, you might exchange your children from their cousins.
Yes.
At the end of the day, they divide family. You yourself. See, you have to be the lion if your father is a lion. Look the lion in the eye and say, we know they shot this goat.
Is it a living rat than a dead lion? Have you heard that?
Yes, a living rat than a dead
lion. Now your parents want lion kill their rats.
No, have you heard that? So we have heard of situations because of how toxic it is that children have left home. I know of people who, when they're going home to visit their family, they'll say to the wife, we're not sleeping over. The children should know we're not sleeping over.
Yes.
Because of some of the things
Absolutely.
that they know can happen. Or my father is likely to say this, or my mother is likely. Please don't respond.
But you're
just
saying
for
it to
my
your
sake.
wife.
Yes.
You're saying it to with your wife.
Yes.
Not with your family.
Yes. Yes. No, auntie, that's what I'm talking
dangerous.
about. Because you already understand that this place, the only way to survive this place is to give it space.
You yourself don't break away now.
But yes,
your
I've
wife
broken away, and the only reason that you see who you see today. Because I've had to do a lot of work on myself, and I'm going to protect you, but we're still going to give them the respect that they deserve. We'll visit them, we'll show up, but these are the things that you might find. So we can never sleep there. We can, please, there's some things that they may say to you. Don't respond. I know it will make you really angry, but please don't respond, and then we'll leave. So these are, for me, I feel that these are extreme situations.
Yes.
You know, not many families are like that.
One.
Yes, a very peculiar one. So I don't think that is the
general.
The general, exactly.
Yeah. But let's take this call. I'll come back to you, Miriam. We have Patrick from Kaduna. Good morning, Patrick.
Hello?
Good morning. We can hear you.
Yeah. Madam, I'm Patrick.
I said Patrick.
Yeah. You see, I'm very interested. I'm interested on this year program. Can you please believe that women organization, women friends lead problem to family?
Women friends.
The women problem, the women friends that come to
friends
them,
and influence.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Absolutely. Yes, we can.
Good. The women meet friends, coordinating, seeing things happening, even seeing things happening on TV. They roll it into their movie and makes a man to be brutal. It wasn't how it started. But what they see is easy sometimes, what they coordinate, what they don't prefer that it is best to them. They want to be like that. All fingers are not equal. If you really come to marriage, you don't need to look outside. Whatever you see there, you feel it. We're not talking about beating anybody, or a man beating wife, beating up and down. There must be a problem why you see a man beating a woman.
Wow. Cool. Thank you, Patrick.
It's not allowed. Before we go back to men, what I would say is marriage and globally is an institution where it's not a walk in the park. You know, you can't, marriage doesn't have a timeline where you're saying, oh yes, I'm doing this business. It's not like a business deal. It's not like an endorsement deal where you know the lifespan of that. It's something you're dedicating your entire existence to. So it's an institution that you learn of it on a daily, you give to it, you take from it. So there's a lot to it. And with that being said, despite you setting the tone, you could be setting the tone to individuals who are tone deaf. You could be. You know, they're tone deaf, you're saying. And like you said initially, if there are families, you know, where you're fighting a totally different beast, where you're trying to change a family, where there's been generations, decades, if not a century, of a tradition where they're stuck with their old ways. Now, in her case, finding your sanity is unplugging from that family. You have to be sane to fix any issue.
True.
So you must find your peace, find your level of sanity. And once they notice that distance in that void, that space, they start to read the writings on the wall. The family will start to take a cue from it and say, well, Miriam is no longer coming. Well, Mom and Dad, you guys know why she no longer comes for family meetings. Because they start to look inwards. That's why, for me, I think one of the greatest inventions of man is a mirror. The mirror would give you your reflection. So if Miriam is saying, I need my sanity and peace, and anyone in my tiny circle, I must educate them on what my family is like. So you know, sanity and peace of mind comes first. If you're sane, if you're in the right mind, and just like the lady said, she's taking time to walk on herself. Now, going back to that family, it's a totally different beast entirely. So set the tone all day long, they're tone deaf. They're stuck in their ways,
Sean,
but is subject to change.
You attended a burial where you see so much disrespect for the dead, but the person lived well, was extremely kind.
That's
you
heartbreaking.
Wonder, how heartbreaking that can be. That's why it's important to try when you're there. You've protected the woman. You even put in a will But you also owed certain people. In this case, I handled. He also owed members of that family certain things, which he also provided.
Interesting.
Now, a respectful relationship meant that they must find the middle ground to work.
Yeah.
He left kids who were provided for, who must find an auntie to call an auntie on his side. But
Absolutely.
he thought, let me overprotect because I'm married outside the tribe. And this woman, she was so heartbroken when she sat before me. And I kept explaining to her that give me a few years, this can change overnight. But she couldn't see the possibility. The husband just, had told her this. And she didn't ever have to try, to make a middle ground. She didn't. And even her kindness, they were on the other side just calling it, because of this. They never, some confrontations are better seen handled
Do you know,
than
this
avoided.
Story, you have made me remember my own personal story. I didn't want to share it. My dad died, and my mom took us away. And it was important that she did. Maybe it would have been easier for her if we stayed with her in-laws, if they were able to help. But it was important for her to protect us, to continue in the way that her husband wanted her to protect the children. So sometimes you will step away.
It's
at the cost of maybe life is not going to be easy. You may not know your cousins or your aunties. But one thing about life, the truth will reveal itself and people will adjust. But we need
that was paramount.
That was what she needed to
paramount.
do, and I appreciate her for this. There were times people would say, why are you carrying this all on your own when you could have, And she said one of the things that they wanted, so obviously during the marriage, she wasn't so accepted. But when he died, they wanted her to give one child to them and stay with one child. And then at the holidays, you exchange children. And she says, how do they lose their father and then lose each other? So that means they would never meet. But because I need the help to help raise these children, then I will do that. She didn't. She didn't.
So she walked away from a paycheck.
She walked away from anything. And today, here we are. So sometimes, and that's why I say these are extreme cases, sometimes you walk away. It may look like disrespect at the time, but your mental health, your sanity is so important. Your children that you're trying to raise is important. But sometimes she was, the other day, just recently we were talking, she was like, I wonder what would have happened if I left you with them. I was like, those filling stations would have been the filling station attendants. Very sure.
You may not even be close to her today.
Yes,
you may not be. And let me add this as we're wrapping up so that we can just quickly touch on Sean. Sometimes we assume that we are meant to be in this situation. But everything that happens to us is not, there's no coincidence, there's no accident. If you're meant to have a relationship with your cousins, you will find yourselves. If you're not meant to have a relationship with those cousins, there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you stay in that family, you will not have that relationship. I was raised in Idiogbe, like we talked about yesterday, family house. And today I don't have a relationship with my cousins. And we were all raised together. We grew up together. But today we don't have that relationship. So it's not about being in that space that is toxic for you. If it's not good for your mental health, find your way out of it. But I would have loved that we touched on character. Because what I see is sometimes we assume that people, like Mariam was saying, that you would have thought that this is common sense. Not everybody has that common sense. Not everybody was raised to understand that when they see you in the morning, they will greet you. Not everybody was raised to understand that when they finish eating their meal, they will wash their dishes. You meet people every day and you realize that these things that I took for granted, that mommy was always telling me or daddy was always telling me, these people don't know it. It's a big deal for many people. So how do we help? This is a question that we don't have time to take. People build their character as family, as in-laws, as parents, as you're raising children, as wives that are going to homes. How do you build your character in such a way that you're a good human being? So I think we'll answer this question on another day. Sean, what's going on with you?
There's a lot's been going on. There are two things I'm remarkably excited for. Is I have a team of IT experts. They're developing an app that would serve not just this part of the globe, the entire African hemisphere, but the globe at large. But we'll be starting in 6 major cities: Lagos, Johannesburg, Accra, Ghana, Abuja. A couple of cities around Africa. We'll be starting there, but it's a project that would empower, my generation, the youths. It would create jobs. I'm just excited for it. It's been in the works I've been at it for like 2.5 years now, and it's looking really good. But it's an app that would create jobs serve a massive need and to change the dynamic of how we do business across the entire African hemisphere.
What's the app about? What's
Yes, what's
or is it still
is it
sports related, media related?
So, it's a good question, very good question. It's just going to be serving the entire public, and I'm still in conversations with my execs. So the executives, and they wanted to keep it on a hush hush for now.
Non-disclosure.
Yeah, so we're still, dotting the I's, crossing the T's from the paperwork standpoint, but the IT team is good to go. We've run a few tests on it abroad, and it's looking good. The other part of it is, politics.
Okay.
Shall we get into politics? With this accent.
Government restrictions.
Please tell us about politics.
So I think politics and social media, show business all in one box. Talk about character. We have to keep educating ourselves on daily issues, daily topics. I think we have to be more involved. I think the younger generation globally, we need to understand and see politics too from a different lens. So we're backing on something that would redefine how the younger generation sees politics and understands it.
Yeah, how about the media space? You used to be on radio, talking sports. Are you still interested in that?
100%, still very much involved in it. I've done, massive projects for TV and radio. I'm still very much broadcaster. I'm a broadcaster first before any other thing, but I'm still very much in it. I've, done projects in the UK, the States, and on some, I'm still a big part of this family. CBS is still a major part of my family.
I know a lot of people would be curious to know, where are you from? Your parents, where are they from? Where are you presently?
Okay, so Max FM, is still very much my family. Where I'm from, I'd like to say I'm a global citizen. My dad passed in 2021, but half of us are in the UK, half of us, and some of us are in the States, and some of us still.
Where was his dad from?
We have to go.
On another day, we'll touch on that.
Thank you so much, Sean Amadi, for joining the ladies to discuss, and thank you, ladies, for your wisdom and the wisdom IQ that we brought on the conversation today. I hope you guys have learned as much as we have. I will see you again tomorrow. Your View Pigeon is going to be live tomorrow.
Yes.
We break it.
We're going to
be live tomorrow. So see you again. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Bye.
Is a paid presentation by Shopex TV. It's Black Friday. Shopex TV is proud to celebrate this occasion by giving away 10% off to all amazing customers from now till December 15th, 2024. Introducing the Shopex 10-in-1 air fryer oven. The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The Cookex Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air-fried chicken and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil to give that amazing fried food taste and up to 80% less fat compared to deep frying. Here's exciting news. You can air-fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crispier on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The CookX air fryer oven is easy to wipe, so cleanup is a breeze.
I am happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home. From my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
This CookX air fryer oven is the bomb. It is super fast. Small time, everything all set. And most importantly, it has no grease. I mean, no breeze.
The CookX air fryer oven is now available exclusively from Shopex TV. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the Black Friday deal of 279,950 naira. The CookX air fryer oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not one, not two, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket, amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork, perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle for picking up your rotisserie meat. This means you save 50,000 naira on these accessories. You can get the CookX air fryer oven in 2 easy payments of 139,975 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. Call now while stock lasts.
The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by Shopex TV.
Kitchen appliance. Call now while stock lasts.
The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by Shopex TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News.
They swore an oath to serve our fatherland and defend us.
Thank you for your patriotic commitment to Nigerian unity, stability, and progress.
Religious and corporate bodies to donate generously to the Emblem Appeal Launch. Send your donations to these accounts. Account name Emblem Appeal Launch. Account number 393-200-7526. EcoBank Nigeria PLC.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the program. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. As we begin the new year, it's essential that we acknowledge the daunting challenge of poverty in Nigeria. According to the World Bank, 63% of Nigerians, representing 84 million people, live in poverty. And this is an alarming statistic which underscores the need for effective and sustainable solutions. The Nigerian government, as we've seen in time past, have tried some efforts to alleviate poverty. We've seen the National Social Investment Program, the National Poverty Reduction and Growth Strategy. But the impact of these initiatives hasn't been quite effective. The country still struggles to make significant progress in reducing poverty. Last year, President Tinubu reshuffled his cabinet, appointing new ministers to the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. And this, he believes, will revitalize the ministry, which had been comatose following the suspension of the previous minister. I'm joined by one of the new ministers in that particular ministry, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, who is the Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, who joins us on the program this morning as we continue to find out precisely what the plan is to address the pressing issue of poverty. Dr. Sununu will also share insights with us into the ministry's strategy for poverty reduction. But that will be right after this break. Stay with us, everyone.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did they...
As stated by Mr. President when he was assenting to the act that establishes NELFON was education. So it means through education you can address poverty, and where you have marked poverty, education will also be affected. So it's working in the same direction, but with a different approach. Each trying to make sure that the education standard of the country is improved. Because if you look at the actions that, what are the key ways of eradicating poverty in every country is: one, you must address the issue of education. Two, you must address the issue of shock, those who can get support at the shortest instant time, like the conditional cash transfer of our country. And then secondly, you must also look at job creations. And thirdly, you must address the youth unemployment so that they can be empowered to link with the job you have created so that the industrial revolution of the country can succeed. So for me, the two are interrelated and interwoven. Separating one out of the other may only pushes us backward. So I think we are going to have a very robust relationship between the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry and that of the education, so that we can marry along together to address the issue of out-of-school children, which has also have to do with the poverty, also address the issue of infrastructural decay, and also work together to see how we can improve the skill of average Nigerians so that we can get it better, as Mr. President envisaged in his own 8-point agenda.
I like that you have found a link between your former ministry and this current one. But you are taking the reins alongside Professor Yewada after the previous minister's suspension following some controversies. Have you been able to identify what the major challenges are with the operation of this ministry?
Yes, we have really tried to identify the major problem of that ministry. One of them is lack of coordination and malalignment. In terms of there are a lot of various programs that have human faces in the ministry. But unfortunately, they are disjointed and not coordinated without any collaboration within and outside the sphere of the ministry. And then we also find that from our own assessment, there is a malalignment between the executive and administrative political aspect of the ministry led by the minister, and also the technocrat of the ministry led by the permanent secretary. And that has really caused a lot of issues and really even hinders the progress and achievement of what government is beseeched to achieve in the shortest possible time because of that malalignment. And the fact that you find that a lot of accusations were there, but in most instances, they are directed towards administrative officers with the technocrats are completely excluded in that. The question is that the technocrats are not advising the political head of the ministry properly, or is it that they are advising, but they are downplaying or even outrightly neglecting the advice received by the team of the permanent secretaries and directors? So I think that is also a major alignment issue. And then the other challenge is humanitarian affairs is supposed to be national in outlook, starting from the local government level up to the federal level. But you find that each and every local government and states are doing it in a disjointed manner. And this is because we lack a council of humanitarian affairs and poverty reduction that will develop to do the ministry that will ministry will lead in development of policy, quality assurance, and oversight, which is also lacking. As such, we have already agreed and we are into a lot of advocacy visits to the state government so that we can have a strong council of humanitarian affairs and poverty reduction that will also allow us to work together and achieve our goal. And then the major challenges as of today, which one cannot do away with, is the issue of confidence, trust of average Nigerian and international community as far as that ministry is concerned. For Nigerians, they believe it is just a drain pipe for government officials to do what they want with money of the government, which is against the policy of the federal government and which is also against the policy of Mr. President. And that led us to the President to act decisively. And in trying to correct that, Mr. President not only posted a minister in that ministry, he has seen the reason why, because of the enormity of the burden of poverty and humanitarian crisis in the country, to post 2 ministers into the ministry, and which we have also agreed to work together as a brothers and sisters so that we can all put our own effort to make sure that the making Nigeria prosperous as a besieged by President become a reality in the shortest possible time. And also, lastly, we have seen a lot of changes. And this is something I mentioned here, even when I was in education, that when you say you want to correct, there's somebody you have a fracture of a forearm. When you want to correct that, you are going to inflict some pains, and that pains are enormous enough. That's why in medical profession you have to use anesthesia. Now, for Mr. President, we have a lot of reform program that the people that we think that ministry is supposed to serve as a strong buffer in absorbing or reducing the shock that Nigeria will be experiencing through the process of reform in the country. And so the
Dr. Sununu,
to ensure that
I like the example you have used. If you can hear me. I'm wondering if you consider this a peculiar.
I think that was what you done, but what we got different here is that the buffers were there, but because of the disorganized nature of implementation, it's not making impact as so desired. And when Mr. President had the cries of Nigerians that the necessary impact that is expected is not there. So Mr. President had to act radically by even suspending a lot of activities, reviewing the activities, and also putting in necessary machinery to ensure that those buffers that we're anticipating come into being and work satisfactorily as expected.
It's a lot of work for this ministry, Dr. Sununu. When you consider the current situation that we're battling with, the World Bank's latest report indicates that over 50% of Nigeria's population live below the national poverty line. How daunting is this challenge, and precisely what are the strategies you intend to employ to address it?
Well, it's really that's really a fact, and that's what we're also working with. To add it to that, that we even have a threat of hunger has been besieged by United Nations World Food Project, the program that over 33 Nigerians will be affected with hunger. But you see, in all these things, it's a holistic approach that the federal government, under the leadership of Mr. President, is taking this thing. Where are the issues? The major issue to address, and in that prioritizing order, is the fact that the major issue that people as to where we are now at the natural disaster as seen by a lot of flood, and also secondly by the insurgency. And for that insurgency, as we all agree as of today, people are traveling by road from Abuja to Sokoto and many other places, except for some times now we have never had any major attack except the one that just happened, was it yesterday in in Shinkafi local governments. This is to show that there is recorded success as far as security is concerned. And now when you address the issue of the security is concerned, for us as a ministry, where are we going to come in now? We need the issue, the settlement of the people that were displaced become a major issue. Also, their integration into the society, and also the fact that education cannot wait at any time. We must also address that issue. And meanwhile, we have to also look at what are the buffers that we can provide as a stopgap. And this is where the social network comes into play. And that's why we have already finished and perfecting the inadequacies that we have found in the previous implementations. And what are those inadequacies? You find that really, despite the fact that there are multiple interventions from government, ranging from Empower, from conditional cash transfer, trader money, this money and that. But the issue is lack of transparency in the whole system. So that Nigerians, even if those who are collecting, who are benefiting from it, did not even have the trust that it happened. So we have to address the issue of that trust, so that Nigerians will believe in government and what government is doing. And in doing that, we must ensure that we have a proper record keeping, that will ensure that our social safety net register is working and has been updated to meet the test of the time, that can stand the international best practice of how social registers are formed. And once we do that, we have regained international community's confidence in Nigeria. We also believe in what we are doing, because people now see it. And the other issue that we have also noticed previously was the absence of a third eye in terms of executing humanitarian affairs intervention in the country. It means that the journalists, the non-governmental organization, the civil society group were completely excluded. And now we believe that for us to improve in our transparency, for Nigerians to also believe in what we are doing, we must join all these three together to work together as a team, so that they can be our also trackers who can tell the Nigerians what we are doing, and will also be able to advise us on where we go wrong, because we see it is going to be apparent, just as they are being provided by the Freedom of Information Act and many other government documents that we can rely on with. And when we do that, and people believe that what we are doing is transparent, I assure you that even Nigerians can approach the ministry for the confidence they have in the ministry to also act on their behalf to intervene in some humanitarian crisis in some areas. And we have demonstrated this. When we came in, we had the issue to go and share some palliative in Bauchi State and also in Plateau State. It was done in an orderly manner, and civil society group were there. The Red Cross Society and the International Red Cross Society was also there to serve as a factor in supervising what we are doing. And really, it was attested as one of the best way to do it. And we are going to do it as a part of, since we have just do 1 or 2 and we find the benefit, we'll now go to see how we can make it more robust, more transparent, and more accountable to average Nigerians, so that Nigerians can see that what the president is a decision to happen in terms of serving as a buffer zone, the ministry is up to that in its performance.
Dr. Sunudu, when you mentioned carrying journalists along, it felt like a deja vu for me, because I remember speaking with Dr. Betta Edu in the early days of our appointment, and that was exactly what she said about transparency. You know, there are huge expectations in the area of transparency and accountability, and some have said these are even crucial for both local and international collaboration. As we speak right now, the NSIP, the National Social Investment Programs, which was initially under the presidency before the creation of the ministry, has gulped over 3 trillion naira since 2016. And yet many Nigerians are saying, you know what, we haven't seen as much impact of all of these monies on the issue of poverty. There are growing voices arguing that the impact has been disproportionately low, with many still struggling to break free from the chains of poverty. I'm curious about the steps that are being taken this time to not only improve on these programs, but to improve in its effectiveness and implementation in such a way that everyone is carried along. Is that a priority for you this time?
This is what I told you. Earlier I mentioned that there is a malalignment within the ministry, even between the political head by the minister and then the technocrat of the ministry, led by permanent secretaries and the directors. So you find that, sorry to say, it's not really to say that there are a lot of issues that really we have to control, we have to look at it closely, which we have looked at them and we are working and we are finding solutions to it. And I mentioned that, let's see, You have mentioned a lot of people's report in terms of the trillions that have been spent without a regard. And you also, even when I was in RICB yesterday, so much billions were being mentioned that have been siphoned from the account of the ministry. This thing. But I asked the question is, why is it that always, when it happens, only the ministers responsible for that ministry are the ones indicted, or the head of NSPA that are indicted, who are the administrative head, without any director or any other person being implicated? So it means that there is a disjointed running of that ministry. Either there is a better power from the head, or the inputs of the technocrat of that ministry is not being respected by the head. And therefore, somewhere somebody, let me took the position of sitting door lock, so that whatever happens, I will know I'm not part of it. So, and we have tried to see how we can correct that in trying to agree that everybody is a major stakeholder. Everybody is a major stakeholder. And more or less, there are also some financial procedures, which is guided by financial regulations, which we agree that we must adhere to that 100%. Because once you adhere, you see, one thing with government fund, without conspiracy, no kobo can be used. And therefore, the best way is to see how can you put into practice those procurement processes, those processes that allowed you to spend government money properly done. And that's why we said that in doing that also, when it comes, you can buy and this, but when it comes to implementation, you meet the diversion of such fund. And I say, okay, we will insist that we'll follow the due process in procurement processes. And then in terms of distribution, to reach average Nigerians, we must also collaborate with the local and international body to ensure that those targeted to benefit from that palliative or relief are the ones that benefit for it. Let's say, for example, if you look at a lot of, even when I was in House of Rep, and even right now, a lot of members are doing a lot of palliatives. You see somebody who has benefited from intervention from the House of Rep member, benefited from that of the senator, benefited from that of the local government chairman, state, and many other. He also benefited from the what do you call it, the grants and loans for agriculture, and many other things. One person benefiting from more than 15 to 20 intervention of government with somebody who is the actual target to benefit from that getting nothing. So how can you convince that person that this thing is done? Definitely he cannot be a decent. But when we work hard and we ensure that things circulate the way it's supposed to be, and it has reached many people, then Nigerians will believe that this government are decent. Let me just say one example now. When I was in the House of Rep, I was in one of this country, Rwanda. And I asked the chairman of Rwandan Corporation, when I was looking at the NHIS that they are paying, every Rwandan is paying $3 for a 1 year this thing. And I said, what is the response? She said 100%. And I said, why and how did it come? He said, the government has earned the trust of people. When you say that you see Coca-Cola first thing in the morning by 8 a.m. in front of your door, you will see it. So that's why whatever the government asks, it has been done. So, and that's why I mentioned earlier for us, the major crisis and major issue of that ministry and what Mr. President is directing us is to gain back the trust of Nigerians and international community on that ministry. And once
Dr.
that trust is restored,
we are counting on that.
And the only way we can get that restored is to ensure that there is effective distribution of the little resources we have.
You know, some have said that these poverty alleviation programs were poorly designed and executed amidst allegations of mismanagement, corruption, and inefficiency that we have talked about. So there are quite a number of them that have been suspended following what happened prior to this time, Empower, Trader Money, Money Market, and what have you. Are you scrapping them completely, or you are bringing them together into a single stream?
You see, the whole of the DC, if you look at it, it's a National Social Investment Project Agency. It's the body responsible for coordinating all of the social investment program of government. And then each one has its own coordinating office and coordinating officers who work together with the chief executive officer and then reporting to the ministry. You understand, the only issue is that there was, I mentioned earlier, that there was no alignment and there is no constant check in the distance. Take, for example, the conditional cash transfer. You understand? And many other cash transfer we have. We don't have a unified social register that will be trusted by all. So that you say, if what we're announcing is see how we can now unify our activity through production of one single social register. And the process has already commenced because we have got all the necessary equipment that we needed to ensure that there is a verification of the 15 million force that were initially enumerated, so that we get who is actually who and what is there and who is who really have his own complete digital identification, and those who don't have. Those who don't have will really be enumerated and get their digital identity given to them, and then definitely it will start as soon as possible. That's a fact, and Mr. President has. What is most important is the political will and commitment of Mr. President. For somebody that initially has one person in a particular Arubas in the ministry, and now increasing the number to 2, goes to show that there is a political will to make it better in that ministry.
There are concerns about the social safety register's accuracy that you mentioned and its effectiveness. So the work that is ongoing, are you reviewing the same document? Because I recall that the National Economic Council at some point, I think maybe it was 1 or 2 years ago, in a way discarded the one used by the last administration due to what they call flaws, despite being produced in conjunction with the World Bank. Which of the documents precisely are you working with now?
We are working with that document. You see, it's not that even if it has been discarded, what we are doing is we are revalidating it. When you revalidate, because of the accusation that were mentioned, we will revalidate it and also expand it. Because you see, why do we need to expand it and why do we need to revalidate it? That is that produced over years, and along the line we might have lost some people. And then along the line, some people wouldn't have qualified now to be in that social register because by virtue of their destiny already, they have moved out of that poverty that is supposed to live there in that register. So, and also there are some people who by virtue of certain circumstances, in terms of displacement, in terms of a lot of areas that we have also, before they don't have the need to be in the register. And then today they have that need to be in that register. So we have to, that's why we have to review it. And then that's why we also look at the accusation mentioned by people. Some said the way even the register was organized, nobody, if you go to your society, if you ask them, has ever somebody come to ask you who is the most poorest person in your environment, how many toilets do you have, whether you use a closet or you use water system or you defecate in the bush, they'll tell you that nobody has gone to ask them questions. So people believe that really the register was just raised in them for a few days. But what we say now, okay, let us now follow the practical steps, because the first things that can make Nigerians trust whatever that ministry is concerned is the efficiency and transparency in generating the register we are going to work with, or we are revalidating. So when we say we are going to start, it may be this, but it's easier to even revalidate what you have than this.
Well, I'm hoping that we're able to answer the questions on the mind of the people. What data is government using to determine the actual beneficiaries? How do you identify those who really need this palliative? There are allegations, for instance, of beneficiaries being put together by political parties and governors. How do you ensure that this isn't skewed to favor members of your party, hoping that these beneficiaries won't be put together by political parties and governors? But we'll be talking about all of that right after this break. Stay with us, everyone.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Kolishlashla Mandela was born into the Madiba clan on 18th July 1918. He got involved in politics in 1942 as he helped to form ANC Youth League. He was married to Evelyn Mays and they had 4 children. Mandela was arrested in a countrywide police.
Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu is the Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. He joins me live from our Abuja studio. Honorable Minister, thank you for staying the course on this conversation. Some critics have also claimed that components like market money, trader money, what have you, have become mere gimmicks meant to secure more votes during elections. You are also coming on board with a robust political background, 2-term member of the House of Representatives. How do you, address these issues, that this is not just an APC thing, that will benefit those who have supported your party?
Well, if you look at the statement of the CBN and then the backing of the president, you find that really there are robust issues that were being put in to address the issue. Even though a lot, average Nigerian, we are in a democratic era. Whatever you say, people will still go ahead and make their own criticisms, which they have right to do that. And we also listen to that criticism so that we can make our work to be nearly perfect. You see, the whole thing is, if you want to ensure that there is transparency, it must be generated in the most transparent way. And there must be certain things that you must ensure they have. The issue is, what is that identity? And it was all conclusively agreed, and the central bank has also mentioned that. Henceforth, all those money to be shared must have a digital identity. And this digital identity has 3 or more components. And none of the components is you have to have your NIN number, 2, you must have your BBN number, and 3, you must have your bank account number. And when you have these 3, and you are working with them, and a system that you have a single register that you are working with, it prevents duplication, multiple access, and so many issues. It will also improve transparency. But the issue and question being raised by average is that not everywhere you have a bank, and not everywhere you have this thing. But what we have agreed now, whenever we are going to revalidate this register, we have to work, and we are working completely with the NIMC, National Identity Management Commission, so that we can work together with them. As you are enumerating you, they are also giving you your NIN. And also, we have to also work with World Bank and other banks. World Bank have been represented there, so that at the same time, when you have your NIMC, you can generate BBN, and then you can also generate an account number for every person, that individual. And then that's why I've mentioned that there is malalignment in the country. In education and many other ministries that have council, those decisions are taken in the council, owned by everybody, and they will go down and cascade it and step it down so that you can have a uniform acceptance. And this, as of today now, we don't have National Council of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, though we have agreed that that will be also our major program and success to establish that council. But meanwhile, in the absence of that, we have to work from at what level to ensure that those people that are due to be in right register will be given those 3 numbers instantly at a stop shop. Not you go and come back, go and come back. Some may not be able to do that.
It sounds a lot like...
we have also, as mentioned earlier, we have started advocacy to the state governors and the Nigerian Government Forum, so that all of them, we can get their buying in and we work it together. If you work through the Nigerian Government Forums and through the other, from what level, what can you say, you find that each and every party that is supposed to be a party that has a seat is represented in that. So you cannot tell me because this is not, no, it's not an APC affair, it's the affairs of Mr. President, because he was voted by Nigerians and he's leading Nigeria. So it's not a party affair. It sounds like... If it's going to be a party affair, it will have been championed by the APC national chairman. But this has been championed by the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs.
I hear you clearly, Honorable Minister. So allow me to butt in, if you can. It sounds like you are designing a strategy for automating the process. Specifically, are you saying that the days of giving out cash in marketplaces and villages are over, that the beneficiaries of this program will now have the money done digitally?
Even if you are going to give to the women, market women in this, you have to encourage them to have a digital account. You have to. And then you can also make a transfer to them, because what we are talking is accountability. If I go to, let's say I go to any market and give 50,000 women, and I now said I've given 5 million women, can you disprove that? You can't. But if it's used through a digital listing, the account numbers and everything will be there. If I say I've given 50 million, you will see those 50 million in terms of the account number, everything. So, and it's going to be a timeline in terms of record. So this is what we are saying. We see the issue is about accountability. And that's what Mr. President is also saying. Accountability, be accountable. If you cannot be accountable, look, government money, when you remove it, there must be a process and procedures. And I said so. Now, most of those who are listening are backed by data that after implementation. If I've given 50,000 women without record of anything in terms of their name, how will I now convince the auditors that such money was spent through those people? It becomes a decision. So if I'm indicted that I've never given anything, I only give 3 or 5 people, I can't defend myself. I cannot defend myself. And the government will be subjected to a lot of ridicule.
It sounds good because with electronic transfer, it's more accountable. The more you say cash, the more the possibility of the issues we've had in the past.
So the only issue, which is a major issue that we are looking at, is to see how do we address the concerns of average Nigerian that a lot of people do not have digital identity. And this is what I've mentioned, how we are going to go about it. You understand? While we are updating the register, we are also trying to revalidate it to make sure that all the necessary components that are supposed to be in the register are there.
And it's also a good opportunity to get more people to go cashless. If they know money is coming to them, and all they have to do is get registered, it also boosts our database and what have you. The issue here is that if the palliatives are not getting to them, then we have a problem. It becomes what we generally conceive as a conduit pipe for corruption and mismanagement of public resources. The responsibility, many Nigerians are now looking forward to your ministry to adopt all of these effective strategies that you've talked about. Let's talk about the partnerships and collaboration that your ministry is considering in the new year in order to achieve these goals.
Well, we have a lot of collaboration in terms of execution of our activities. And if you look at the 8th point of agenda, Mr. President, it shows a lot of areas of collaboration, interministerial, and then it even says you tap from relevant skills. When you are tapping from relevant skills, it doesn't restrict you to only your ministry. You look at what are the core ministry, but we are going to start it within the ministry. As I've mentioned earlier, we have a lot of we have agencies within the ministry that have, in terms of their in terms of their functions, are somehow interrelated. If you want to provide humanitarian services, for example, people under the senior citizens are in that group also. Those who are under Disability Commission are also in that. And also those who are refugee and internally displaced person are also belong to. You understand? But the issue is that we have to work together to ensure that we have pool resources and that we avoid duplication in such a way that it may do away with accountability. Because once you don't give responsibility and you don't assign target, you allow people to come and do it at random. The possibility that some will do, but because others have done, those that refuse, some may refuse to do it and assume it's done because someone has done it. So that's why we say we have to look at the internally within the ministry and the addition. And I also mentioned after we have finished with ministry, we are moving out of ministry to strengthen our alliances. For example, right now we have a collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and then NALDA, which we have seen a pilot project that I was in Plateau. I've commissioned the harvesting of the internally displaced farm under the Renewed Hope Agenda Agricultural Empowerment Program, so that we can see, and this is the meaning, why are we going into this? We do agree that social services of humanitarian support are not the end and the beginning of the things. They are just supposed to provide a stopgap. And once you have this, you must have entry and you must have an exit point. Once you enter, then there should be a ground plan to ensure that you have been prepared to exit and live on your own. So for the internally displaced persons, what we do is to see how we can align, get a plot of lands, provide all necessary in terms of collaboration with agencies I've mentioned to this, and then the internally displaced person will provide supervisory and working this. So we have harvested, and after we have harvested, the 30% of all the harvest will now go to the internally dispersed as a food component.
All right.
Now the 70%
Honourable Minister,
will be uptaken by, and they will
allow me
now
to
serve
butt
as
in
a
for a minute.
component, which
Yes, we're running out of time now. Let's get in some viewers to also make their input on this conversation. Mr. George has called in from Lagos. Good morning. Mr. George, are you still there?
Okay. Nifemi, good morning, and good morning to the Honorable Minister. Nifemi, let me
good morning, Mr. George. You're welcome.
For keeping the program going throughout the holiday. You've been here every day, and I've been wondering how you are coping with your family at the same time. So I want to thank you and the members of your crew who are behind the scenes that have kept the program going throughout the holiday period.
Thank you.
I want to ask the minister one question. There is this impediment of corruption that has, affected the work of your ministry, sir. If
yes,
I
sir.
remember, there used to be a school feeding program. That one doesn't seem to be on the scene again. The number of items you take care of, why don't you reduce them? If you ask me, I say either you concentrate on the school feeding program or you monetize it to the students of the schools. At least we can say in this school, there are 1,000 students. In that school, there are 500 students. And this is how much was given to them to feed themselves while in school for so period. That one, you can account for it. For this one that we are sending to parents, market women, and all that, they are all subject to the degrees of corruption. Do you want to consider that? It's just a question, sir. Thank you.
Well, it's a question and it's a proper question. But let's look at the concept itself of the homeschool ground feeding program. It's not only meant, yes, it's meant to not only to address the nutritious requirement of those primary 1 to 3 pupils. No, it also meant to empower local community in terms of in countries like Brazil, Kenya, and many other countries that have gone far in school feeding problem. That is used to source food material from the local environment of that this. So through the sourcing, you are improving the market of those local community. So some will go, some may start small poultry, that egg can be purchased from them, others will be concentrating on farming and producing for, vegetables for it to be used. You understand? And so you also have aggregators who now come in to ensure that the farmer that produce that is not in any way shortchanged, and also to ensure that the farmers do not, and then the field millers will not also shortchange the student by giving inferior quality food. You understand? But what is just needed is for us to, as I mentioned earlier, the internal auditing we have done to ensure that we adhere to due process in terms of award. You understand? When you give somebody who has no capacity to feed his family a school to feed, you are really not helping the situation, and really he cannot manage it the way you want to. So it shouldn't be as a means of settling political needs of an individual. It should be as a means of ensuring that more students are enrolled in the school, more students are returned in the school, more local community are empowered to produce food locally to aid our food security in Nigeria. So it's a whole lot of value of change that we can do and make it better. And I think that's what we are going to do. And then if you look at the school home feeding program, it's not limited to Nigeria. It's just international, as big as Japan and economically, they have problems. They have school feeding programs. You also have it in India. You have it in Ghana. You have it in many countries. And then we have seen the advantage. And those advantages cannot be given by giving money directly to the parent. There are some parents that if you give them that money, instead of going to give food to the student to go to school, will go and buy fowl, or you got even this Meshaji, this thing, and take bread and egg and go away without even at the expense of the child. So we have to look at the pros and cons. So
I want us to quickly explore the position that some have also talked about. For instance, some have argued that skill acquisition is more effective than food palliatives in reducing poverty. Do you intend to balance these approaches in the ministry's programs?
Yes, I quite agree with you. That is true. Palliative, I mentioned, is not a permanent solution. It's just a stopgap because at any time you must have emergency, either natural or human-made. And when you have such natural disasters or human-made disasters, palliatives come into being because you cannot allow your people to just roam away, roaming away like that. Because the president wants to improve the prosperity and the dignity of average Nigerian, and that must be protected. So palliative will still come to be. But that's what I mentioned, and when I also planning to tell you that we said I mentioned earlier, there must be an entry and exit point of any humanitarian fine. And then during the humanitarian provisions, that's where now we come with the concept of skill development. And right now, in this month to come, we are going to focus in 3 areas in terms of our skill development. We are looking at food security. We are going into agricultural intervention. I've mentioned the one we have started with National Commission for Refugee, Migrant and Internally Displaced Persons, the RIP project. And then I said also that we are also going to now develop agriculture. We are looking at the areas. In the southeast, we are paying more attention into cassava production. In the southwest, we are going to look at the cocoa and maize. And then when you come to the northwest, we are looking at rice. And then in the north central and many other places that have favorable atmosphere, we are looking at a green agriculture, green farming. We are going to concentrate youths who have interest, not this time around the normal empowerment that you go and give what you call sewing machine to somebody who has not even had interest. He has never gone to even learn how to put a needle, a thread into a needle, and you are giving him a sewing machine. It means you are just telling him, look, I bought this 200,000. You can go and give it at 50,000 and carry your money and go. You understand? That's not. We are trying to build their skills so that we can leave them with their interests and continue to support them over time. And we are also looking at the renewable energy too. We are going to get youth that we are going to train and implement. And in our own, where we are going into agriculture, for example, in the rural market, we are looking how much we can do to assist them in terms of with the solar-powered energy storage system that they can use in terms of keeping their vegetables, in terms of keeping their fish and what have you. Now, those people that we are going to train in the solar energy production are the ones to go and do those installations as their own practical processes that we can do. And once it's done that, they have finished and we are certified that they are into it and they can do it perfectly. We give them their own starter pack and they will go and recruit more people. Okay. And then we are also moving into auto mechanic too. In the auto mechanic, we are also, just a few weeks ago, the minister was in Lagos. He met with the GAG Motors, and they have a lot of training centers in the country, and we are going to also partner with them. And then we have a lot other side, like if you go to Kaduna, Panteka is a very whole lot of areas where mechanic issues are addressed. If you go to Lagos, if you go to what do you call it, when you are talking about repair of phones and this, the village there are a lot you can do, and we are working together also with my experience and stay in the Federal Ministry of Education with the National Board of Technical Education, so that all those that were trained under this program, we have already
sounds like a long list, and it sounds robust. We lost a call from Samuel in Jalingo. We apologized for that, but Reverend Dominic is on the line. If we can take that call for about a minute before we go. Good morning, Reverend. Please go ahead with your contribution.
Good morning, Femi. Can you hear me?
Yes, please turn down the volume of your TV.
I don't know if the honorable minister can hear me too, but I want to direct the question to him. Can the minister hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
You are welcome, Reverend.
Good morning, honorable minister. This is a question.
Good morning, Reverend. You are welcome.
Yeah, honorable minister, is this scheme made only for APC members? I ask this question because of this. I'm a pastor. I'm not just an international pastor. I'm a local pastor.
I'm not saying, I didn't say. No, let me correct you, sir. I didn't say for APC. I said this thing is owned by the federal government. And it's not, he mentioned whether it is an APC affair. I said no. I say it's national and this and that. That's why it's not run in the headquarters of APC. Yes.
Yes, I know. Can you get the question,
yes,
sir?
Yes, okay.
Get what we're doing.
Yeah, okay, sir, okay.
Get my drift, sir. Look at where I'm going to. Don't listen to me, sir.
Okay, sir. I'm listening.
What I'm trying to say is this. As a pastor
sir.
who has a lot of poor people in this church, I don't find anybody who is a beneficiary of this king. What I'm trying to say is it's not for only APC members. At least people who are pastors, have some people on the, on grassroots. So to find one or two persons that have been a beneficiary of this thing. Since the days of clarity now, I don't find one. My solution is instead of you putting this money in humanitarian affairs and the politics, why don't you create, key accusations? If a man gets a skill, whether it's a bricklayer or a tailor or whatever he does, or a painter, when he's going to paint a house, you're not going to ask for, is it APC painter or APC bricklayer? It will be a service to a nation. This politics is not helping because don't get into grassroots. I'm a pastor. I live in a little show here. I pastor a very poor people. I'm not seeing one person who got $1.
Well, the Reverend.
I don't know if you have heard him well, so that you can tell me his question.
Yes. I was also struggling really to get a grasp of his contribution. I think he had a very poor network. But, Honorable Minister, we have completely run out of time.
But I think, let me just say that from my decision, let's just agree that this is a national project, and Mr. President is for all Nigerians, and Mr. President is sure that poverty doesn't say this is APC, PDP, AFGA, or any other person, and he's leading Nigerians. Where party issues come, Mr. President will handle it as a party issue. Where national issues are, Mr. President also will address it as a national issue. And as far as the issue of humanitarian crisis and poverty reduction is concerned, Mr. President is addressing it as a national issue. And that's
Thank you so
directive
much.
to the ministry. We must take the issues as a national one. For example, now I was in Plateau, I've mentioned. Plateau is not an APC state. The governor is a PDP. You understand? My minister was in, we were supposed to be in Bauchi last week. We couldn't make it. Bauchi is also an APC state. We are going there on the 7th of this month, if not for the budget depend. You understand? So this is to show that we are addressing issues as national based on their exigencies and the need. You see, humanitarian affairs is something that is done by need of the society, and President is fully aware of that.
I'm shocked that 1 hour appears not to be enough for this conversation. Dr. Sunudu, perhaps we're going to continue this conversation more often in the course of the year. I've been speaking with the Damadin Yauri. I hope I got that right. The Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction. Thank you so much for talking to us on the program this morning, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
Well, that's our program today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it. We'll be back subsequently with more. I am Nifemi Oguntoye.
The following is a paid presentation by Shopex TV. At Shopex TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender, but call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. Shopex TV is proud to introduce the Shopex Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 naira for the Shopex Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the Shopex Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the Shopex Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by Shopex TV.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful, it's so amazing that I can see. I want you to fly, I am the future,
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time?
Has been proven wrong by the state oil company.
Now you are doing 1.8 million barrels inclusive of condensate. And I've always said that, look, Nigeria has capacity, and whatever Nigeria does benefit the entire African continent. During the COVID, we did 2.5 million barrels. With no additional, investment, we did that. I believe that that is possible.
To ensure we have not just full recovery of production, but also to escalate our current production to levels that is expected and demanded that we have, both from Mr. President and Honorable Minister and the Board of Directors, that we must increase our production to levels that, in the short term and in the long term, levels that is acceptable to our shareholders as a company.
We are able to crush the obstacle that was standing between us and achieving our mandate. One of the key obstacles is restoration of security architecture. We are able to block and bring into operation some of our shutdown pipeline. That enables us to open up our works, and we're able to take that production into the market.
According to the NNPC Limited, the rehabilitation of the new Port Harcourt refinery with a projected capacity of 150 barrels per day has now advanced to 90%.
They are up to over 90% completed, and we will deal with that as soon as possible. And we are following up through and ensure that we get value, and then we have a combined 60,000 with 150,000 barrels per day.
Nigeria's oil and gas sector demonstrated resilience and adaptability amidst significant reforms and milestones.
In Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has signed the 2025 budget of 1.1 trillion naira into law. This comes less than a week after he presented the appropriation bill to lawmakers loyal to him. We have details in this report. The All Progressives Congress has described Governor Fubara's presentation of the 2025 budget to a three-man House of Assembly as illegal. According to the state chairman, Antonio Kocha, Governor Fubara acted in disregard of court judgments. For the APC, all actions taken by the administration related to the 2024 and 2025 budgets are null and void.
Is it not an anathema that a budget of a state as prominent and as all-important as Rivers State were presented to an illegal setting? Court of Appeal in their various judgments on issues like this have touched on these issues and are referred to them as forum. They never ever imagine the word assembly. They said it's a forum. Maybe a forum of friends, but certainly not legislators. From the days of Omotosha, way back in January 2024, it is clear in the judgment of Omotosha that a budget has to be presented to a legislative arm under the leadership of Martins, Right Honorable Martins Chike Amehule.
Bring you that report of the Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara signing the 2025 budget of 1.1 trillion naira less than a week after he presented the appropriation bill to lawmakers loyal to him.
Governor Fubara has so far defied pressure from the opposition to present the 2024 and 2025 budgets to the House of Assembly led by Martin Amewule. While the dispute over membership and leadership in the state legislature lingers, the governor insists he will not be distracted from the business of governance. He appends his signature to the budget, paving the way for its implementation.
Let me first thank the River State House of Assembly for doing a very diligent job and also realizing that what we have ahead of us is to continue to work for Rivers people. So I want to thank you for working very, very hard and ensuring that we hit the ground running in this new year.
Governor Fubara denied allegations of presenting the budget before an illegitimate House of Assembly.
I want to say this, maybe for some persons somewhere who are still mixing up issues. We have only one assembly, and that assembly is headed by Right the Honorable Victor Okujomi.
Your Excellency, we have no doubt that you will carry out the task of developing and delivering the dividends of democracy to every nook and cranny in River State. So, Your Excellency, on behalf of the 10th River State House of Assembly, Your Excellency, we want to say thank you for being the people's governor. And thank you for the strategic partnership with the legislature. Your Excellency, 2025 promises a year of exponential growth in River State.
While the political class lock horns, the ordinary man on the street will be looking out for how the projections in the 2025 budget adds value to their lives.
Now, away from that, Governor of Cross River State, Bassey Otu, says he's committed to providing residents the conducive environment to thrive. This includes fixing structures and constructing roads within key security commands. Tina Kweke has details.
In a bid to support the efforts of security agencies across the state to enhance adequate security measures, Governor of Cross River State, Bassey Otu, has shown his commitment by providing the much-needed facelift to infrastructural development for various security formations. Represented by the Special Advisor, General Duties, during the facility tour, Governor Tu says this initiative will enable security agencies to offer effective services to the state.
His Excellency's transformative action in the infrastructural area in Cross River State is mind-blowing. It's very overwhelming. It's very impressive and very impactful.
Security commanders in Cross River State commended Governor Tu for improving neglected security infrastructure.
The command has been in place since 1968, and we've had successive leadership. And the structures here, as you can see, have been here. And when I arrived here, barely more than a year ago, I want to send my appreciation on behalf of officers and men of the command to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of the state.
I want to say it's not just facelift. What we have is a reconstruction, a remodeling, and a re-engineering of the office premises. And we want to thank the state government and the state governor and the government and people of Cross River State for this wonderful support.
Parade ground, as you can see, is newly built by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State. Okay, so it's going to be important to us in areas such as regimentation, where we hold our parades.
Governor Tu's approach and collaboration with security agencies demonstrates his commitment to the safety and security of the residents of the state. Tina Akweke, TVC News, Calabar.
Watching TVC Midday News, we'll take a moment and return with more stories. Please stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the coordination of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known, for when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century, speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekday
Thanks for staying with us on TVC Midday News. Here in Lagos State, Islamic clerics have declared their support for President Bola Tinubu's proposed tax reforms bills, describing it as a game changer for Nigeria's tax system. They see the bills as a comprehensive overhaul that will drive revenue generation, just like the principles of Prophet Muhammad's ways of life. Senior correspondent Adedoja Salam Adeni has more.
It's the 6th edition of Muhammad Rasulullah International Conference 2025, themed Tax Reform in the Life of Prophet Muhammad. The summit brings together clerics and experts from different organizations and professions to meet minds on the new proposed tax reform bill of the federal government.
Wrath does not change that easily. So when you criticize a government, it is important that we too are patient with them and understand that changing any nation for the better is a transformation that does not happen just a day.
I will always advise all Muslims to
try to be a good and a law-abiding Muslim citizen. So that's whatever the government is trying to do with it. If we are not doing our own part, we can't shift all the blame on the government as well.
They described Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as the first economist whose principles and practices on taxation and tax management serve as a guiding model to be emulated for sustainable development.
In the administration of the Prophet's tax, he set up some instruments. There are some instruments that he gave, and those instruments, one is that the administrator themselves must be well taken care of so that they will not tamper with the public funds. And if you look at the multiplier effect of when we go through things, that the economy will grow well.
Some of the challenges highlighted at the conference include public resistance to taxation, multiple taxation systems, and the prevailing economic conditions.
If the revenue is being judicially utilized for the purpose of which it's been sourced, people will be happy and be proud that fine, voluntarily people will pay their tax.
We are 100% throwing our weight behind the government if the implementation is good and the loopholes are fixed.
The proposed legislation introduces significant changes to corporate income tax, personal income tax, and value-added tax with the aim to create a more equitable and efficient taxation model. Adedoja Salamadini, TVC News, Lagos.
The economic policies and reforms of President Bola Tinubu's administration have started yielding results, and Nigerians should expect even more in the year 2025 when the budget is passed and implemented. Leader of the All Progressives Congress in Alimosho, Bese Yusuf, said this after a courtesy visit to President Tinubu at his Lagos country home. Mr. Yusuf, who wished the president continued trends to stir the affairs of the country, called on APC members in Alimosho Federal Constituency to synergize, mobilize, and propagate all the outcomes of the present administration's policies so far.
He is my mentor, my leader. So I paid a courtesy visit to him. And we have a very useful deliberation about the moving Alimosho forward. The concern, taking the leadership that had been eroded before. And we cannot fail to deliver. His concern is just how to rebuild Alimosho again, because he cannot play with Alimosho, and no politician of repute like him will play with Alimosho, a political giant.
Away from that, Nigerian youth have been asked to take advantage of various initiatives of the federal government. This appeal was made by the personal assistant to the president on special duties, Kamaruddin Yusuf, during the City Boy Movement Youth Summit and Empowerment Program in Ogun State. He said the theme of the program, Renewed Hope Agenda, a concrete foundation for a prosperous Nigeria, reflects the vision of the administration of President Tinubu for the people of the country. Other key players at the event appealed to the youth to support the policies of the federal government, adding that the administration of President Bola Tinubu has a good plan for them.
If there's no proper supervision, some people will collect the empowerment and still spend it in the mischievous way, whereby they will not be able to account for it. But it's an opportunity for everyone who are given the opportunity, either by individual social groups or the government. Whenever the opportunities of growth itself, you should make proper use of it.
Boost the local economy from medium, small scale and nano businesses. Our people with tech innovation, we want to empower them.
This government is all about the young people. Is to protect the young people of this country. Is to support the young people of this country. And is to empower them.
We serve as a beacon of progress, ensuring that the youth of our nation are not only heard, but are also actively engaged.
A group within the All Progressives Congress in Osun State, known as the Osun Progressives Independent Forum, is calling for a free, fair and credible primary election that will produce the governorship candidates of the party ahead of the 2026 election. While addressing journalists in Osogbo, the state capital, the group emphasized that it is ready to support any credible candidate fairly elected as the APC's flag bearer. Coordinator of the group, Sunday Olayiwola, assures commitment to the success of the APC, calling on the leadership of the party to ensure transparency, credibility, and inclusivity in electing its governorship candidates for the poll.
Activities in 2025 will be the demand for an open, just, impartial, but competitive candidate selection process for the governor election in 2026. The future of APC and Osun State depends on selecting a candidate based on merit, not sentiment. It is imperative that our party evaluates potential candidates against clear criteria, including antecedents, experience, electoral viability, courage, and demographic appeal. Advocating for a particular region, or senatorial district should be discarded.
Now to Ondo, where the Deputy Governor of the state, Olaide Adelami, has stressed the need to engage youth in sporting activities in order to discourage them from social vices. The Deputy Governor spoke at the closing ceremony of the Olugbenga Eledoma football competition in Awo. He said there is the need to discover young talents to represent Nigeria in age-limiting competitions. Organizer of the tournament said the competition is designed to engage young talents in taking football as a career. According to him, there is need for an enabling environment for young football talents to become world-class players.
Sports, especially for men or for boys, you know, it's a good area. And by this action too, we take so many of them from the streets and also from engaging in vices like cultism and so on. So I want to believe that at the end of this tournament, we are going to identify some talents.
I would like to congratulate the team on their impressive performances. Your hard work, dedication, and teamwork have paid off. I am proud to see such exceptional talent on display. I am proud to be a supporter of grassroots football and firmly believe that initiatives like this tournament are essential for nurture young talent.
Outside Nigeria, former UK Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg is to step down from his current job as President of Global Affairs at social media giant Meta. In a post on Meta's Facebook on Thursday, Sir Nick, a former leader of the Liberal Democrats, said he was departing the company after nearly 7 years. He will be replaced by his current deputy and Republican, Joel Kaplan, who previously served as Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House during President George W. Bush's administration and is known for handling the company's relations with Republicans. He added that he would spend a few months handing over the reins and representing Facebook at international gatherings before moving on to new adventures. Sir Nick's resignation comes just weeks before Donald Trump returns to the White House. The president-elect has repeatedly accused Meta and other platforms of censorship and silencing conservative speech. That is TVC Media News. We thank you for watching. There is more on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We are live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria. We have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. Again, thank you for watching. I'll be here at the top of the hour with more updates. Good afternoon.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories, Put out the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Water is life. For thousands of years, humans have relied on water for food, security, hygiene, electricity, and transportation, amongst many other uses. In Nigeria, many rural dwellers build their lives around water. Rains and rivers determine when, where, and what crops they plant. The way they build their settlements, their hygiene, and transportation largely depends on water. To get a clear first-hand experience of river-based transportation to people living in Nigeria's northeast region, often considered as just a desert to outsiders, I journeyed to the banks of the Gongola River. It started with a car, then motorcycles, and later on foot. The voyage was difficult and treacherous, which only emphasizes the choice of rivers as the preferred means of transportation for these experienced rural dwellers. Gongola River originates from the eastern slopes of Jos Plateau in north-central Nigeria through Bauchi, Gombe, and Yobe states with several beautiful waterfalls, then briefly passes through Borno before re-entering Gombe to Adamawa, where it empties into River Benue. At Fikayo community, business is slow as it is not a market day. Yet, canoe operators were at the bank of the river Gongola hoping to do some business. For centuries, communities along this river have relied on it for transportation. This place may seem deserted, but it's a significant transportation hub. I'm standing in Bayo local government area of Borno State, and across the river there is Ro in Gulani local government area of Yobe State, and to my right is Dadinkowa in Gombe State. It's a triangle, but this kind of transportation hubs are significant because many of the food items that we consume in Nigeria are produced in farms in deep interior areas without proper road network. They need rivers and this transportation means to get their produce from the farms to the markets. Lawali Usman does not have a formal Western education, but he is well schooled in the way of water. He shares a glimpse of life at the edge of a river.
I've been doing this work for about 30 years now. This work is what gives me what to eat and drink. We see things on the job. Sometimes we come out to work and there's nothing to do. The wind and other things hinder us from doing work. It could really be difficult.
Despite often overloading their boats with bags of grains, motorcycles and passengers, these boat operators and their passengers are living on a knife's edge. Without adherence to any rules or safety precautions, they are just an incident away from a major disaster. Another operator explains that in almost 30 years of engaging in this business, he has never used a life jacket or met any government official educating them on the rules of water transportation. Though there have been no loss of lives around this axis in a long time, they have experienced several close calls.
If your vessel can take up to 50 people and it is windy, we would advise you to reduce the number to 30 people. We here at the river bank, this is where we get water to manage our homes. I have been working at this river bank for about 15 years and I am over 40 years old now.
We are looking for intervention from the government because of how the work by the water is. Safety here is no good, so we are urging the government to intervene and give us life jackets.
I went in search of the famous boat builder referred to as Serikin Ruwa, meaning king of water. He does not have a boat under construction at the moment, blaming it on the high cost of timber, yet he explains the business of boat building and the dangers of cutting corners.
The small one is 150. Okay. The big one is about, according to what you want. Okay. Even there is 3,000, 300,000 or 250, 280, based on. Anything that you do, if you work it very well, you will save.
The National Inland Waterways Authority is responsible for approximately 10,000 kilometers of navigable waterways. It is also responsible for regulations and enforcing standards. The agency is meant to work with river basin authorities to promote commerce and ensure safety. Passengers and operators say they are not aware of their existence nor felt the agency's impact. Hundreds of lives are lost in boat mishaps each year. Only a few are documented.
We try to enlighten the water users and including the boat operators to always obey the rules of activities on the water. One of such is usage of life jacket, sand bucket, paddles, life buoys, and many more. Traveling not at night. No life jacket, no travel again. If you don't have the safety jacket, you are not expected to travel. And also we have our marshals, which have been recently inaugurated. So always monitor the activities of the boat operators at the loading bays. So they are always there to ensure that these rules are adhered to.
Back to the makeshift port to take a boat ride from Bayo local government area of Borno State to Gulani in Yobe State. Our bright orange life jackets looked strange to other passengers and boat operators. I insisted they try it on. Only one brave passenger and a middle-aged boat operator agreed. Others would not trust what they know nothing about. Though wearing a life jacket, I was scared as a narrow boat sailed on the wide, choppy river. A passenger reassured me that the boat was perfectly safe. Abdul Karim has used the river as a means of long-distance transportation more than roads.
Even during the insurgency, most of our people, they did not have access to follow them through because of the insurgency. It's even better and secure for you to take the boat to cross your state because it's more safer. If you follow the other route, anything can happen. So all this while we have been using this boat, we have been taking this route from Gombe. It will take you from Gulani to Gombe, to Bayo, to Koyakosar. If, as far as you are concerned, you are living in Gulani. If you want to leave Gulani in peace, it's better for you to follow this route. It will take you to wherever you want to go. I can't even count how many times that I use this boat to cross this river. Because I told you I'm farming in Gulani. So I must go to Gulani during rain season more than like 5 times every year. That's only in rainy season. Apart from rainy season, we used to follow this road to Gulani because we don't have road access. We don't have anywhere to go than this place. So if we are using this place as our route, this is more safer and more closer to where we want to reach. Even after the harvesting, most people of this our town, you know, Ruhu town, many people, there is a lot of farmers. We are farming, we are fishing, we are doing everything. So after the farming, we use the boat to carry the goods, take it to market. If we want to buy some materials like the other things to use, we buy it from Gombe. Fertilizer, chemicals, and the others, and the food stuff where we don't have it here. We bought it from Gombe and use the river boats and take it to our people. That make our life difficult. People are suffering because of poor road accessibility. They don't follow any routes. There was a time that I even come here, we even overload. Some people say that, hey, wait, we are going to drop. Some people reduce from the boat. And there was a time I was thinking that the boat was even break, man. As we just enter, thank God we are not in the middle of the river. We just onboard it, so the the boat come break. So people have to reduce the goods. And you see this boat, you carry like bikes, maybe like 8 bikes. You carry like maybe 20 to 15 bags of rice or maize or sorghum, and you carry people more than 20.
On one boat?
On one boat.
8 bikes?
8 bikes.
Bags of food?
Bags of food.
20 people?
And 20 people in one boat. And this is the thing I have always thinking about it, that maybe if I have somewhere to follow, I would have followed than this place.
So this life jackets, have you ever worn life jackets before?
No, I never. I did not even see any person with life jacket in this place, Madanu.
So
it's only you people.
So in over 10 years, you have never seen anybody?
Over 10 years, I have never seen anybody with life jacket here.
Water transportation has been in existence for centuries, but it's far more significant in a place like Nigeria, where many of the food items that we consume are from these communities that do not have appropriate road network, but rely on these means of transportation to move their produce from their interior communities to the major markets and towns. These operators and their passenger do not know the rules of water transportation, and they do not have access to protective gear such as this life jacket. It's important that the government at all levels get involved in educating these people about the rules of water transportation, and also providing essential life-saving jackets such as this to preserve both our food security and the lives of the people. From the border of Gombe, Yobe and Borno State, Lanre Adeyemi, TVC News.
Subsidy is gone.
President Bola Tinubu's statement at his inaugural speech that subsidy is gone came with a lot of worry over the high cost of fuel. Following this, the Nigerian government launched the presidential CNG initiative aimed at promoting CNG adoption as an alternative fuel to reduce the country's dependence on conventional petrol products. Nigeria has one of the world's largest natural gas reserves, ranking among the top 10 globally. This wealth of natural gas has laid the foundation for the development of compressed natural gas as a viable alternative fuel in the country. With fuel scarcity becoming a recurring issue in Nigeria, motorists wait in long queues at petrol stations, often without any certainty of getting fuel. However, with alternatives like CNG, there may finally be some relief. CNG is natural gas compressed to less than 1% of its volume at standard atmospheric pressure. It is considered a cleaner alternative to gasoline or diesel, producing fewer harmful emissions. According to Central UP Gas Limited, an Indian company, CNG significantly reduces the emission of harmful gas like carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, which are major contributors to climate change. In comparison to petrol-powered vehicles, CNG vehicles produce 5 to 10% lower carbon emissions. This is one significant reason why nations, including Nigeria, are eager to accelerate the adoption of CNG. While most African countries are still in the early stages of adopting CNG, nations such as Iran, Argentina, China and Brazil lead the world in the number of CNG-powered vehicles. And today, momentum is steadily building for the use of CNG. At this gas station, vehicles are lining up to refuel with CNG. The gas is stored in high compressed cylinder, specially designed to handle its compressed form. These cylinders are typically installed in the car boots and can be refilled either through the bonnet, which directs the gas to the cylinder, or directly into the cylinder itself. The size of the cylinder varies depending on the size and model of the vehicles. Abdulwahab Ibrahim converted his vehicle to run on CNG 6 months ago. He tells us about his experience, explaining how the system works.
This is where the indicator that shows your gas gauge is. It has the R, this for reserve, that R is for reserve, then G is for gas. Then this fuel stuff diagram is like you're on fuel. So immediately you start it, it goes to fuel, then now switch to gas. So this 3 bar, 1, 2, 3, 4 shows the level, the content of the gas in your cylinder. So you're like 4 bars, so I have like 4 bar right now. You can either switch it by yourself or you automatically sometime when you switch it by yourself. Let me just say you switch it by yourself. It's hybrid, two ways. As you are driving, you can switch it to fuel and gas at the same time again.
Similarly, Isa Ahmed, a truck driver whose vehicle runs exclusively on CNG.
I have been driving this CNG trailer for about 8 months now. The trailer is made to use CNG right from factory settings. The difference is much compared to diesel. I get CNG for 290 naira per litre, while diesel costs about 1,000 naira per litre.
TVC News crew took a day out to visit a CNG conversion center along Kubwa Expressway. We spoke to the manager of the center, who is also the lead engineer. He explained the process of converting vehicles to CNG and discussed how far a converted vehicle can travel on a full tank.
First thing is that we will inspect the car. The essence of that inspection is whether the car can take the combustion or not. So we have a diagram list, the place that we will check inside all the cars whether the car can take the combustion, like the chassis of the car, like the engine, because we have some cars that used to select kit that we don't have the kit. Some they are using DJI, some they are using special kit. So if we have that kind of car, so we used to tell the owner of the car that this type of the engine we need to supply for that special kit for the car. We used to install the kit and the cylinder in the car, then followed by calibration. We'll program the ECU so that I can take the car can work on CNG perfectly. So the thing is that we used to install some of the kits inside the car engine. We are not removing anything from the car. The only thing we used to touch is the manifold. Yes, the car manifold. That's the only thing we used to drill so that the gas can flow there perfectly. The next thing, the cylinder will fabricate the cylinder where the tank can stay. To convert a car normally is 1 day, and that cylinder has 0 risks of fire, explode, or something like that. That many people they are afraid of bringing their cars to put CNG, because the most thing that they are afraid of is that fire, is that explode maybe when they got accident or something like. No. It had 0 risks of that fire, because the main thing that we used to give customers assurance of that safety is even if you carry a letter and on that gas on it will never catch fire. Yes, it will never. We try with many customers and they see and they agree. So it had 0 risks.
So the gas is different from the one we use?
Yes. It's not it's different. It's totally different, because that one is LPG, the one that we used to cook, but this one is compressed natural gas. Yes, it's just the air, so you can't even feel it.
Regarding the cost of conversion, he explained that it depends on the type and size of vehicle.
We are importing the cylinder from outside. Yes, so the cost anytime it can change due to the terms of the dollar price that we are using. You know, we are using dollar to import the kit and the cylinder. So for now, the price, you know, if what the price that you hear from this center is different from another center. So that's the price, because now our price for V4 now is 1,159,200. That's for V4. While for V6 1.2 till to 8 block to even 12 block massive.
As laudable as the initiative is, it is not without its challenges.
Been using since last year.
Zion, another CNG user, talks about the challenges and benefits of using CNG.
I drove from town to this, you know how this kilometer, how this airport, almost this airport road to get CNG. If we have stations, like refilling stations that can fill this CNG for us, like they can refill this CNG when we run short of things, it will be helpful for us. That's the challenge. But apart from that, everything is the CNG is good. It's working. It's even helping car engine, because before when I run like 2,000 kilometers, if you check your oil, your oil will be dark. But with CNG, you run like 2,000 kilometers. If you check your oil will still be fresh. So the CNG is good. It's even helping engine. But the fact is that if this thing will work, if some other stations will have, well, not all these modern stations, other stations will have, you will just drive in and fuel.
It's cheap, and if you look at the emission, it's good to the society, to the atmosphere and environment. So it's better off to use gas. The price is cheap, and at the same time it saves your car engine. Mine is 65 kg, which is the cylinder, which is like 15 SCM. So if I'm buying that, which is like 3.7, so it can take me distance close to 140 kilometers. So you know what 140 kilometers is like if you are compared to fuel. So I don't know if you are estimating fuel. So fuel might be like I don't know. It might cost you like 15,000 for that. The advantage that I see is just the boot space because of the cylinder. If your boot is not big, you'll be having that issue of you having loads and luggage inside your cylinder. We heard that PCNG, that is government, has set up more places, but they are not working. Let's tell ourselves the truth. They have not started dispensing gas. So the distance for you to drive to go and get gas is one of the challenges. It's major. Now, if you're looking at interstate, what about that state? If you are traveling to Lagos right now, you just only have one place. You have to buy from here. Where do you buy again?
I took a ride in one of the CNG-powered vehicles, and I can confirm it feels just like driving a car powered by petrol. With the federal government pushing for a cleaner, cheaper energy, including free conversion for services, many are already following suit. This shift represents a sustainable step towards sustainable transportation in the face of rising petrol prices and environmental challenges. Helen Osamedeye Kings, TVC News, Abuja.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach 2 million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful, it's so amazing that I can see. I want you to I am the future,
Good governance at any level is characterized by 4 pillars: transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsibility. The Sheyi Makinde-led administration since inception has upheld all these traits, making life more meaningful for the people of Oyo State. Resting on the 4 pillars of the administration, which includes education, health, security, and expansion of the economy through agribusiness, the people have continued to feel the impact of good governance. On your update, you'll be opportune to see how far the Sheyi Makinde government has brought governance to every doorstep across the state. Join us weekly at this time for insightful moments on your state, setting the pace.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz from the world of music and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, only on TVC News.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
So, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Every weekday on Business Nigeria, we uncover the secrets of the financial world.
We analyze the stock market, shares, bonds, and the thrilling world of cryptocurrency.
Facts matter. Our team dives deep to separate fact from popular opinion.
We simplify complex government policies as it impacts your everyday life, helping you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape.
Watch Business Nigeria every weekday at 2 p.m. only on TVC News, first with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas.
It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays 1:30 p.m.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the
Live from Lagos, Nigeria, this is TVC News at 1. The headlines. NNPC Limited invites former President Olusegun Obasanjo on a tour of the Port Harcourt refinery to verify its operational status. Police begin investigation into gruesome murder of retired controller of works at Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Abdulrazak Ajani, in Ilorin. Outside Nigeria, South Korean investigators suspend efforts to detain President Yoon Suk Yeol after dramatic standoff. In sport, England manager Thomas Tuchel starts managerial reign with visit to Tottenham's Premier League match to Newcastle on Saturday. Thank you for joining us on TVC News at 1. We start off in Rivers State, where Governor Siminalayi Fubara has signed the 2025 budget of 1.1 trillion naira into law. This comes less than a week after he presented the appropriation bill to lawmakers loyal to him.
Governor Fubara has so far defied pressure from the opposition to present the 2024 and 2025 budgets to the House of Assembly led by Martin Amewule. While the dispute over membership and leadership in the state legislature lingers, the governor insists he will not be distracted from the business of governance. He appends his signature to the budget, paving the way for its implementation.
Let me first thank the River State House of Assembly for doing a very diligent job and also realizing that what we have ahead of us is to continue to work for Rivers people. So I want to thank you for working very, very hard and ensuring that we hit the ground running in this new year.
Governor Fubara denied allegations of presenting the budget before an illegitimate House of Assembly.
I want to say this, maybe for some persons somewhere who are still mixing up issues. We have only one assembly, and that assembly is headed by Right the Honorable Victor Okujo.
Your Excellency, we have no doubt that you will carry out the task of developing and delivering the dividends of democracy to every nook and cranny in River State. So, Your Excellency, on behalf of the 10th River State House of Assembly, Your Excellency, we want to say thank you for being the people's governor. And thank you for the strategic partnership with the legislature. Your Excellency, 2025 promises a year of exponential growth in Rivers State.
While the political class lock horns, the ordinary man on the street will be looking out for how the projections in the 2025 budget adds value to their lives.
In a swift reaction, the All Progressives Congress has described Governor Fubara's presentation of the 2025 budget to a three-man House of Assembly as illegal. According to the state chairman, Tony Okocha, Governor Fubara acted in disregard of court judgments. For the APC, all actions taken by the administration related to the 2024 and 2025 budgets are null and void.
Is it not an anathema that a budget of a state as prominent and as all-important as Rivers State were presented to an illegal setting? Court of Appeal, in their various judgments on issues like this, have touched on these issues and are referred to them as forum. They never ever imagine the word assembly. They said there is a forum. Maybe a forum of friends, but certainly not legislators. From the days of Omotoshe, way back in January 2024, it is clear in the judgment of Omotoshe that a budget has to be presented to a legislative arm under the leadership of Martins, Right Honorable Martins Chike Amehule.
Elsewhere, Governor of Cross River State, Bass says he is committed to providing residents the conducive environment to thrive. This includes fixing structures and constructing roads within key security commands. Tina Kweke has details.
In a bid to support the efforts of security agencies across the state to enhance adequate security measures, Governor of Cross River State, Bass has shown his commitment by providing the much-needed facelift to infrastructural development for various security formations. Represented by the Special Advisor, General Duties, during the facility tour, Governor Tu says this initiative will enable security agencies to offer effective services to the state.
His Excellency's transformative action in the infrastructural area in Cross River State is mind-blowing, it's very overwhelming, it's very impressive and very impactful.
Security commanders in Cross River State commended Governor Tu for improving neglected security infrastructure.
The command has been in place since 1968, and we've had successive leadership. And the structures here, as you can see, have been here. And when I arrived here, barely more than a year ago, I want to send my appreciation on behalf of officers and men of the command to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of the state.
I want to say it's not just facelift. What we have is a reconstruction, a remodeling, and a re-engineering of the office premises. And we want to thank the state government and the state governor and the government and people of Cross River State for this wonderful support.
Parade ground, as you can see, is newly built by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State. Okay, so it's going to be important to us in areas such as regimentation, where we hold our parades.
Governor Tu's approach and collaboration with security agencies demonstrates his commitment to the safety and security of the residents of the state. Tina Akweke, TVC News, Calabar.
To other matters, President Bola Tinubu has emphasized the critical role of state governors in driving Nigeria's development and prosperity. He said this during a New Year homage by Vice President Kashim Shettima and members of the Nigeria Governors Forum. And the visit came few hours after President Tinubu was named this day Man of the Year for his resilience and bold reforms. TVC News State House correspondent Femi Akonde has more.
President Bola Tinubu has never failed to acknowledge how much he needs the support and collaboration of the governors in driving the change he seeks and implementing the necessary economic reforms introduced by his administration. This meeting with the Nigeria Governors Forum is to reassure the subnationals that these policies are not targeted at reducing the influence of state governors. President Bola Tinubu called for stronger collaboration between the federal and state governments to address pressing challenges, including local government autonomy, agricultural productivity, and currency stability.
Yes, it means we just have to work harder and grow more. And the situation of our currency will improve. And the elastic limit and the economic variables will determine how far individual could go. And the agricultural value chain will depend on all of you. You own the land. Whatever I'm doing in agriculture is just a mere help to stimulate food production. The job is in your hands.
The president expressed his commitment to local government development and autonomy. He insists it is important for grassroots development and also dispelled rumors of disagreement with the governors.
I will drive that change as I wish it. You have the control of your local governments. Do what you expected of grassroots effectiveness and restoration of their hope. It's in your hand.
The chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum acknowledged that the reforms are working, particularly in the agricultural sector. But he also called for diligent implementation and execution of policies and programs of government that will ensure the benefits accrued from improved governance are sustained.
The complaint in Jigar was that there's a bumper harvest, but because of the strength of our currency, the harvest is being exported out. So most of us are encouraging ourselves to buy bumper stocks into our silos, store them for the rainy day. So in terms of agriculture, the policy is working.
Data currently available supports President Bola Tinubu's claims that his economic reforms are yielding the desired results. Notably, President Bola Tinubu and the governors seize this day newspaper's decision to recognize him as Man of the Year as a significant endorsement, given the newspaper's history of criticizing President Bola Tinubu's administration. These acknowledgements suggest that the administration is indeed on the right track. Femi Akonde, TVC News.
You're watching TVC News at 1. We'll be back with more stories after this break. Please stay with us.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I ensure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector, and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace. second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It counts down to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m., where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Many thanks for staying with us. Here is a reminder of our top stories. NNPC Limited invites former President Olusegun Obasanjo on a tour of the Port Harcourt refinery to verify its operational status. Police begin investigation into gruesome murder of retired controller of works at Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Abdulrazak Ajani, in Ilorin. Outside Nigeria, South Korean investigators suspend efforts to detain President Yoon Suk-yeol after dramatic standoff. And in sport, England manager Thomas Tuchel starts managerial reign with visit to Tottenham's Premier League match to Newcastle on Saturday. The board of editors of This Day Group has unveiled Neya Uzo Kalu among winners in the Young Global Leaders category of the group's commemoration awards. Neya Uzo Kalu is the chairman and publisher of The Sun Nigeria. She is also the founder and CEO of Base Coats Nigeria. Ms. Uzo Kalu has a degree in law and an MSc in finance from the University of Buckingham, United Kingdom, and has over 14 years' experience crafting and implementing business initiatives across industries. The winners in this category, who cut across different walks of life, from tech to music, finance, arts, and politics, among others, include the Queen of Warri Kingdom, the CEO of Niger Delta Power Company, and co-founder and CEO of Paystack, Shola Akinlade, among others. A renowned chess player, Tunde Onokoya, Senator Asuku Ekwenyang from Cross River State, and a member of the House of Representatives, Ibrahim Bello Mohammed, also made the list. Let's now turn attention to Kwara State, where the Kwara Police Command has confirmed the gruesome murder of a retired controller of works at the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Abdulrazak Ajani. It was gathered that Mr. Ajani was killed by 4 young persons who had trailed him to his residence in Tanke, Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. This incident occurred at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the first day of January, few minutes after Mr. Ajani and his family returned from Offa, their hometown, where they had gone to celebrate the new year. The spokesperson of the State Police Command, DSP Ejire Aton Ejire Adeyemi, confirmed the incident. She says, although no suspect has been arrested in connection with the incident, investigation has commenced into the matter. For more on this development, Commissioner of Police, Kwara State Command, Victor Olaya, joins me now on the news. Good to have you join us at this time, CP Olaya. What is the latest on this murder incident, and how far has police gone in apprehending suspects in this matter?
It's an unfortunate incident. We have swung into action and we have commenced investigations. We can assure the general public that we will leave no stone unturned in unraveling the mystery behind this unfortunate incident. Our detectives are out already, and the We have spread our tentacles within and outside the state. We are sure that we'll give you progress report in a short time.
But what is standard practice for security for a citizen of this status? And does it appear there was a breach in protocol?
Certainly, there was no breach in protocol. He's a retired director of the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Works, and he has been out of the state for some time. He came in for the holiday season, and according to the wife, there are some 4 young men came in, and they had a conversation before this unfortunate incident. The details of the conversation we will keep to ourselves because it's useful in investigation. Those details suggest quite a lot. So we will keep those details, and while we are working on them, we assure you we will give justice.
All right, but was Mr. Ajani attacked alone, or were any of his relatives also attacked by the assailants?
Just himself alone. And for all indications, evidence so far, it seems to be a cult-related attack. The wife and children were there, but they were asked to go into the room, and he himself directed them to go into the room and leave him with the visitors, these unwanted visitors. And thereafter, they carried out this dastardly act. Like I said, some of those conversations which are known to us, they're very suggestive, and we are working on them to unravel this mystery.
All right, but what is the police in Kwara State under your leadership doing to prevent cases like this and rid Kwara State of crime?
Kwara has been adjudged to be one of the, most peaceful states in the nation, and that is, it cannot be disputed. However, we sometimes have this issue of cultism and cult-related activities. It's not peculiar to Kwara. We've been able to stem the tide in recent times, but sometimes they come in from neighboring states and perform this act again and then elope. In this particular case, we are looking at it as one of those visiting cultists. In any case, please allow us not to divulge too much at this stage. It's very early. But be rest assured, we want the public to be assured that justice will be served.
All right, then. Commissioner of Police, Kwara State Police Command, Victor Olaya, thank you so much for talking to us on TVC News at 1.
Thank you.
TVC News at 1 returns in a moment. Please stay with us.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did they?
And then we have government and quasi-government, plus that is organized offices within the layout, about 100 of it. And then this project is based on cost-benefit analysis, whereby government will invest, and then the layout will generate about 10 billion naira to the government.
Away from that, Nigerian youth have been asked to take advantage of various initiatives of the federal government. This appeal was made by the personal assistant to the president on special duties, Kamaruddin Yusuf, during the City Boy Movement Youth Summit and Empowerment Program in Ogun State. He said the theme of the program, Renewed Hope Agenda, a concrete foundation for a prosperous Nigeria, reflects the vision of the administration of President Bola Tinubu for the people of the country. Other stakeholders at the event appealed to the youth to support the policies of the federal government, adding that the administration of President Tinubu has a good plan for them. Many innovative youths were supported and empowered during the program, which was attended by the son of the president, Seyi Tinubu, and the other prominent young persons in the country.
If there's no proper supervision, some people will collect the empowerment and still spend it in the mischievous way, thereby they will not be able to account for it. But it's an opportunity for everyone who are given the opportunity, either by individual social groups or the government. Whenever the opportunities avail itself, you should make proper use of it.
Boost the local economy from medium, small scale and nano businesses. Our people with tech innovation, we want to empower them.
This government is all about the young people. Is to protect the young people of this country, is to support the young people of this country, and is to empower them.
We serve as a beacon of progress, ensuring that the youth of our nation are not only heard, but are also actively engaged.
Next on TVC News at 1 is Business News. Please stay with us.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amako Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of a great Muslim woman, an Hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
And in business news, new data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that the country's board money supply soared by 51% year-on-year to 108.9 trillion naira in November 2024, fueled by increased domestic borrowings by the federal government. The increase represents a rise of 72.03 trillion naira recorded in the same period in 2023. Money supply encompasses cash and demand deposits, savings deposits, money market deposits, and time deposits, serving as broad measures of liquidity in the economy. Money supply witnessed sustained growth over 6 consecutive months from April 2024. The trend briefly reversed in October 2024, declining by 1.5% month-on-month to 107.7 trillion naira from 109.4 trillion naira in September. However, the supply rebounded by 1.2% in November, reaching 108.9 trillion naira. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says the 150,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt refinery and Kaduna refinery are undergoing a comprehensive repair designed to meet world-class standards. Now, the company said the rehabilitation done at the 60,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt refinery and Warri refinery was not a typical turnaround maintenance of the past, but a total overall designed to meet global standards. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer of the NNPCL, Mr. Olufemi Shoneye, made the clarification in a statement while responding to former President Olusegun Obasanjo's comments on the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refineries, Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. He said a notable achievement of the NNPCL is the overhauling of Port Harcourt and Warri refineries, while similar efforts were underway at the second Port Harcourt and Kaduna refineries. NNPCL is also inviting the former president to visit the rehabilitated refineries and witness firsthand the progress made under the company's leadership. The fight against smuggling continues as the Nigerian Customs Service Zone A Operation Wild Wind unit made a significant breakthrough. Over 10,000 liters of premium motor spirit were intercepted in a recent covert smuggling operations. Assistant Controller of Customs, Muhammadu Bello, revealed that operatives mounted surveillance at the Badagry waterside, intercepting a large canoe loaded with 61 sacks of and 7 jerry cans of PMS totaling 10,970 liters. Smugglers were attempting to transport the fuel to Benin Republic using a revealed method and of concealing it in sacks. He stated that the reinforcement from the Nigerian military and the products were successfully evacuated without casualties despite resistance from the smugglers. And in the same vein, the Nigerian Customs Service says it generated 102.5 billion naira in revenues in the Kano Jigawa Command in 2024. The comptroller, Mr. Dauda Kana, disclosed this in Kano, where he said the figures represent a 94% increase in revenue generated in the previous year. And he also attributed the feat to strategic revenue collection approach adopted by the command. On anti-smuggling campaign, the comptroller said command seized contraband goods worth more than 235,000 naira duty paid value and listed other items to include 136 bags of foreign rice, 238 cartons of pasta, 534 cartons of creamer, amongst others. According to him, the command is working with other security agencies, terminal operators, license agents, and market association to promote compliance. Well, as Nigerian government set to attract more foreign investments into the economy in 2025, an investment analyst with Chapel Hill, Denham, Nabila Mohammed, wants government to strengthen policies to position the country as an investment destination worldwide. She said this while she featured on our flagship business show, Business Nigeria.
The Fed cut rate, all these things emboldening these foreign investors to really come into the country. So there is that confidence because of the level of engagement that this current administration have put in terms of, I think we had an engagement with the NGX, partnering with other foreign investors. We also had the Minister and CBN governor meeting foreign investors outside the country. So all these engagements help to better improve foreign investors' understanding of the plans and policies around issues that are affecting or that would likely affect their investment. And I believe that alone, sort of improves the confidence level, and we see that oversubscription at the end of the day. So I would say it is getting better, and I would also expect that going into 2025, it should be sustained, because we do not want to just meet and greet once and not really continue to engage your investors. It is important that that is sustained into 2025.
Asian stocks rose today amid the shrug-off of a lackluster start to 2025, while the dollar was steady near a 2-year high against the basket of currencies as investors fret about U.S. rates staying higher for longer. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan was 0.38% higher, with South Korea shares leading the charge. China's stocks struggled to bounce back after plunging on Thursday, highlighting growing worries about China's economy and possible trade war when Donald Trump begins his U.S. presidency later this month. China's blue chip CSI 300 index was 0.21% lower, and of course, for the biggest weekly drop in almost a year. Hong Kong Hang Seng index rose 0.58%. The stock market was set to a subdued open, while Euro Stock 50 features 0.14% lower. German DAX features, FTSE features, little changed. On Wall Street, U.S. stock closed broadly lower on Thursday after initial gains failed to hold. Shares of Tesla sank 6.1% after reporting its first annual drop in deliveries. Well, let's take you to crude oil prices as we wrap up business news, as it's staying aburged today after closing at its highest in more than 2 months in the pre-oil session. Amidst hopes that governments around the world may increase policy support to revive economic growth and would lift fuel demand. U.S. West Texas intermediate crude sells for $72.79 per barrel, with a downward decline of 0.46%. Brent also experienced a downward price decline of 0.46% to sell for $75.58 per barrel. Bonny Light sells for $78.62 with a downward price margin of 2.84%. And for the OPEC basket, crude oil dealers are offering $74.59 per barrel with an upsurge of 0.92%. That's business at this hour. Next is sports news. I'll see you at the top of the hour for Business Nigeria. Thank you for watching.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to journalists' hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
As it finished with 30 points and 10 assists, and it meant the two-time NBA Most Valuable Player became the first person in league history to go at least 8 for 8 on three-pointers and reach double-digit assists in the same game. Victory improved the Warriors' season record to 17-16, while the 76ers fell to 13-19. In tennis, world number 1, Aryna Sabalenka reached the Brisbane International semifinals by defeating Maria Buskova 6-3, 6-4. Czech Republic Buskova made a good start in the quarterfinal by breaking serve in the first game. But three-time major winner Sabalenka fought back to win the opening set in 51 minutes. She then wrapped up the second set in 53 minutes as she eyes an 18th career title. The top-seeded Belarusian will now face 17-year-old Mira Andreeva, who beats former world number 2 Ons Jabeur 6-4, 7-6. And former boxing champion Anthony Joshua began the new year with a high-profile visit to President Bola Tinubu in Lagos, where he presented the Nigerian leader with an autographed boxing glove. The gesture symbolized perseverance and excellence, which are the qualities deeply rooted in both Joshua's illustrious career and the Nigerian spirit. President Tinubu expressed his admiration for the boxer and described hosting Joshua as an honor. He said Joshua is a true champion and worthy ambassador of Nigeria, whose dedication and achievements continue to inspire millions of young people in Nigeria and the world.
Time is of the essence. Time is limited, so I just want to put in more work. 2024, when I look back, I believe I could have done more. And now I have another chance in 2025 to do more. I'm going to make sure that I take every opportunity that comes my way. To all the Nigerians in the diaspora, you know, you have a place called home. I've had an amazing time here. It's a beautiful place. To all the Nigerians here, we're supporting you. Keep supporting us because your energy is unbelievable. I love you with all my heart. And even though I'm in London, doing so many things, I'm going to make sure that I put my feet on the soil in Nigeria to start bringing like good energy, good opportunities, good work back to communities in Nigeria.
Nigeria and Japan-based Real One Oyekola lost to Tosin in the national lightweight bout in the Battle of Ages Boxing Championship held at the Campus Quest Stadium in Lagos. Tosin won via unanimous decision over Real One. In the 10th round national super bantamweight title bout, Sulaimon Ahmed could not withstand the punches from Durotimi Agbola as he lost via knockout. In other results, Rashidi Dowo earned a unanimous decision win over Segun Olariwaju in the national light heavyweight contest, while Oluwatoyin Omotosho edged Said Tijani by majority decision in the national super welterweight contest. President Nigerian Boxing Board of Control Rafi Oladipo showered encomiums on the chairman of the Lads Boxing Promotion, Wasiu Alabi, for supporting the growth of boxing in the country.
This
This is what Nigeria needs. This is what has been happening all over the world. And you can see that Nigerians came out in their thousands to be part of this. And I want to congratulate the promoter, Alhaji Wasiu, the chief executive of the last promotion, for putting up this show. You have seen all the fights, quality ones, title ones, and everybody today has been happy.
And finally, in football, Thomas Tuchel is set to watch his first round of club fixtures as England head coach this week, starting with Tottenham's Premier League match at home to Newcastle United on Saturday. The German was confirmed as the Three Lions boss in October 2024, replacing Gareth Southgate before officially starting his role on the 1st of January. Tuchel and his team are preparing for England's 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign, which starts on the 21st of March against Albania at Wembley. With that, it's a wrap on the sports segments on the news. At Bona Bosede, we'll be back to continue with the rest of the news.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz from the world of music and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, only on TVC News.
Sometimes it's the story that calls.
Let's wrap up TVC News at 1. Let's bring you news from outside Nigeria. South Korean investigators have suspended efforts to enforce an arrest warrant for embattled President Yoon Suk-yeol on Friday, hours into a standoff in which authorities tried to detain the leader following his short-lived martial law declaration. Some 80 police and investigators had entered the presidential compound in Seoul in the early morning to take Mr. Yoon into custody for questioning. The CIA announced this, and it deepened what had already been a weeks-long showdown with the defiant and embattled leader. Investigators from the Corruption Investigation Office approached within a couple hundred meters of Mr. Yoon's residence, but were blocked by a human wall of around 200 soldiers and members of the presidential security detail. There were also several altercations of varying intensity. Investigators called off the warrant enforcement for watching. Next is Business Nigeria. Good afternoon.
The following is a paid presentation by Shopex TV. It's Black Friday. Shopex TV is proud to celebrate this occasion by giving away 10% off to all amazing customers from now till December 15th, 2024. Introducing the Shopex 10-in-1 Air Fryer Oven. The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the CookX Air Fryer Oven. The CookX Air Fryer Oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. The CookX Air Fryer Oven's spacious interior and multiple racks allows you to cook for the entire family in one go. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The Cookex Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air-fried chicken and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil to give that amazing fried food taste and up to 80% less fat compared to deep frying. Here's exciting news. You can air fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crispier on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The Cookex Air Fryer Oven is easy to wipe, so cleanup is a breeze.
I am happy, my husband is happy, and of course I have a happy home. From my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
This Cookex Air Fryer Oven is the bomb. It is super fast, small time, everything all set. And most importantly, it has no grease. No breeze.
The Cookex Air Fryer Oven is now available exclusively from Shopex TV. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the Black Friday deal of 279,950 naira. The Cookex Air Fryer Oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not one, not two, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket, amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork, perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle for picking up your rotisserie meat. This means you save 50,000 naira on these accessories. You can get the Cookex Air Fryer Oven in 2 easy payments of 139,975 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. Call now while stock lasts.
The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by Shopex TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Good governance at any level is characterized by 4 pillars: transparency, accountability, fairness, and responsibility. The Sheyi Makinde-led administration since inception has upheld all these traits, making life more meaningful for the people of Oyo State, resting on the 4 pillars of the administration, which includes education, health, security, and expansion of the economy through
Ignorance is the mother of personal destruction, a voluntary misfortune, and it is worse when you are ignorant of your ignorance.
You and Your Health with Dr. Richard Okoye is brought to you by Dr. Sibilai Foundation as he uncovers the mystery behind most deadly diseases, their causes, prevention, and latest treatment. Sending your
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us. This is Friday's edition of Your Business Nigeria. These are the top stories we are tracking for you at this time. NNPCL says Kaduna second phase refineries and second PH refineries undergoing repairs. NCS, that's Nigerian Customs Service, generates revenue of 102.5 billion naira from Kano Jigawa Command in 2024. Tesla sales declined by 1.1% as sales in China hits 8.8% high. On our show today, we will start with the prospect for Nigeria's export market amid potentials for the AFCFTA. There's been a lot of talks around improving non-oil sector exports, I beg your pardon, in Nigeria, and how government can generate more revenue from that space. That will be our focus today. And of course, the AFCFTA, it's been a while. What's happening? What's the update with regards to that? On the flip side of the show, we'll stay with crude oil supply and distribution in Nigeria. More refineries are coming on stream. Warri Refinery and Port Harcourt Refinery. We also know that the Dangote Refinery is also there. What's going to happen with crude distribution? We'll look at this on the flip side of our show today. But first, let's look at some stories making headlines around the world of business. New data from the Central Bank of Nigeria reveals that the country's broad money supply soared 51% year-on-year to 108.9 trillion naira. That's in November 2024, fueled by increase in domestic borrowing by the federal government. This increase represents a rise of 72.03 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2023. More money supply encompasses cash and demand deposits, savings deposits, more money deposits, and of course serving as a broad measure of liquidity in the economy. Money supply witnessed sustained growth over 6 consecutive months from April 2024. The trend briefly reversed in October 2024, declining 1.5% month-on-month to 107.7 trillion naira from 109.4 trillion naira. However, the supply rebounded by 1.2% in November, reaching 108.9 trillion naira. And in other news, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says the 150,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt Refinery and Kaduna Refinery are undergoing comprehensive repairs designed to meet world-class standards. Company said the rehabilitation done at the 60,000 barrels per day Port Harcourt Refinery and Warri Refinery were not typical turnaround maintenance of the past, but total overall designed to meet global standards. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer of the NNPCL, Ms. Olufemi Shoneye, made this clarification in a statement while responding to former President Olusegun Obasanjo's comment on the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. He said a notable achievement in NNPCL is the overall of its Port Harcourt and Warri refineries, while similar efforts were underway at the second Port Harcourt and Kaduna refineries. NNPCL is also inviting the former president to visit the rehabilitated refineries and witness first-hand progress made under the company's leadership. Well, let's get to our first topic of discussion this afternoon. The world is increasingly shifting towards diversified economic structures, and Nigeria's focuses on non-oil sector is beginning to bear fruits. Now, in 2024, industries such as leather, goods, fashion, agro-processing, and tourism emerged as significant players in the country's economy. That with the government policies, private sector innovations, and global demand aligning with sectors, these sectors are poised to lead the charge in 2025. This analysis, backed by data and informed projections, goes deeper into the performance and challenges of this. For example, the leather industry, long recognized for its high quality and, of course, hide-on skins, is undergoing a renaissance. As of 2024, it contributed approximately $272 million in export revenue, with major markets including Italy, Spain, China. Nigerian leather is often referred to as the gold of Kano. Is renowned globally and particularly for its quality goat skin and sheepskin. Well, this is just one of the many sectors we can tap into. Let's talk to Dr. Bamidele Ayemibo, lead consultant and CEO of 3T Impex Trade Academy. He's famously called Export Doctor, renowned author, international business coach, keynote speaker, and international business development expert. He's an outstanding AFCFTA ambassador and a doyen of international trade and finance education in Africa. Dr. Ayemibo, good afternoon. Happy New Year. It's good to see you.
Same to you. Good to hear from you again.
Yes, you listened to my introduction, and I started with the leather industry in particular. But I think I would allow you take us through an overview of what's been happening in our non-oil export segment of the economy. We always talk about government wanting to make more money from this space. But how open is that market? How well are we tapping into this market considering the challenges that we still face?
You know, I will remain optimistic. I remain optimistic because the opportunity that's huge for us to ignore, and I understand also some of the challenges that government face from time to time. But I mean, we'll try to keep up alive as much as possible, considering the opportunity available within this space. I'm looking forward to a much better year. Now we have a minister in place that seems to be very much keen on export, particularly AFCFTA in Africa. I've heard interview when the president went to France. I've heard some of the comments also made at different program and interviews on TV, and it seems as if she is favorably inclined towards export. So I'm hoping that we'll have a better year in terms of export, but so far it's not looking nice as far as we will want it to be. If you still look at the data still shows that non-oil export is still hovering around Q1 about 9%, Q2 about 10%, Q3 about 12%. Seems to be some slight increase in the non-oil export contribution to total export in the country, but it's still very small compared to where we really want to be. But maybe in the course of conversation, we'll talk about the outlook of what I foresee is happening in the new year based on some of the things that have been done this year. And of course, like you said about AFCFTA also, since the time the initial, mutually informed fair, the guided trade initiative, we've not seen a lot happening afterwards. So what I'm not sure of is, of course, that will not be done with a lot of funfair again, but the data available from MBS, it's not, maybe by the end of the year, I mean, by February, we should be able to see the Q4 of 2024 data and be able to know what eventually happened in terms of non-oil exports to Africa. Is it growing after the launch in July of guided trade, or is it coming down? That data will reveal that to us. But generally, I'm looking forward to a lot better year, considering the fact that we have a new minister at the saddle.
Well, when we look at issues around the minister coming in, yes, saying the right words, many will talk about policy support. What sort of policy support are you expecting from government? Value addition is also on one side. Now, I'm still staying with the leather space. We are still going to look at the agro space. We're still going to look at fashion, tourism. There's a lot of opportunities in the non-oil sector that we are yet to tap into. So when you look at this, and of course, global partnerships that we expect in 2025, what sort of conversation are you expecting, Dr. Anyemibo?
Now, on policy, government is all about policy. In fact, I did a video some time ago about the policy area I think should be considered, and I actually sent it to the minister, and she acknowledged, actually, and she said she will look at it. What I'm going to say is that I'm hoping that we have a policy around about 10 areas I have personally identified that, look, if we are going to be able to grow non-oil exports in Nigeria, we need to focus on our policy around 10 areas. Number one is preparing new exporter for export or intended exporter for export. Because when you look at export per capita in Nigeria compared to other African countries, we are very small. I mean, do you know, Tolu, that Nigerian total exporters, non-registered though, active exporters, are not up to 1,500. According to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, they are not my view, they are from the government. In a country that have over 200 million people with over, I think is it 39 or 40 million SMEs that are businesses according to the to government.
That is not a pass mark.
Do you understand? So we have exactly what it takes in terms of numbers of businesses, but not every business is export ready. A lot of businesses are not export ready. So because a lot of businesses are not export ready, they need to be made ready. They need to be made ready. So if we don't have a deliberate policy that will help us to be able to ensure that we, to a very, very large extent, we are able to increase the number of exports, meaning the policy is geared towards preparing SME for export. As in a deliberate body of government preparing SME for export. I'm looking forward to us being able to do that. If we're able to do that, because, you know, look at what is happening, Tolu. Nigerian businesses that are the big guys that are pulling the numbers, they have a challenge. Many of them are getting to their peak, and they are not doing a lot of new investment to increase the number of exports or the volume of exports. So maybe they do $1 million or $1.2 million or $5 million. And that's what they've done. If you check their data in the last 2-3 years, that's all they've done. Now, the implication of that is that if you don't get new people coming in, new businesses coming in, we are not likely going to grow the non-oil export volume. So that's why government must have a very, very direct and deliberate policy to increase the number of exporters in Nigeria. In fact, I strongly believe if government take that up and we're able to increase the number of exporters in Nigeria, it's going to help us a great deal to push up those numbers. But to be able to do that, there must be a deliberate policy on preparing SME for export, particularly SME that is adding value. Number 2, promotion. In Nigeria, we have Japan Export Promotion Agency is in Nigeria. What is it doing? Promoting export of Japan into Nigeria. And you have a number of other countries like that from their embassy seeing how to connect their businesses, their country to businesses here. We need a deliberate policy on promotion of trade, meaning all our embassy must have a desk for trade, a desk for trade. It must be a deliberate policy that the government wants to pursue, so that if I want to export to Thailand, I should be able to pick up the phone or through email, send a mail to the export desk of Nigeria embassy in Thailand, and I will get information that will help me to be able to take a decision. So there are a different areas. Like I said, I have about 10 different areas that maybe we'll discuss another time because of time, another thing you want to talk about, of policy area the government must pursue if indeed we want to grow non-oil export in the country.
Indeed. I'm talking to an export doctor, so I expect all of that. There must be those policy initiatives. Now, let's go to the agricultural sector. Now, from my research, we are the largest producer of cassava. If that is still true, and I know that is true.
Very correct.
And fourth producer of cocoa globally. That's significant. Why are we not also taking advantage of this? I want you to also help. What sort of government incentives? What can we do to enjoy the benefits of this God-given resource that we have?
We are going back to the policy. Now, let's look at cassava, for example.
Yes, please.
Cassava product. We are the largest exporter, but Thailand is the largest exporter of cassava product. Even though we are the largest producer of cassava. Now, one of the challenges with production of agricultural commodity in Nigeria is the yield per hectare. Our cost of production is very high because our yield per hectare is very low as a result of technology that we are using, as a result of farm, seedlings that we are using, as a result of infrastructural challenges that also increase the cost of production. So a deliberate policy of government, not just to increase the volume we are producing, because sometimes you hear government want to increase the volume, want to produce this volume of, it's not enough to produce the volume, it's also enough to produce it efficiently in a way that we will be able to buy it cheaper. That we produce larger volume does not mean it to be cheaper. It might be cheaper in Nigeria compared to what price used to be, but cheaper compared to other countries that we are going to be competing with in the international market. They are going to compete in the international market. So a deliberate policy that government needs to put in place to improve efficiency of production, boosting production and supporting value addition, because we're going to go to, you don't get to see a lot of demand for raw cassava. You see cassava in terms of cassava flakes or cassava starch or cassava flour, or cassava, different form, even the gari. So you see it in that demand, meaning we are going back again to processing, agro-processing. So we still need to bring down the cost of production. We still need to support them with power or gas. We still need to support them with infrastructure that will make them to be able to export, produce efficiently, cost-effective, and be able to export those things in a way that will be, at the end of the day, profitable to them. So that's the challenge we are having. So still coming back to those policies I talk about, that we be able to guide and help production. And when you look at the total volume of, total trade volume in the world, about 25 trillion. About 50 to 60% is intermediate or secondary to tertiary production level, not primary. Primary export is just about 20%. So if we are going to tap into that $24 trillion in export, we need to begin to add value. Either do it at intermediate. By intermediate, I mean you are moving cocoa to cocoa butter, you are moving from shea nut to shea butter, you are moving from lead ore to lead ingot, rather than exporting and lithium ore to lithium ingot. So intermediate form before it goes to the final, in which you use for the whatever manufacturing and whatever it is being used for at the end of the day. So we're still coming back to the policy, but this time around policy that will support production of those primary products in an efficient manner, so that we are cost effective in the international market.
Now, we're still having this back and forth with regards to expanding production capacity, improving supply chain logistics and all of that in country. But we have the AFCFTA, which is an agreement signed that everyone expects to impact us positively. So where are we with regards to this? For me, I thought we'll already be tapping into this large market, talking about the opportunities in that market. You know, the back and forth that we had even with our manufacturers before we could put pen to paper. Where are we with regards to that? And how soon, Dr. Yemibo, would we start to reap from this positives from this agreement?
We can start to reap from this year if we do just one thing: increase awareness on the protocols of AFCFTA, increase awareness on the existence of AFCFTA, the fact that this agreement is in existence, increase awareness on the potential opportunity of AFCFTA, increase awareness on the paperwork involved in taking advantage of AFCFTA, increase awareness on the product we need to focus on to export under AFCFTA. If you look at all I've said is awareness, and which is why we must commend what TVC is doing in talking about this from time to time. We need to increase that awareness in such a way that, you know the way when we want to do governorship election, presidential election, you will know the candidate, at least the major contending candidate, because of publicity that media give them on social media, on conventional media, on newspaper, everywhere. If we don't increase that kind of awareness, because this issue of awareness is not just Africa. If you go to Europe, Asia, America, they also don't have 100% participation. Some even 30, 40, 50% because of awareness. Some people don't even know it exists. Some know it exists. They don't have information on how to go about it. We need that awareness. It needs to be done in a way aggressively, so that people will begin to become, oh, this is a possibility. Then they can begin to look at it. Particularly people that are already comfortable, they are doing other businesses, they are producing and selling locally, but they could sell in Ghana, they could sell in Kenya, they could sell in Morocco, they could sell in Egypt, but they're not looking at it because they're not even aware of how to go about it. We need to increase that awareness. As it is right now, until I see the data of Q4, I won't be able to say if the launch in July, I think it was June, July, August, around, I think July last year of Guaranteed Initiative, I won't be able to say if it has contributed to increase. That's if you compare export to African countries between July and December in 2023 and 2024, to be able to say, okay, oh, it seems there is an increase, and this might be attributed to the fact that we are now signed on to, or participating in the in trade within Africa under AFCFTA. Maybe that will make us be able to understand that when MBF releases in February, but until then, I won't be able to say much, because I know a number of exporters, but not many of them is telling me they're exporting to Africa under AFCFTA. Many of them are looking at Europe and Asia. And that's why I said we need more awareness, particularly for other manufacturers. And by the way, if we are going to do it well, any product that will be traded under AFCFTA should be secondary or tertiary. Majority secondary or tertiary. Why? Many African countries, if you look at the competitiveness index, Nigeria is better than 15. We are number 14, 15. We are better than about 15 countries. Even in West Africa, we are still better than about 10 countries in terms of competitiveness index. That tells you how terrible a number of African countries are in terms of competitiveness. Meaning, many of them will not be able to produce efficiently. Many of them will not be buying raw materials. Many of them are buying finished goods. And if we talk about finished goods that they will be buying, we should be focusing on fast-moving consumer goods, because there is a big challenge with purchasing power in Africa. People don't have enough disposable income, so they spend more money on what they need to survive. What they need to survive, from drugs, pharmaceuticals, to processed food, and those basic stuff that human beings need to survive are what we are going to be able to take. And personal care products will be able to sell effectively on the African continent.
Talking export with you, but before I let you go, that same question I always ask every time. Documentation, standardization, where are we with regards to all of this too? Because our goods, our products must be at par with international peers. We should see them on shelves internationally, not just here. So are we also getting there with regards to that packaging and all of that?
Talking about outlook for quality in the new year, I expect that we should have less rejection this year. NAFDAC have created a lot of awareness and put some measure in place to ensure that any product leaving Nigeria have the minimum NAFDAC requirement. And even some will have to even be tested before they eventually leave. So I foresee a situation where this new year we will be having less issue with quality. I hope NAFDAC is able to sustain what they said, so that we will begin to have less issue with quality and rejection as far as export of Nigerian product or commodities are concerned.
I must thank you so much, Dr. Bamidele Ayemibo, Lead Consultant and Chief Executive Officer, 3T Impex Trade Academy, 3T Impex Consulting Limited. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful 2025. We'll see you soon again to have this chat, of course, as usual, to see updates in the industry.
Same to you. Have a fulfilled and glorious year. Bye-bye.
All right, then, well, let's take a breather. When we come back, we'll look at crude oil supply and distribution as Nigeria improves local refining. An energy lawyer, analyst, is also a partner, Bloomfield Law Practice. Dr. Ayode Leoni joins me after this break to continue this conversation around the oil and gas industry with focus on local refining. Don't go away. This is Business Nigeria.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did the news? First, with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. The Dangote refinery and the newly revamped Port Harcourt and Warri refineries, as well as 6 other refining facilities across the country, are expected to consume about 37% of the country's total projected crude oil production in the first half of 2025. Specifically, data released from the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, indicated that 123.4 million barrels would be distributed among the active 9 refineries in the country during the period under consideration. The Commission stressed that the volume required by the local refineries was submitted by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority in line with Section 10(1)(2) of the Production, Curtailment and Domestic Crude Oil Supply Obligation Regulations 2023. In all, Dangote will in H1 2025 have access to 99.5 million barrels of the 123.4 million barrels projected local crude production, followed by Warri with 13.5 million barrels and the upcoming Kaduna refinery who got 3.9 million barrels of a total in-country crude in all volume. Well, my guest is Dr. Ayo Deleoni, is a partner with Bloomfield Law Practice. He is also an energy analyst and is a lawyer. Thank you so much, Dr. Oni. Happy New Year to you again.
Thank you very much, and it's indeed a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you and everyone else.
I think we should start with the coming on stream of the Warri refinery. You know, I had you in when Port Harcourt refinery came on stream. Of course, I also had you in when Dangote refinery came on stream. Now Warri is on, though no petroleum production as in PMS at the moment, but production is on also at that facility. What is your understanding of all of these refineries coming on stream or almost at the same time before we talk about crude allocation to some of these refineries?
It's really good news. I mean, you'd see that, for example, when Dangote's refinery came on stream, diesel prices between that period and now have dropped by about 38%. And also PMS from around 975 at some point is about 899 now, right? So it's always positive. Yes, it's not just about the refineries. It's also the fact that the Naira has improved. It's also the fact that crude oil prices have dropped. So I've always said it before now that we're hewers of wood and drawers of water. When you do not add value to your base resource, you get very minimal profitability. But if you can add value, take it from cocoa, for example, to chocolate, you make much more. You even control the value chain. If you can do from crude to petroleum products, you make much more, create more jobs, improve the strength of your currency, balance of trade and balance of payment. Unlike what we had in the past, we will produce crude, we will sell, and then buy petroleum products higher, such that we are at a deficit when it comes to balance of trade and balance of payment. But once you can produce, refine, and then sell refined products, it improves the strength of your currency, reduces the rate at which, for example, in Nigeria, it gets devalued. So it's all positive. You know, it's all very good news. That's why I say it's a happy new year indeed.
The Naira for dollar, Naira for crude deal is still on. And many also say that's also a positive for the industry. But my question really would be, considering our present crude oil production level and where we are with crude production, what's your take with regards to distribution of all of this? You know, there are commitments already with regards to the crude that we have on ground.
Yes. Generally speaking, forward sale arrangements have been in place with the NNPCL, with the IOCs, even with some juniors. But, you know, with the $5 billion Bonga deal, with the government approving the Shell Renaissance deal led by the ND Western Aradel Consortium, you know, with ensuring that closes, with ensuring that the NAOC Orlando deal closes. You know, those are important transactions that ensure that we can produce more. Because if we produce more, it then means that we would have more available for domestic refining. Remember that there's a crude supply, domestic crude supply obligation that they have to reserve certain quantities for refining locally. So the more we produce, the more they are able, despite those commitments under forward sale arrangement and such other similar arrangements. So for me, it's good. I mean, the reforms are quite painful. I mean, initially they were, but they are just the best thing to do. You know, if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, then I mean, one needs to be examined medically. And I've always said it, that some of what we were doing in the past was fiscal rascality, right? We're being rascals and we're fiscally rascal. So I think these reforms, particularly with respect to energy, are excellent in my own view. And we can only seek to do more in terms of approvals, government granting consent, even faster than what we did get with CEPLA that took 2 years, and the Aradel deal that took nearly maybe a year or two. So if we can get those done faster, you can have more crude available, you can have more domestic supply. And, for the first time, and I don't know if you realized, we went at the pumps, queuing up this Christmas. Probably first time in about 2 decades. Maybe it's happened 1 or 2 other times in the last 20 years at the most. But other than that, every December, we're queuing up.
And for real, this time around, there were no queues. PMS available everywhere across the country and at a competitive price. Are we likely to continue to see that, Dr. Oni? Is that what you're saying?
In terms of availability, of course. But recall, when it comes to crude, because it's the vagaries of the international crude price, because everyone wants to do right. It's a business. Even the NNPCL is a business. Dangote, those other refineries, Aradel, everyone. It's a business. So if crude oil prices go up, the prices will change. If our currency improves or gets, it's not as strong as it is now, the prices too will change. But if Trump does drill, baby drill, prices are likely to come down. But it also then impacts our own income, right? The benchmark, the budget benchmark in terms of volume, that could work. But in terms of pricing, may then be a challenge if prices go down, right? Good for end users like you and I, but maybe bad for our income. That's why diversification is still good, and the emphasis on gas still remains very crucial.
Now, let's look at Nigeria being an investment destination for the oil and gas industry. You just talked about the Bonga, Shell Bonga deal and all of that. Despite all the odds, it seems like something very good is happening in that sector. And it seems like that investment that we used to talk about before now, drying up in some cases, seems to be coming back. What more are you expecting from government to attract more of that investment into the sector? And the PIA, the implementation of the PIA is also something that we need to talk about. What do you think?
Interesting. Yeah, I think government should just continue this current trajectory, do more around reducing theft. There have been a lot of talk and investment by the Upstream Commission on metering. We want to be sure how much is produced, how much is exported. Those are important, and reduce theft, right? So other than those, those incentives, fiscal incentives, it's not sufficient to have those incentives in the books. You want to be sure that in reality, it's not impossible or nearly impossible to get them in reality, right? Because the number of incentives people will speak about, but when it comes to getting them, it's almost impossible to get them. So government must ensure that in reality, people can get these incentives, and also shorten the period for regulatory approvals. And I think there's a lot of work being done by the Upstream Commission, for example, to get experts to conduct the due diligence, and they're giving very short timelines. Interestingly, I worked on the Ajip Oando deal. I worked on the due diligence with my team, and it was an opportunity to look at how things are done and to ensure that it could be done speedily, and we're able to close out speedily. So once government continues to do what it's currently doing with the presidential initiatives, I think that we'll continue to see, they're good for us. What happened with the Russia-Ukraine war? If there's such an opportunity to be able to sell our gas, we need to continue to work on infrastructure now so that we can get more investment across the value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream. Those incentives on midstream and downstream too should come to play. Issues around pricing, there's still some controversy in my view. There is more than one interpretation to certain provisions in the PIA around midstream, downstream gas pricing and all of that. I think that those need to be well ironed out, proper regulations, so that there's clarity, because investors want clarity, want certainty. They don't even mind at times a bad regime. They'll get smart lawyers, smart finance people to structure those deals but they would rather the certainty than have good laws that keep changing, right? So I think that's what government needs to do. Government needs to continue to push the narrative and also publicity, getting the information out there, celebrating the country, right? Celebrating our wins, making a lot of noise around those wins is something I think this government does need to do a bit more too. Otherwise, I'd say kudos to a large extent, at least for oil, gas, and oil and gas specifically.
Well, many is also looking at the Trump presidency. By the time he takes charge, people are thinking that what would happen in the oil market. That's particularly would focus on the price of crude. If there is so much production of shale oil and all of that in the United States, I know you understand some international politics in the oil and gas market. What do you think that that will spell for countries like Nigeria, of course, Nigeria, Angola, and the rest?
Interesting. Now, the issue around shale, recall that prices must be at a particular level for you to even be able to do anything around those non-conventional energy sources. So for now, you have quite a bit. We may have a glut if we're not careful, and prices are going to plummet. But you know, to the extent that you are adding value, it's profitable. It's still not exactly bad news for us. But in terms of competition, I'm not sure. I don't think the non-conventional can completely compete with what we currently have. See, we have a new, we've got the Utapate, which is a new crude type, right? Apart from what we had prior to now. So we continue to discover sweet crude, right? And we continue to discover sweet crude. As compared to non-conventional, we still do have a big advantage. And the more crude you have, the less likely it is for non-conventional to be profitable. So from a competition standpoint for non-conventional versus what we have, I'm not that concerned. I'm happy with where we are. I think we can do more. I think we can achieve more. I think we can push the narrative in our favor and add gas as we have been doing to the mix.
Adding gas to the mix, you will see the president's speech for the new year. He talked about the LPG initiative and CNG and LPG and all of that drive for cleaner energy. But in your assessment of what's been happening, particularly with focus on the CNG drive of government, what is your assessment of how receptive are Nigerians to all of this, and how sure are you? I know that countries are taking advantage of this, but do you see that change in Nigeria? What percentage level are you seeing when it comes to receptiveness of Nigerians to now embrace cleaner kind of energy? You touched on energy transition in your submission earlier.
Okay, so fun fact. I think that more people are concerned about the financials than whether it's clean energy or dirty energy. Not very many people, apart from experts and environmentalists, more people are concerned about it. And it's cheaper. So being cheaper means, and I already do have a number of clients that already have contracts, which I can't mention, with certain bodies to convert to CNG for their buses, for their trucks. So I see when it comes to businesses in particular, when it comes to public utility, and I think government too should also push the narrative around even its own fleet, you know. So I see a lot around commercial businesses, public transportation. Now, where I struggle a bit is private sector, particularly the middle class, upper middle class, and the wealthy. I'm not sure how many people will want to convert their S classes, their Range Rovers from what it currently is to CNG. Very few people will, particularly where you still are under warranty. But other than that class of people, I think that people will want something cheaper. And the analysis is there, the data is there, the research has been done to show that you save much more. Maybe you save at the minimum 30% and more, you know, once you convert. So I think that from that point of view, and I do travel quite a bit, and I do see public buses using CNG a lot, even in the West, right? Public transportation, if you go to, I've seen a few in Toronto, I've seen a few in Calgary, I think I've seen in New York, I've seen in a few of these countries where you find out that people are using, particularly for public transportation, CNG and LPG to a more limited extent. So I think that we can't borrow that, and I think that because we have it in abundance, there's always that opportunity around competition, right? If you have it in abundance, then you want to take advantage of what you do have. So I see it taking flight.
So finally, before I let you go, it's a new year, obviously, and the outlook for the entire oil and gas industry in your thoughts now, both Nigeria and globally, even as we put the energy transition, initiative into consideration, what are you projecting for the entire industry?
Okay. I think that, and I'm not sure you are aware, I think it's Bank of America and maybe Chase Bank withdrawing from some energy transition initiative yesterday or day before yesterday. So already you'd find out they were withdrawing as maybe energy transition banks or something, right? Already you can feel the Trump effect, and I think he's going to be very influential. So I think prices are going to go down. I think they're going to slow down. Prices for crude will go down at least marginally. I think that energy transition is going to slow down. I think there's going to be more done around gas infrastructure. From a Nigerian perspective, I expect that there'll be more investment midstream, downstream, and with Bonga, it's going to lead to there'll be multiplier effects where it creates other jobs, maybe newer industries. I see tech playing a more critical role, right, with drones and all of that technology in oil and gas. So I think that you see a lot of younger people doing stuff, maybe working remotely or even coming back to the country to do more around our gas, around our oil and gas. I see a few new millionaires and even billionaires from the energy sector, particularly around gas. There are newer guys who are coming on stream and who are very aggressive. So I think that there will be opportunities this year. I think it's going to be an interesting year for oil and gas. I doubt that. I do not think our budget benchmark will work around pricing. I think that's something that I doubt will work otherwise. And I think our currency will be relatively stable this year. May even improve, but I don't think it will go below above the 1,500 benchmark, considering everything we see now. That's my own view.
Production quota. Government is looking at hitting 3 million barrels per day.
The $3 million barrels I struggle a bit, but I think that we will do well over 2 million. 3 million barrels, I struggle a bit with that, but I think we may be around the region of 2.5 to 2.75. I'm not sure we will do 3 million this year.
All right, but that's still a step in the right direction. I must thank you so much, Dr. Ayodele Oni, partner Bloomfield, and he's also an energy analyst and a lawyer. Thank you so much for your time, Bloomfield Law Practice. I do enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great one.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, then. Well, it's time to talk markets and an equities trader, Mr. Dele Sanusi, who is an equities trader with Postrum Investment Limited, joins me. Mr. Sanusi, good afternoon. Are you there? Good afternoon to you, Mr. Yes, Mr. Dele Sanusi, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon to you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. This is the first Friday trading for the year. Take us through the performance of the market.
Yes, looking at the market today, market at the north territory, and it's good for the market. And the activity really, we have so many activity in the insurance sector. Many of them, they gain very 10% high, today. And it is not fast-fetched because all of them, they are planning for their recapitalization. But I just want to say that it is good for the market, and starting at the positive territory, I pray that it will continue in this direction so that the investor can be happy.
We'll be looking at the banks, and we've been talking about this recapitalization thing, but it seems like the banks are really, really ready follow this through. I don't know how that comes to you.
Looking at the banking sector and the banking based on their recapitalization also,
Yes.
they are ready. If you look at the likelihood of Access Bank, Jaiz Bank, all of them, and other banks also, they have come out to do their proper. They are right. They have done their right, and majority are successful. And also combining their result, the last year result, I believe they are ready for this recapitalization if they are able to cross their teeth and touch their eye. The remaining thing they need to do is just to follow the rule of the central bank so that they will not be sanctioned.
Indeed. Let's see how it all plays out. But for you, let me allow that. What sectors do you think business owners, investors that would like to put their money?
Banking sector. Insurance sector, then banking sector also for now is good, valuable for investors to venture in.
Insurance and the banking sector. All right, then.
Yes,
I must thank you.
And banking sector.
I must thank you so very much for your time. As usual, Mr. Dele Sanusi, do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, then. Asian stocks rose today amid aiming to shrug off a lackluster start in 2025, while the dollar was steady near a two-year high against a basket of currencies as investors fret about U.S. rates staying higher for longer. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside Japan 0.38% higher, with South Korean shares leading the charge. China's stocks struggled to bounce back after plunging on Thursday, highlighting growing worries about China's economy and a possible trade war when Donald Trump begins his U.S. presidency later this month. China's blue chip CSR 300 index was 0.21% lower, on course for the biggest weekly drop in almost a year. Hong Kong Hang Seng rose 0.58%. European stock markets were set for a subdued open, and Euro Stock 50 features 0.14% lower. German DAX features, FTSE features little changed. On Wall Street, U.S. stock closed broadly lower on Thursday after initial gains failed to hold. Shares of Tesla sank 6.1% and reported after reporting its first annual drop in deliveries. According to U.S. media, President Joe Biden has decided to block the $14 billion takeover of U.S. Steel by Nippon Steel of Japan in an announcement expected later today based on grounds that the sale process is a threat to national security. Now, the decision would be an extraordinary use of executive power, particularly for a president who has just weeks from leaving office. It is also a departure from Americans' long-established culture of open investment. One could have a wide-range implications for the U.S. economy. President Biden's move to stop the transaction could cause foreign investors to rethink the wisdom of acquiring American firms in sensitive industries that are based in politically important states. The media house said a White House spokesperson and a spokesperson for Nippon Steel would decline to comment on the reports. Mr. Biden before now said he wants the U.S. Steel to be domestically owned and run, while President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to block the deal after he takes office in January. U.S. electric vehicle maker Tesla says its China sales rose 8.8% to a record high of more than 657,000 cars in 2024, a strong performance in a competitive market in a year when its annual global deliveries fell for the first time. According to Tesla China, the automaker sales in the world's largest auto market also increased 12.8% in December from a month earlier to a record high of 83,000 units. In 2024, Tesla delivered 36.7% of its cars to customers in China, its second largest market based on sales figures, but global deliveries nonetheless lead 1.1%, missing Elon Musk's earlier prediction of slight growth. Meanwhile, Tesla sales declined in 2024 for the first time in more than a decade, as demand faltered and rivals gained pace. The company delivered almost 1.79 million cars last year, down from about 1% of 1.8 million in 2023. Crude oil prices botched today after closing at the highest in more than 2 months in the prior session, amidst hopes that governments around the world may increase policy support to revive economic growth that would lift fuel demand. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to sell for $72.79 with a downward decline of 0.46%. Brent also experienced a downward price review of 0.46% to sell for $75.58 per barrel. Bonny Light sells for $78.62 with a downward price margin of 2.84%. And for the basket, crude oil dealers offer $74.59 with an upsurge of 0.92%. Well, indeed, that's our show for today and for the week. Thank you so much for being a part of it. On behalf of the entire production crew, see you on Monday. Stay safe, get busy, and always get the cash. Happy 2025. I'll see ya.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is threat.
Let's now bring you more development.
The Sheyi Makinde government has brought governance to every doorstep across the state. Join us weekly at this time for insightful moments on your states setting the pace.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Support with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics on Sunday with Femi Akonde.
The trains are long-term solution
to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
And welcome to World Now on TVC News. We begin in New Orleans in the United States, where at least 14 people were killed and dozens injured after a driver plowed a car into a large crowd on Canal and Bourbon Streets in the early morning on New Year's Day. The FBI identified the driver as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas and an Army veteran. The FBI has said it is investigating Wednesday's attack as an act of terrorism and does not believe Mr. Jabbar acted alone. Meanwhile, the half-brother of the terrorist suspect, Shamsuddin, blamed radicalization for the attack and said he did not see any signs prior to the attack, as well as expressing his condolences for the 15 lives lost. We have more details in this report.
What the FBI is investigating as a possible act of terrorism occurred just hours into the new year. A driver drove a pickup truck through a crowd of holidaymakers, killing at least 15 persons and injuring several others. The famed New Orleans Bourbon Street immediately became a crime scene. The FBI has identified the suspect as a Texas man and an Army veteran. The suspect, who was killed in a fire exchange with officers, reportedly had an ISIS flag in his truck at the time of the attack. U.S. government officials briefed on the investigation so far say in videos made by the attacker before the attack, he said he had joined ISIS.
I have to thank Elon Musk specifically. He gave us quite a bit of additional information in regards to how the vehicle was locked after it exploded due to the force of the nature of the force from the explosion, as well as being able to capture all of the video from the Tesla charging stations across the country, and he sent that directly to us, so I appreciate his help on that. Both vehicles, I'm being told New Orleans was rented from Turo, and so was ours. That's another coincidence that absolutely is continuing to bear from our investigation that we have to continue to look into. Well, one, you see the drone flight through the vehicle because it was unsafe to get there, so that we're using that technology. Thankful to have it, as well as the first indication of that vehicle arriving here in Las Vegas came from a license plate reader. So technology has been very useful to us in resolving this. And
the attack in the French Quarters happened just less than a mile from where the Sugar Bowl was to be hosted just hours away. That prompted a postponement of the annual college football game. The city is also due to host the Super Bowl and the Mardi Gras Carnival. Amongst those killed are Tiger Birch, a native of Louisiana, who used to be a former Pristine football player and had been working as a junior trader in New York City.
Still in the U.S., in public remarks yesterday, President Joe Biden celebrated the confirmation of 235 federal judges over the course of his presidency, the culmination of an intense effort by Democrats in months to match President-elect Donald Trump's total 4 years ago. The 235 federal judges confirmed to lifetime positions by the Senate, including one Supreme Court justice, barely surpassed the 234 confirmed under Mr. Trump during his first term. In reaching that milestone, Mr. Biden said his legacy would be creating a bulwark against threats to democracy and empowering individuals who would respect legal precedents.
I want to recognize a major milestone. The Senate recently confirmed its 235th federal judge, which is the largest number of confirmations in a single presidential term since the early 80s. That includes one Supreme Court justice, 45 Circuit Court of Appeal judges, 187 district court judges, and 2 judges on the Court of International Trade. And they represent the best of America. It's all about preserving the Constitution. I made 2 free speeches in this campaign, in my term as president. One when I first entered, saying democracy is at stake. One I later made it anyway. I made 3 major speeches. The institutions are in jeopardy, in my view.
Here in Africa, Ghana has granted citizenship to 524 people from the Black diaspora, and most were Black Americans. It is the largest group to be granted citizenship at once since Ghana launched its Year of the Return initiative in 2019. The launch marked 400 years since the first African slaves arrived in Virginia in 1619. The reactions unfolding since people are finding these connections broken long ago is palpable. Some at the citizenship ceremony cheered and waved Ghanaian flags or wept, while some say they feel a sense of peace and belonging that they did not have in the United States. Still in Africa, but this time in Cameroon, Cameroonian President Paul Biya gave his end-of-year address to the nation and a subtle hint that he still has interest in keeping the presidency. Mr. Biya warned that 2025, the year Cameroon is meant to hold presidential elections, is full of challenges, which was interpreted by some observers as a suggestion that he sees himself as president of the Central African country beyond 2025. According to him, he's paying attention to the cries of party members who have recently embarked on a propaganda drive to market his candidacy. At almost 92 years old, 40 of which he has spent at the head of his country, Paul Biya remains the sole candidate of the ruling Cameroon People's Democratic Movement, according to the party's constitution. Now, let's get more reaction to this. Convener, Yes We're Fit Revolutionary Movement and former presidential aspirant Dr. Thomas Wilson Ekubese joins me via Zoom from Akure in Ondo State. Good to have you join us on World Now. At almost 92, Paul Biya appears to be seeking an 8th term as president. What's your reaction to that, and what might be the implication for the political situation in Cameroon?
Well, thank you so much, Bosse. It's quite unfortunate that we are seeing Paul Biya wanting to have another shot at the presidency for the 8th term. And between you and I, you know that he's going to win because the election certainly will not be free and fair. But I can
would be back with Dr. Thomas Wilson Ekubese for more on that development coming from Cameroon. Okay, it appears you're back, Doc. Please go ahead with your reaction to that question.
Okay, so I was trying to explain that I can tell you for free that the reason Paul Biya wants to run for the 8th time is because he fears that if someone else comes into the office of the president, he's going to be probed. You know, so he wants to remain perpetually in office until perhaps his last day on earth, wherein if someone else comes into office, there'll be nothing to probe in a man who is no longer alive. And I think it's more of an African thing. It's quite unfortunate. Someone said once that we can't have everything. We have the best of human resources, we have the best of natural resources, and that if we also have the best of leadership, it means we have everything that one can ever wish for, and nobody has everything. Maybe that's actually the philosophy, but it's quite unfortunate. And what we intend to see in Africa are leaders who will govern properly, self-exhibiting. So it's not about age, it's about sincerity, it's about selflessness, it's about the vision. But for Paul Biya going for the 8th term is unfortunate. Unfortunately, he will have to win again, and then the nation will be back. He's actually pulling that country back, and until he leaves office, I don't see Cameroon making significant progress.
Expect to see accountability and all. And as it is, Paul Biya has actually promised to address the immense challenges facing Cameroonians in the year 2025. But you know what? He's been in power since the year 1982. That's about 42 years, if you do that calculation. Should Cameroonians trust him again with their vote?
It's not a matter of trust. Obviously, if you look at the economy of Cameroon, if you look at the atmosphere of Cameroon, if you look at the body language of the people, you will see that the issue is more than people just going to the ballot to vote. You know, those who have risen in opposition, you see what has happened to them. You know, so it's not a free and fair contest, as it were. And that's why I said, no matter what happens, he's going to win again and again and again, because he's been able to, you know, pocket the democratic structure of that country in his pocket, the typical African way. And that's why I'm proud of what Ghana did in their last presidential election. And we saw a party in opposition come and win the ballot. And because the independent electoral commission there in that country is truly independent, it's not under the caprices of the political machinery of the players in that nation. So, but we are not seeing that in Cameroon, and that's why I'm saying that unfortunately that may keep going on and on until the last day of the year.
You mentioned earlier that you are not concerned or bothered by Paul Biya's age, but let's talk about speculations. You know, the fact that his health doesn't seem to be in excellent form. And although the opposition believes that his ambition for an 8th term is unrealistic, do you consider that strong enough to deter him?
Now, there's a whole lot of difference between age and health. As a medical practitioner, I can as well tell you that someone can be old in age and still very healthy and strong. And someone can be far, far younger and the person is not healthy. Okay, so if we have someone who is not healthy, someone that has health challenges, such a person has no business running for political office. You know, so on the basis of age, I don't see anything wrong anymore. I used to see, but I no longer see anything wrong in an older person running for an office, so long as the person is healthy and able to carry out the functionality of that office. So
now let's talk about health. Dr. Kubese.
There's no point in 8 times.
Yeah, so the health now is a concern. You know, that's what we're talking about. Last year, for some time, he wasn't seen in public for, you know, quite a long period of time, and a number of people were concerned about his health. As a matter of fact, he was rumored to have died at some point, but of course, they came out later to say, you know, that was wrong. So what do you say about his health, and do you consider that the opposition, the opposition, do you consider them strong enough, really, to stop him from forging ahead with this desire?
You know, on the basis of health, you know, a couple of months back, like you rightly said, he was off the radar and he wasn't being seen in public space, and it was assumed that he was no longer alive until he came back alive again. So on the basis of poor health, I think the opposition parties in Cameroon needs to rise up and take their country back. You know, one should not be afraid of death. Everyone will die someday, because the major fear here is that the opposition in Cameroon is very weak, very, very weak. So if you have a situation where the leader is not healthy, not just by virtue of age, but by virtue of incapacitation on the ground of health, and the person that is supposed to take over from him is not able to do that for certain reasons, then he's supposed to, you know, leave that position for those who are ready to come in. But like I've mentioned before, Paul Biya is not going to let down. He will keep running and running until his last day, because he wouldn't want to be probed.
All right.
For over 40 years, that man has been in office. So it is either the opposition rises up and get him out of office and get younger people there, or else what we are seeing will continue until his last day.
As we wrap up the conversation, you have mentioned that the opposition in Cameroon is not strong. How do we strengthen opposition in Africa and stop this trend of leaders holding on tightly to power?
To strengthen opposition, those in opposition will need to have the mind of selflessness. You see, what we have today in Africa is that we have people in leadership who are embezzling the commonwealth of the nation across Africa. And then we have those who are not in power that are waiting for their own turn to embezzle. So we have more people who are waiting to embezzle than those who are actually embezzling. So if you have such a situation like we have widespread in Africa, you can have a strong opposition, because opposition that wants to go in and even steal more than those who are currently stealing certainly cannot be strong enough. And that's why you find people carpeting from one political party to the other. Our political parties in Africa are not based on ideology, because all we want to do is to get into power, get as much as we can. If we are not getting it, they come from one party to the other, because there is no basis for those in camping. So for me, building a strong political opposition will have to be by people who are like-minded, those who want their nation to work, those who want to get into office, not because of what they can get from office, but because they need their nation to work and be truly independent and functional.
All right, Doc. Convener, Yes Will Feed Revolutionary Movement, and former presidential aspirant, Dr. Thomas Wilson Ekubese. Thank you very much for your time on World Now.
Thanks for having me.
You are watching World Now. We'll be back in a moment with more stories. Please stay with us.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did
the news? First, with breaking news.
This is World Now. Thank you for staying with us. Ecuador's Attorney General has confirmed that charred remains found last week in the city of Taura are the bodies of 4 minors who disappeared on the 8th of December. The Attorney General's office announced the findings after the boys' disappearance spurred nationwide outrage, as well as questions about the involvement of Ecuador's military. The families of the 4 missing boys, aged 11 to 15, said they had gone outside in the coastal city of Guayaquil to play football when they disappeared. The wake was held in the Malvinas area with 4 coffins walled in the streets in a procession to the cemetery in the suburb, and the atmosphere of the end of the year replaced by intense pain and questions yet to be answered. The National Assembly declared 3 days of institutional mourning, and on Tuesday night declared the political trial of Minister Giancarlo Iafredo. Let's bring you an update on the Israel-Hamas war. An attack occurred in the Almajiri district, which was designated as a humanitarian zone for civilians earlier in the 14-month-old war between Israel and Hamas, which rules Gaza. Buildings laid in ruin in the Gaza Strip amid the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas, as seen from southern Israel. The airstrike killed at least 68 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip, including a tent camp where the head of the enclave's Hamas-controlled police force, his deputy, and 9 displaced people died. There is more in this report.
Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have donated 3,000 units of blood for victims of Israel's war on the Gaza Strip. That's according to the Health Ministry. The donation was part of a campaign themed Our Blood is One. The collected blood units shipped to Gaza on Thursday in collaboration with a US-based organization. Less than 2 months after being dismissed as defense minister, Yoav Gallant resigned from the Knesset on Wednesday evening, attacking the current government for undermining the security of the country, even while insisting that he will remain a member of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ruling Likud party. In an announcement on Israeli television, the senior lawmaker recalled his decades of military and political service and took credit for destroying Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran's military capabilities, while also stating that he takes responsibility as the former defense minister for the lead-up to the October 7, 2023 Hamas assault and the current war. At least 26 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli attacks since dawn today across the Gaza Strip as high-level negotiators fly to Doha, Qatar, for the latest rounds of ceasefire talks. Gaza's government media office said Israel has carried out horrific crimes over the past 24 hours, with 34 airstrikes that killed 71 civilians across the Palestinian enclave. Lebanon's military said Israeli violations continue in villages occupied by the enemy in the southern part of the country. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees says despite challenging conditions, UNRWA teams run all UN shelters, providing life-saving support to people in need. Israel will ban UNRWA operations starting in late January. There are about 30,000 UNRWA staff who assist millions of Palestinian refugees with humanitarian services.
Now the matters. After a dramatic 6-hour-long standoff with security, South Korean police have called off an attempt to arrest suspended President Yoon Suk-yeol. The 150 officers involved found themselves helplessly outnumbered by the large number of pro-Yoon supporters who had gathered outside his residence before sunrise. The politician is currently under investigation for abusing his power and inciting an insurrection when he tried to impose martial law in early December. Dozens of police vans lined the streets outside Mr. Yoon's residence in central Seoul earlier this morning before the arrest team made up of police officers and members of the Corruption Investigation Office began moving towards the building at about 8 a.m. local time. While about half of the team was able to get inside, they were locked for hours in a standoff with presidential security officers who are still responsible for protecting Mr. Yoon, despite him being stripped of his powers, and the military unit responsible for protecting the city of Seoul. Back here in Nigeria, where clerics have declared their support for President Bola Tinubu's proposed tax reform bills, describing the bills as a game changer for Nigeria's tax system. They see the bills as a comprehensive overhaul that will drive revenue generation, just like the principles of Prophet Muhammad's ways of life. Senior correspondent Adidoja Salamadeni reports.
It's the 6th edition of Muhammad Rasulullah International Conference 2025, themed Tax Reform in the Life of Prophet Muhammad. The summit brings together clerics and experts from different organizations and professions to meet minds on the new proposed tax reform bill of the federal government.
Rough does not change that easily. So when you criticize a government, it is important that we too are patient with them and understand that changing any nation for the better is a transformation that does not happen just a day.
I will always advise all Muslims to try to be a good and a law-abiding Muslim citizen, so that whatever the government is trying to do with it, if we are not doing our own part, we can't shift all the blame on the government as well.
They described Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as the first economist whose principles and practices on taxation and tax management serve as a guiding model to be emulated for sustainable development.
In the application of the Prophet's tax reform, he set up some instruments. There are some instruments that he gave. And instrument one is that the administrator themselves must be well taken care of so that they will not tamper with the public funds. And if you look at the multiplier effect of when we go through things, that the economy will grow well.
Some of the challenges highlighted at the conference include public resistance to taxation, multiple taxation systems, and the prevailing economic conditions.
If the revenue is being judicially utilized for the purpose of which it's been sourced, people will be happy and be proud that, fine, voluntarily people will pay their tax.
We are 100% throwing our weight behind the government if the implementation is good and the loopholes are fixed.
The proposed legislation introduces significant changes to corporate income tax, personal income tax, and value-added tax with the aim to create a more equitable and efficient taxation model. Adidoja Salamadini, TVC News, Lagos.
Finally on World Now, 5-time Olympic champion Hungarian gymnast Agnes Kaleti, the world's oldest living Olympic gold medalist and the survivor of the persecution of Jews in World War II, died at the age of 103 yesterday. She won her first gold at the Helsinki Games in 1952, age 31, when most gymnasts had long been retired. Ms. Kaleti reached the peak of her career in Melbourne in 1956, where she won 4 gold medals and became the oldest female gymnast to win gold. Her 10 Olympic medals, including 5 golds, rank Ms. Galeti as the second most successful Hungarian athlete of all time. She has also received multiple Hungarian state awards. What a life she lived. May her soul rest in peace. That's TVC News at this time. World Now. We thank you for watching. There's more on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on our socials. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We have the updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria, and we're streaming live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria. Thank you again for watching. Good afternoon.
Stay ahead with the biggest news stories. Go beyond the news headlines. Experience impactful investigations. Enjoy resourceful news coverage in real time. TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. Live every day on this channel. TVC News. First with breaking news.
They swore an oath to serve us.
Thank you for your patriotic commitment to Nigerian unity, stability, and progress.
Parastatals, religious and corporate bodies to donate generously to the Emblem Appeal Launch. Send your donations to these accounts. Account name, Emblem Appeal Launch. Account number 393-200-7526. EcoBank Nigeria PLC.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics on Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Yeku. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
A classical style of art is ageless and timeless and will never go out of fashion. And on this episode, we bring to you timeless art. I am Tolokwe Lamidi. Welcome to the show.
So the late artist, her name is Onome Omokoro. She was a law student. She was also a very talented artist that specialized in physical paintings, digital art, as well as animations, and also written works as well, poems, stories, all these other things, and photography most especially. And all of that work is displayed here today.
Nigeria in 3 years, and it took me a week or so to find her, but she made herself very prominent. She came up to me and she's like, "So what do you think about this place?" And we immediately started laughing, which is something that I did with Onome often, because her presence was just, she was so easy to get along with. And that's not something that's very easy that comes to me. I'm very specific with my friends, but being with Onome was so simple. I think we got along immediately. We just clicked. She was very sweet and she was very caring from the get-go. And I found that, you know, unimaginable of my arts. And I don't know, I loved her a lot. We stayed together in Abuja for a couple of weeks before I finally went back to Lagos, and it was, I don't know, it was a very fun time. I didn't expect Onome to break out of her shell like that. That's really my dancing partner. If anybody else, it would definitely be her. We're always on the same vibe.
My name is Oluwaseun. The exhibition today is talking about grief and uncertainty. So she focused on like a lot of mediums. If you see her art, you see like the dark themes. There's like red, there's a lot of eyes, but her signature look is the long neck purses. So Onome was somebody that was striving to be everything and everything. She was in law school with us together. She was following her art ambition on the side. She was also doing like social development and things. So she's a bit of everything, and she didn't let anything like stop her. No matter how things were, she was just always pushing forward and making sure like she was going to get there. So that's one thing about her. She's a go-getter and a go-setter.
My name is Amy Kayajama. So today's exhibition is Onome's exhibition, a light called Obaro, and it's centered on grief. It has to do with mixed media, so there's digital art, there are pictures as well, and there are also some paintings centered around grief. Yeah, so Onome was always very like impactful in her friendships. She was always very friendly, she was always very welcoming, and I think that has reflected in the number of people that are here that have showed up for her today, and it's just amazing to watch everything blossom and come together today.
Reflection 4, an exhibition of drawings, paintings, fabrics, and prints by Sheni Jawando reflects a journey of self-recovery, gazing into a mirror and translating the depths of one's soul into art. Now, from vivid portraits of Nigeria's landscape to thought-provoking abstracts addressing societal themes, Jawando's works continues to transcend time, uniting generations through its timeless appeal. Let's take a look.
I came here today, firstly, to honor a colleague of mine. And when you believe in a particular culture, your mind goes out for it. I like art a lot of it. You see a good piece of work of art, it can explain the mythology of this world to you. Just a little bit of art. So one of the reasons I'm here today is to get better educated, because every time you see an artwork, you are educating yourself. I once saw an artwork in America years back, and the piece of art won the first prize. And it was on a canvas, just white paint, no dots, no any other color, just white color on it. and it won the first prize. It was when the worker that did that thing explained that everybody say, this is the person to win the first time. Just white color on a canvas. Art is another form of education, and till I die, I will keep on educating myself.
My name is Funola Kesharo. I'm Miss Agoro, and I enjoy what he has done so far. There are a lot of vibrant colors. You can see vibrant colors, beautiful colors. You can see it exudes a lot of our culture, you know, the heritage, Lagos State heritage. So many beautiful things. Our culture, our existence, the core of our existence. You can see it all around. I mean, and the 78-year-old man who can bring all of this out, it's actually from his memories of what he had seen, I mean, in his 78 years on earth. And you can actually see how beautiful all of these things are. They are actually works of art that will stand the test of time. And I really wish a lot of our youth can start to do all of this rather than doing the other way around, the yahoo yahoo and all that. I see him sit down, a lot of tenacity, painting all these things. He cannot stay without painting. And I actually did not expect that he would still do another exhibition like this, because he did one some 3 years back when he was 75. I never expected that he was going to do this. But he cannot sit down doing nothing. And once he does it, of course, he will have to do exhibition. I give kudos to him, and in all honesty, I envy him, and I wish him all the best.
It was a kaleidoscope of colors, glitz, and the convergence of art lovers and collectors as renowned visual artist Olaseni Jawandu MFR, fondly called Seni Jawandu, recently brought together friends, relatives, and old schoolmates for the unveiling of his solo exhibition tagged Reflection 4. In this remarkable journey of reflections presented in visual expressions, Seni, in his artistic trajectory, displayed 74 pieces of artworks. The exhibition celebrated Jawando's mastery across diverse media, from Adire textiles and cowrie art to mixed media oil paintings and intricate drawings of both past and present works.
It's extremely very impressive. It shows attention to detail. It shows patience. It teaches us to be patient. Artists are patient. There are some artworks here that has taken 30 years for him to complete. You know, that takes a lot of patience, a lot of dedication. There are some 40 years. There was one I acquired from him. It's about that long. And there are some here you see 1980, 1970s that have recently been completed. So it's attention to detail, patience, perseverance, and dedication is what it's teaching me here. And they are all lovely and wonderful pieces. It tells a lot of stories, and it's beautiful. It's almost as if it's digitally printed, but it's not. It's oil on canvas, but the detail is amazing. So this has caught my attention, and a few others, 2 or 3 of them. There's the woman over there on the bike. That one too is very, very detailed and very good. It tells a lot of stories. The woman going from the farm to the house with the children on her back. Yeah, so there's quite a few that has caught my attention.
I love what I'm doing, and I still want to do more, because to me, I think the best is yet to come. Art has become a big therapy for me. I want to be doing art every day. And if I don't do that, I don't feel pleased. I thank God for that. My background Yes, like any other Nigerians. We have a lot of time in those days when we were growing up. The way we are living then is quite different now. There's something you call community living. Then everybody knows each other in the street. They know where you're coming from. They know your parents. They know, and I don't know. Maybe I would call it. There's a better discipline then. There's a better discipline. There's the fear that people is going to report it to your parents. It's also there. No more. I mean, all those ones have gone. Yes, we should not really forget that science makes things easier for a lot of people. Our kids that are just growing up, they are making the best use of electronics. In those days, I mean, it's either you are writing a letter that takes so long, but now in the corner of your bedroom, I mean, you can talk to anybody, anywhere in the world, and that make it easier, and that make it a good opportunity and chance for people to grow. But having said that, I mean, this technology does not really have a boundary. The boundary is so flexible, and then he has gone beyond. He has really gone beyond.
Welcome back. Aesthetic Studios presents Futuropolis 2044 Resort Africana, an innovative architecture design competition aimed at empowering young Nigerian architects under the age of 25. Let's go there.
goal. One is provide value to the young architecture student and the architect to be. So one, these architects to be are exposed to the industry, and then they get mentorship, they get job opportunities. The construction industry on its own can also come into this space and then, provide mentorship and help and assistance to these young demographic, who are working here or who are presenting the design. Also, the third value would be the ability for this design competition for the government to be able to take this initiative and say, okay, a design has been created. How can we bring this thing to life? At the end of the day, it's value that is going to be passed across. So that's the third way in which the value is being distributed across board. So we have the architecture students to be, or architects to be, we have the industry professionals, and we have the government. So it's value.
So Future Police, when we were asked to come and we were asked to sponsor this competition, our questions were why Berger and what the entire the concept of the competition was, and we liked the idea. One, I'm an architect by profession, and so I said, oh, it would be nice to catch them young. The good thing about the competition is that we get a lot of young people who are into, they go abroad, their designs are very cosmopolitan, and we see, now with this, they're meant to use local materials. So local materials, bringing local materials into the new age, was one of the things that caught our eye. And we said that we would like to promote this with him, and also make the also introduce our paint and how and our sustainable, because we have sustainable paints and our products which where the young adults can incorporate into their future designs.
This year's challenge centers around designing a modern mini resort that celebrates African art, culture and heritage while integrating advanced versions of local materials. It's a chance for our brightest talents to showcase creativity and sustainability, while also igniting conversations around tourism and investment in Nigeria. With participants representing the 6 geopolitical zones, Resort Africana aims to merge cultural authenticity with modern architectural brilliance.
The whole theme of this competition, Future Police 2044, is to design for the future, while also including, cultural elements. What we're meant to do is focus on a geopolitical zone, and then again, focus more again. They're different. So I'm a competitor, and there are different other competitors from different schools, and it's just so exciting and interesting to see how much different ideas are. We're given the same brief, and everybody interpreted it differently. As architecture is, you're given one thing, and my co-competitors brought up beautiful other. My design is located in Abuja. It's by Jabi Lake, and we focus on Baggy people because they're indigenous to Abuja. So what we really do is not only design a beautiful resort, we like to say that we created an experience. We had a cost budget, and what we did was we made it important that you're able to search, you're able to go through it, right? We have a museum, we have a spa and wellness, we have a restaurant and lounge, a swimming pool, we have 2 different accommodation types. We just made it a place where you would want to come, and even from our entrance gates, we made it such a place you would want to come and stay and tell other people about it.
As you all can see here, the program is about architecture, and from every of the exhibitions that I've seen today, from the students' work, you can see that students have different projects that they have come up with in terms of architecture. So it's majorly like an architectural program.
I hope you've been able to learn a thing or two. Now, join us same time next week for more. Happy New Year in advance.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis. Station captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707 272 8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of Your View are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
So, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
There is always more to a story than the screaming headline. The part of a story that is not told casts a shadow. It's like the part of an object that is not reached by light. On TVC News, I'm able to explore the many angles there are to a story, talking to stakeholders, asking the difficult questions, and digging for facts. I believe the viewers are able to make a better decision if they're well informed and understand not just a part, but the complete story. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz from the world of music and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, only on TVC News. TVC News, wherever the big news stories.
Hello and welcome to TVC News at 4. The Kwara State Police Command has confirmed the gruesome murder of a retired controller of works at the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, Abdulrazak Ajani. It was gathered that Mr. Ajani was killed by 4 young persons who had trailed him to his residence in Tanke, Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. This incident occurred at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 1st of January, few minutes after Mr. Ajani and his family returned from Ofa, their hometown, where they had gone to celebrate the new year. Spokesperson of the State Police Command, Toun Ejiradeyemi, confirmed the incident. Mr. Ejiradeyemi says although no suspect has been arrested in connection with the incident, investigation has commenced into the matter. The Commissioner of Police Kwara Command, Victor Laya, was on TVC News earlier today, where he gave updates on efforts made so far.
Our detectives are out already, and we have spread our tentacles within and outside the state. We are sure that we'll give you progress report in a short time. Certainly, there was no breach in protocol. He's a retired director of the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Works, and he has been out of the state for some time. He came in for the holiday season, and according to the wife, there are some 4 young men came in, and they had a conversation before this unfortunate incident.
In Imo State, the police command has confirmed that a Catholic priest, Joseph Enyinaya, who allegedly shot a teenage boy during the New Year Mass on the 1st of January at St. Columbus Catholic Church, Amaimo in Ikeduru local government, is now in their custody. The incident happened when the priest attempted to disperse boys setting off fireworks in the church. While confirming the incident to TVC News, the police public relations officer, Henry Okoye, said investigation is still ongoing to unravel the circumstances that led to the unfortunate incident. Recall that the police had placed a ban on fireworks before Christmas and New Year, but some youth violated this order. In another development, Governor of Anambra State, Charles Oludo, has announced a 10 million naira bounty for information leading to the capture of the gunmen responsible for an attack during a burial ceremony in Ihiala last Monday. During a condolence visit to the family of the late Bridget Onochoko in Umuike, Governor Soludo targeting security operatives stationed near the local government headquarters as they fled the scene. Elsewhere, Governor of Cross River State, Basi Otu, says he's committed to providing residents the conducive environment to thrive. This includes fixing structures and constructing roads within key security commands. Tina Kweke has more.
In a bid to support the efforts of security agencies across the state to enhance adequate security measures, Governor of Cross River State, Basi Otu, has shown his commitment by providing the much-needed facelift to infrastructural development for various security formations. Represented by the Special Advisor, General Duties, during the facility tour, Governor Otu says this initiative will enable security agencies to offer effective services to the state.
His Excellency's transformative action in the infrastructural area in Cross River State is mind-blowing, it's very overwhelming, it's very impressive and very impactful.
Security commanders in Cross River State commended Governor Otu for improving neglected security infrastructure.
The command has been in place since 1968, and we've had successive leadership. And the structures here, as you can see, have been here. And when I arrived here, barely more than a year ago, I want to send my appreciation on behalf of officers and men of the command to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of the state.
I want to say it's not just facelift. What we have is a reconstruction, a remodeling, and a re-engineering of the office premises. And we want to thank the state government and the state governor and the government and people of Cross River State for this wonderful support.
Parade ground, as you can see, is newly built by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State. Okay, so it's going to be important to us in areas such as regimentation, where we hold our parades.
Governor Tu's approach and collaboration with security agencies demonstrates his commitment to the safety and security of the residents of the state. Tina Akweke, TVC News, Calabar.
In the spirit of the new year, wife of the governor of Kogi State, Sefina Tododo, has donated relief items and cash to pregnant women, nursing mothers and other patients at the State Specialist Hospital in Lokoja. The governor's wife was received by the management of the hospital, led by Professor Adagiri Yahaya. While presenting the donations, Mrs. Ododo emphasized her commitment to supporting women and children, particularly the vulnerable in society. She stated that the gesture is to ease the financial and medical burdens of these groups while spreading joy during and after the festive season. We're now taking a break from our regular programming to bring you a live transmission from River State, where Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, is holding a luncheon with stakeholders in River State in the spirit of the new year. Our news continues in Ofcon and on our digital and other platforms. Let's turn attention now to Kebbi State, where the government has committed a total sum of 79 billion naira to providing critical infrastructure to kickstart an economic recovery program in the state. The State Commissioner for Works, Abdullahi Muslim, said this at a press briefing in Birnin Kebbi. According to the Commissioner, this significant investment covers various projects, including the completion of the state ultra-modern secretariat complex, which cost over 10 billion naira. Dualization of major roads, construction and rehabilitation of roads in Birnin Kebbi City Center and Yauri Township, renovation of hospitals, and the construction of a modern motor parks, among others.
The new GRA covers an area of about 623 hectares. It's a mega project, whereby we have about 383 commercial plots within the layout, which will bring economic development. We have 2,002 low-density plots within the layout, whereby Shopex will bring even development for residential development. And then we have government and quasi-government plus that is offices, organized offices within the layout, about 100 of it. And then this project is based on cost-benefit analysis, whereby government will invest and then the layout will.
Finally, on TVC News at 4, investigators in South Korea are actually suspending efforts to enforce an arrest warrant against embattled President Yoon Suk-yeol, hours into a standoff in which authorities tried to detain the leader following his short-lived martial law declaration. Some 80 police and investigators had entered the presidential compound in Seoul in the early morning to take Mr. Yoon into custody for questioning. The CIO announced this, and it's deepened what had already been a weeks-long showdown with the defiant and embattled leader. Investigators from the Corruption Investigation Office approached within a couple hundred meters of Mr. Yoon's residence, but were blocked by a human wall of around 200 soldiers and members of the presidential security detail. There were also several altercations of varying intensity. The office announced this. Investigators called off the arrest warrant enforcement, citing the safety of the people on the ground. The warrant, which is valid until the 6th of January, remains in effect and could be extended. That is TVC News at 4. Thank you for watching. There is more on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. On YouTube, we are live at TVC News Nigeria. We have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. Thank you again for watching. Next is Sports Desk. Good evening.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, where the black gold continues to flow and fuel Africa's largest economy, where the line between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Oil, gas, politics, development, and community issues all are highly valuable commodities in the Niger Delta. How do they combine, and how can they work together to spawn a new era in the Niger Delta? Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on TVC News every Wednesday at 9:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 3:30 p.m. as he probes deep to analyze issues in the region from angles never before explored. Inside the Niger Delta with Mahmoud Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of.
In tennis, top-seeded Novak Djokovic crashes out of the Brisbane International in a straight-set quarterfinal defeat by Riley Opelka. And in the world of the basketball, Steph Curry sets new NBA three-pointer record as the Golden State Warriors defeat the Philadelphia 76ers in San Francisco. These and much more make up the show this evening. Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome once again to the Friday installment of the show. I'm Samson Olede. Let's begin with the world of football, and it's all about the action we saw last night, where a second-half double from Denzel Dumfries and Inter Milan a 2-0 win over Atalanta in Riyadh on Thursday to reach the Italian Super Cup final, where the Italian Serie A champions will aim to win the trophy for a fourth successive time. Now, the first half ended scoreless, most notably thanks to the heroics of Atalanta goalkeeper Marco Caresci, but Inter Milan found the breakthrough 4 minutes after the break through Dumfries, and they netted the second just 12 minutes later. Let's relive some of the stunning goals that saw Inter Milan get through to the Super Cup final. Great victory rather for Inter Milan, while for Atalanta, questions definitely will be asked of coach Yanni Gasperini about leaving the likes of Charlie de Ketelaere as well as African Footballer of the Year Ademola Lookman on the bench for this one before they came in the second half. Was it a bit too early? Tactical issues? Big questions right there, but Inter Milan are through to the final and they will be hoping to make it 4 successive Super Cup trophies right there. Then meanwhile, you'll have Juventus against AC Milan later today. Now let's turn attention to the English Premier League, talking about weekend fixtures to expect in the various top domestic leagues across Europe this weekend. We'll have to start from Anfield. That's the biggest one because Anfield will be set aflame on Sunday as English Premier League rivals Liverpool and Manchester United fight for all 3 points at Merseyside. For Saturday fixtures, as you can see on your screen, Tottenham Hotspur will be up against Newcastle United. For Newcastle United, they are definitely on the resurgence at this point in time. Alexander Isak can't stop scoring. And you have Fulham against Ipswich for Sunday fixtures, and Liverpool against Manchester United. That's the big one. That's what everyone will be looking forward to. In terms of the pedigree, you go back to history, you can understand why this is a big fixture. But in terms of recent form, it's definitely nothing to write home about. And Slotsmen hold a massive 23-point advantage over their long-term rivals in the top flight table as the Reds continue the pursuit for stardom. While for Ruben Amorim's reign, they are nervously peering through their shoulders, staring at the relegation waters. They are just 7 points clear at this point in time. It is definitely shocking to see the difference between both teams at this point in time. It's just, well, we're now in January, and 23 points difference. Easy to say that Manchester United will not be able to close that gap. But the big question is, can Slotsmen hold on and get yet another Premier League title? That will be the big question for the day. Let's hear from both coaches, and when we return, I'll be joined by a man who understands English football inside out. He's also a football scout and a coach.
Of course, I'm not going to plan to rest any player because it's a big game, and I think it's, for me, I said it before the first fixture, and I can say it one more time, that they have much better players, in my opinion, than maybe the league table shows at the moment. And I think it's going to take a while maybe for Ruben Amorim to bring this out of the players. I don't know, but they will definitely go up, and they are much better than the league table shows at the moment.
We had more time to train, 2 days in a row to train with the team. I think that can help us. Even the environment, of course, is a difficult moment because we are losing too many matches. We are going to face the best team this year, but like I said, we training, we feel more the team, we prepare more the team, and we want to improve the performance compared to
TVC Sport Desk.
Well, intriguing takes right there from both coaches. You had Anslot talking about Manchester United, definitely a better team that they are currently showing, and Amorim as well, speaking about the team having that bond and unity, training as a team. It will be interesting to see if all of these can reflect on the field of play over 90+ minutes. Tunde Adelakun, a football scout and coach, joins me on the show this evening from his base in England. Tunde, good evening. It's good to have you on the show.
Good evening. Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, compliments of the season. And we'll just delve right into it. I'm sure you had a very good festive period that, over the past few days.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's start from, the matches to expect. I know quite well that there are other fixtures on Saturday, but the big one has to be the one at Anfield. Manchester United against, Liverpool. It's going into the game, definitely Manchester United are the underdogs, but it's probably another blow for them that Rashford can't even be called from the bench at this point in time. He will be missing this through illness. What do you make of both sides going into the fixtures? We know quite well that Liverpool are the favourites, but how do you think this pans out, especially with Manchester United's coach saying they've been able to train like a team and they'll probably reflect that on the field of play?
Well, I mean, it's a trajectory of opposing ends. Liverpool's on the rise. They're playing some scintillating football at the moment. They can't do no wrong even if they tried. And Man United can't get a win even if they tried. So on paper, it looks like, Liverpool's going to walk this one. Unfortunately, the era of the big rivalry of Manchester United against Liverpool has all gone now because of a lot of factors. In the past, in spite of their placing in the league table, when it comes to these two teams playing, you see the grit, you see fight, you see a desire for them not to have the bragging rights, for one not to have the bragging rights over the other. That's not there anymore. It's Liverpool's to lose. Liverpool's the team in form. Man United is the team that is in, I'd say, crisis at the moment. They don't know what they can do to get it right. They've got the same set of players. They got rid of a manager that was doing marginally better than the one that they just got in. Same set of players. So you just don't know where they're going to go from here. But it's football. There's 11 players against 11, and it depends on what Liverpool side turns up and what Man United side turns up. Because you do know that they have got good players in Manchester United. They don't, so you can't turn into a bad player overnight. So whether they can get it on so that they can actually make a fight of it, it remains to be seen. But I'm calling this for Liverpool, unfortunately.
Okay, since you mentioned Manchester United in that light, let's look at Manchester United before delve into Liverpool's squad. You said the players can't be bad overnight. They've had good players. That also would probably argue against that, saying no one from the Manchester United squad currently in terms of starting 11 can probably make the Liverpool 11 at this point in time. So the question then will be, is it an issue of Amorim's tactics that is the challenge over the period, the short stint we've seen Amorim in charge, or the players are not just good enough to adapt to such tactical changes, or as you've said, the players are not just living up to their weight, as it were?
I think one of the things that we've always found in situations like this is that many times we lay the blame on the manager, whereas the players take a lot of it. By the time you get to a few games and they lose a few, they sack the manager because they keep the same set of players. And that's one of those mysteries that you never can actually work your head around, because the players have a huge part to play in this one. What motivates them? What drives them? Why are they being the way they are? Because they are not firing. At this moment in time, not a single one of them can get into Arne Slot's Liverpool team. A year ago, there may be one or two. So what suddenly happened to them? I don't think it's the tactics. I think the tactics in terms of if the sporting director and the technical team have not studied Amorim's tactics to see whether his current players' profiles fit into how he wants to play, then they have done a big disservice to Manchester United fans, because that's the most important thing. Do they fit? Do they fit into how he likes to play? Now that becomes a questioning point. Now, when they won the game at the Etihad against Manchester City, we thought they had turned the corner. We thought that they were, title contenders all of a sudden. And then now they're losing games on the bounce, and we're saying the tactics are wrong. The players have a lot to bear for it. And I'm a very sympathetic person when it comes to coaches, because I think that coaches sometimes take the flak for what the players do not do when they know they can do it.
Okay, let's talk about the loss of Marcus Rashford now for this game. That also would say it's probably not a blow to Manchester United, considering it's been left out of 4 matchday squads, and he's also been left on the bench even when he got recalled to the team. But do you think this would impact them anyway, especially offensively, because they really need to go out there to score goals to at least get a point from the game?
They really need to get over this Marcus Rashford thing. It's becoming an obsession. We're bored by it, and we don't want to hear it anymore. This guy doesn't want to be there. They know he doesn't want to be there. This illness that he has got, in quotes, and they can have it. We know that it's not an illness. He's not in a place. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to wear that shirt. Let him go and bring players in. If you bring in academy players from Carrington in the Manchester United team, and they play their hearts out and lose. I think Manchester United fans will still be more appreciative of what he has done than what Marcus Rashford, a disgruntled, stroppy, grumpy Marcus Rashford. Let's get over it, man. He doesn't want to be there. Why do we want to force it? Why do we keep making him the headline? He's done what he wants to do for Manchester United. Everybody respects him for it. He's had his fill. He wants to move on. Goodbye. Let him go, man.
Okay, let me get your thoughts in terms of what the scoreline will be, going by the form of both teams. That those would also say form may not count for this derby, considering Liverpool, Manchester United's, contract situations, as it were. Ruben Amorim earlier today talked about the likes of Harry Maguire getting a contract extension at the club. Ahmad as well getting close to a contract extension. Let's hear from him, and afterwards, I'll get your thoughts about if this is the right direction they should go in terms of Maguire getting a contract extension. Is that the kind of defender they need at this point in time in the rebuilding phase? That's the question you would have to answer when we hear from Ruben Amorim.
Ahmad is near. Harry Maguire is going to trigger our option. I spoke with him this morning, and I told him that he has to improve his game on the pitch. We need him a lot. And also he needs to improve as a leader, because we all know the situation that he had here. But we need him a lot in this moment. So we are going to trigger happily the option for Harry.
Interesting take right there. That also would say the players, again, are not just good enough for Manchester United beyond the results and the performances, that these players will not even make the team B, as it were, or the bench of some other top clubs like Liverpool. Is Harry Maguire the right defender for Manchester United at this point in time, or they should let him go?
Listen, any team that is going through a crisis like this needs leaders. What you don't see, you can say whether players will fit into Team B at Liverpool or Team B at Ipswich Town, but the important thing is if the players are not good enough or are not performing enough, they need a leader that will get them to perform. Harry Maguire, I'm not a great fan of his, I have to say, but he is a leader on and off the pitch. They need a leader. At the moment, I cannot on one hand count, I can't even count one leader in the starting 11 of Manchester United. The guy who gets the captain's armband at the moment is an absolute joke, and that is Bruno Fernandes. Very petulant, arrogant, much overstated than what he's good enough for, and he's no leader whatsoever in any shape, way, shape, or form. And therefore, they do need a leader. And that's why Harry Maguire could come in handy in the context of the fact that he is a leader. You don't have to start. We have non-playing golf captains. If they can get players, can reinforce their team with a few defensive reinforcements, no problem. But they do need a leader on that pitch to actually kick people's butts and tell them to start playing. Because what we're seeing at the moment, I'm not a fan of Manchester United by any stretch of imagination, but it's absolutely shambolic. And they do need someone who would actually kick their butts into gear and tell them to play. And that's what I think Amorim is banking on by saying, let's give Harry Maguire an extension, because he doesn't know where to start from. But Harry Maguire has been in the system and will be able to help him.
Okay, let's turn attention now to other fixtures in the English Premier League. Saturday will definitely be filled with lots of games. Tottenham Hotspur against Newcastle United. That's one should look out for Tottenham Hotspur. It's been an inconsistent season, despite Ange Postecoglou telling us in the second season he wins trophies. Against the Newcastle side that is on the up, rise in recent times in terms of form, Alexander Isak can't stop scoring. How do you see this panning out?
Ange Postecoglou is probably in dreamland at the moment, because at the end of the day, he ain't going to win trophies the way he's set his team up to play. He's definitely not going to win nothing. We don't know what Tottenham's going to turn up, which version of Tottenham will be turning up on Saturday, because they have a good one and they have a bad one, and they're still the same crop of people. So it depends on what side of bed they wake up on. I think Newcastle will take the fight to them. But watch out for a surprise. I think Tottenham have had bad games leading up to tomorrow, and they might turn up. They just might.
Okay, let's look at Brighton against Arsenal. For Arsenal, they need to be consistent to pile the pressure on Liverpool. Against Brentford away from home, it was a good show of, a comeback win in terms of resilience and, more importantly, that relentless pressure to get the job done. Against Brighton in recent years have been tricky, especially away from home. I'm talking about the Amex Stadium. How do you see this panning out between Brighton and Arsenal?
Arsenal fans will love me when I say you will be fine, because I think they will be fine. Brighton have got nothing at the moment. I think they huffed and puffed early in the season, and until they get some reinforcements in the squad in the January window, I think they're hitting their peak at the moment. And Arsenal's just rolling teams over. They've got confidence. They're playing with confidence. They're playing with tenacity. They're playing with versatility, and it's not the likes of Brighton that will be stopping them this year.
Okay, Crystal Palace against Chelsea. That's a London derby, no doubt. And for Chelsea, the bad news is that defender Wesley Fofana will be out for probably the end of the season due to a hamstring injury, a big blow for them defensively. Offensively, there have been a bit of question marks, especially over the last 10 days where they've lost, successive games to Fulham as well as Ipswich Town, which was a shocker to so many. Away from home again against Crystal Palace, it's dicey to call the shots. It looks like the title hopes are dwindling. But how do you see this, coming up between them?
There was never a title hope for Chelsea, let's be honest.
They were so close.
They had gone ahead of themselves and they have overperformed, but there was never a title hope. I'm a Chelsea fan and I never expected the title. But I also didn't expect us to lose against Ipswich. It was a shocker, like you said. This game against Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park, is that the turning point? Could be a bit tricky, very tricky actually, because with the defensive frailties that Chelsea has got at the moment, I don't see much good. If Chelsea come out of there with a draw, it'd be a wonderful result for them.
Okay, finally, let's talk about...
I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Okay, we'll see how that pans out. Definitely a tough task when it is a London derby. Fulham was the casualty, or rather the victor last time out when Chelsea had a London derby, and it was at Stamford Bridge with Fulham getting a 2-1 win. So let's see how this pans out for them. But lastly, let's look at the defending champions. I think the most optimistic citizen will definitely rule themselves out of the title, at this point in time. But Manchester City can definitely get the job done in the second half of the season in terms of closing the gap on Liverpool, but they have to start against West Ham United. Both sides in bad form. Who do you think gets this?
They're not getting the title. Sorry, it's not going to happen anymore. They will close the gap, but it won't be as close as for them to be pushing for the title. Manchester City will walk this one. It'll be a good game for them. I think that they will go on a run, this month and next month, because they've got some relatively easy fixtures coming up for them, and they will do well to actually win these games. But Liverpool has pulled so far ahead that they can't catch them. But I'll give Manchester City this one, not West Ham. West Ham, oh God, there's another London team that's not doing well.
Okay, Tunde Adelako, a football scout and coach, thank you so much for your time on the show this evening.
Many thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, let's still talk about football and turn our attention now to the Spanish La Liga. Real Madrid trained ahead of their postponed round 12 La Liga match against Valencia, which will take place later on Friday, that's today. Carlo Ancelotti's team moved within a point to La Liga leaders Atletico Madrid after their 4-2 win over Sevilla. Now for Valencia, they will welcome Real Madrid after sacking Ruben Baraja, who was replaced by Carlos Cobian. Now Valencia have struggled so far this season and sit in relegation position with just 12 points, while for Real Madrid, the defending champions of the Spanish La Liga, it's all about getting the win that will see them move top of the standings at this point in time. Remember, they are just 1 point behind leaders Atletico Madrid. For Barcelona, they were leading for so long, and it looks like they will get, the rest of the title of Real Madrid, their arch rivals. But in recent weeks, it's been a different tale entirely, as they've slumped to several shocking results from draws to defeats. Maybe Lamine Yamal's injury definitely played a part in there. Time will only tell. Kylian Mbappe gradually getting his feet in Real Madrid squad. Jude Bellingham, having had a rough start to the season, is banging in goals like no other, and the squad is definitely brimming with confidence. Talking about Carlo Ancelotti's men. Remember, they won the Intercontinental Cup, which is the trophy that replaced the inaugural Club World Cup that takes place in December. Club World Cup that takes place in December. So they will be going into this definitely confident, and let's see what Valencia have to do in terms of posing resistance. Well, let's wrap up football discussions on the show now by talking about the Italian Serie A, I beg your pardon, and turn our attention now well as Atalanta will not be participating in this weekend's Italian Serie A round of fixtures, and that's because they are all playing in the Italian Super Cup taking place in Saudi Arabia. For Inter Milan, the Italian champions, they are through to yet another final as they aim to win a fourth successive. Who will get it? Is it Juventus or AC Milan? That's the big question we would have an answer to later tonight, talking about the Italian Super Cup. Let's move away from there now and turn our attention to Thomas Tuchel, and that is international football. That's because the New England manager is set to watch his first round of club fixtures as England's head coach this weekend, and it will start with Tottenham Hotspur's Premier League match at home to Newcastle United on Saturday. Now, we know quite well that the German was appointed as the new head coach of the Three Lions in October 2024, replacing Gareth Southgate before assuming the role officially January 1st. And Tuchel and his team are preparing for England's 2026 World Cup qualifying campaign, which will begin against Albania on March 21st at Wembley. So it's all about looking at the players, sizing them up, looking at who would fit into his tactical setup, as it were. Big shoes he has to fill. The manager that wasn't English or British to excel or impress at that role was Sven-Göran Eriksson. Remember, the Swedish who led the Three Lions to the quarterfinals of the World Cup in 2006. Thomas Tuchel will be expected to surpass that. Let's see if he can surpass that at this point in time. Now, let's move away from there and come back home and tell you that Nigerian badminton had an excellent 2024, and that's on the international stage, and that's because Paralympian Miriam Bolaji won, a historic bronze medal at the Paris Paralympic Games in 2024. You also had Africa's #1 Anolo Akpo Okpeyori also having a very good season. Now, here's a review of the giant strides that Nigerian badminton had in 2024.
For the Badminton Federation of Nigeria. We kicked off the year with a strong showing at the All Africa Senior Badminton Championship in Egypt. This momentum carried forward to the All African Games in Ghana from March 8 to 23rd, where Anu Okpeyori's impressive performance significantly boosted the chances of qualifying for the Olympic Games. Anu not only excelled on the court, but made history as the first Nigerian badminton player to captain Team Nigeria at the Olympic Games in Paris from July 27th to August 5th. 2024. His performance showcased Nigerian talent on the world stage. The BFN invested in Eniola Bolaji's development, facilitating a 4-month training camp in Spain. This paid off handsomely with victories at the Egypt International All Africa Para Badminton Championship and 2 Spanish International Para Badminton Championships. These achievements secured Eniola a well-deserved wild card for the Paralympic Games in Paris from August 28 to September 8, and then history was made. Eniola became the first African ever to win a medal at the Olympics or Paralympics in badminton or parabadminton, securing a bronze medal at the Paralympics in the SL3 event. This groundbreaking achievement inspires future generations of Nigerian athletes. Beyond athlete development, we successfully hosted the 7th Lagos International Badminton Championship from August 28 to 31st, providing a platform for both local and international players. We also hosted the BCA African Para Badminton Workshop from November 28 to December 2nd, and the first ever BCA Media Launch for Road to LA 2028 on December 1st. Furthermore, in collaboration with the BWF and BCA, we organized a BWF Grade 1 coaching course for 13 young coaches from December 4th to 11th, empowering them with the latest skill and knowledge to nurture future badminton stars. Our BCA certified umpire, Naomi Onyiloye, officiated at the Korea Masters 2024 HSBC BWF World Tour Super 300 in Iksan City, South Korea, between the 5th and 10th November 2024. Looking ahead, the BFN has secured the hosting right for 2 prestigious international events in Umuahia, Abia State. The first ever International Para-Badminton Championship in Nigeria from September 30th to October 5th, 2025, and 2025 All-Africa Para-Badminton Championship from October 6th to 12th, 2025. These events will not only showcase Nigeria's world-class facilities, but also inspire and empower the para-badminton community. 2024 has been a year of remarkable achievement for Nigeria badminton. The BFN remains dedicated to developing world-class athletes, promoting the sport at all levels, and inspiring future generations. Join us in 2025. A very big thank you to all our sponsors and partners who partnered with us all through the year 2024. In 2025, we're going bigger, better, and stronger. Join us as we take the Badminton Federation to new heights. Happy New Year!
Away from that now, Nigerian and Japan-based Ridwan Oyekola lost to Tosin Osaigbafo in the national lightweight bout in the Battle of Ages Boxing Championship held at the Campus Square Stadium in Lagos. Now, Tosin Osaigbafo won via unanimous decision over Ridwan Oyekola in the 10 rounds national super bantamweight title bout, while Suleiman Ahmed could not withstand the punches from Durotimi Agbola as he lost via knockout. In other results, Rashid Idowu earned a unanimous decision win over Shagun Olanrewaju in the national light heavyweight contest, while Oluwatoyin Omotosho edged Said Tijani by majority decision in the national super welterweight contest. Now, the president of Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, Rafiu Ladipo, showered encomiums on the chairman of the Lads Boxing Promotions, Wasir Alabi, for supporting the growth of boxing in the country.
This is what Nigeria needs. This is what has been happening all over the world. And you can see that Nigerians came out in their thousands to be part of this. And I want to congratulate the promoter, Alhaji Wasiu, the chief executive of the Lads Promotion, for putting up this show. You have seen all the fights, quality ones, title ones, and everybody today has been happy.
And as we hit on stretch and show, let's turn our attention now to sport of tennis and tell you that top seeder Novak Djokovic crashed out of the Brisbane International in a straight sets quarterfinal defeat by Riley Opelka. Shocking, really, it must be said. Djokovic was chasing his career 100th title before suffering a 7-6, 8-6, 6-3 loss to Opelka in an hour and 40 minutes. Meanwhile, in the women's category, you had world number 1 Arina Sabalenka reaching the semifinals of the competition by defeating Mary Buskova 6-3, 6-4. The top-seeded Belarusian will now face 17-year-old Mira Andreeva, who beat former world number 2 Ons Jabeur 6-4, 7-6, 7-2.
Inspired tennis.
And finally, let's delve into the world of basketball, where Steph Curry made yet another record in the NBA, setting a new three-pointer record as the Golden State Warriors defeated the Philadelphia 76ers by 139 to 105 points in San Francisco. The 36-year-old NBA legend made all 8 of his three-point attempts for the first time in his career as he finished with 30 points and 10 assists. And it means that the two-time NBA MVP became the first person in league history to go at least 8 for 8 on three-pointers, as well as reach double digits in assists in the same game. And the victory improved the Warriors to 17 wins and 16 losses, while the 76ers fell to 13 wins and 19 losses. We'll leave you with highlights of that, and that will be the end of today's edition for the week until the show returns on Monday to have a pleasant sporting weekend. I'm Samson Olede.
inspired tennis. Made it. Roar of delight as that found its intended target. Wow. Fabulous finish.
It's very positive.
Oh, that's well played.
Till the end, putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. You think, oh.
Sharp performance from the world #1. It had to be. Marie Boskova was a handful and made life really awkward at times for Arina Sabalenka.
TVC Sport Desk.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Committee forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development as well.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, where the black gold continues to flow and fuel Africa's largest economy, where the line between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Oil, gas, politics, development and community issues all are highly valuable commodities in the Niger Delta. How do they combine and how can they work together to spawn a new era in the Niger Delta? Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on TVC News every Wednesday at 9:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 3:30 p.m. as he probes deep to analyze issues in the region from angles never before explored. Inside the Niger Delta with Mahmoud Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hello, greetings folks, and welcome to another program in the series, Journalist Hangout. I am Citizen Jones. Well, you know, today is the first Friday in the year 2025, so let me say a Happy New Year to you. Now, today on the program, Niger joint operations against Lakurawa continue amid diplomatic row. NNPCL invites former President Obasanjo to inspect refineries amid controversy over $2 billion expenditure And later on the show, we'll share this with you. Peter Obi insists there's no major deal yet with the PDP, the NNPP, and others. I'm hanging out with Babajide Kolade Otitoju, the one we fondly know as BKO. I greet you, BKO. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And we are joined by Asukwa James, the proud Akwa Ibom boy. Asukwa, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too, citizen.
Okay then. So the team is ready. I hope you are. All right, let's go. You know, the late Chinese military strategist Sun Tzu, if you remember, said, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Now, the wisdom in the quotation highlights the supremacy of the intellect over sheer force. The happy news is that the Defense Headquarters has reaffirmed its commitment to conducting joint operations and patrols with Niger
and Sokoto State. The border communities, the border local governments between Kebbi and Sokoto are particularly
vulnerable.
The fact that Lakurawa is active in those places.
Yeah.
So, and they've had some skirmishes with the Nigerian army, notably on the 27th of December, an airstrike targeting the group in Sokoto led to the death of 10 civilians. Due to secondary, what the military calls secondary explosions.
Yeah.
It wasn't a deliberate targeting of civilians.
It was not, yeah.
Collateral damage happens in war. So I'm excited about the fact that we are working together, just the same way that in 2014, the Nigerians and the Chadians and the Cameroonian troops helped us in eliminating the threat that Boko Haram posed to the 2015 elections.
Okay.
We had to push them back, working with the Chadians especially.
I remember the president of Chad at the time.
They lost a good number of troops on Nigerian soil.
Okay.
I still have pictures of the funeral that was conducted for Chadian troops who came to fight in northern Borno.
Borno, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did their best, and with their efforts and the efforts of the GOC at that time, General Adeosun, we were able to push Boko Haram out of the local governments that they occupied in the northeast. 2 local governments in Yobe, 7 local governments in Adamawa, and more than 17 local governments in Borno
State, yeah. Which was like a theater at the time.
Yes, it's the epicenter.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we were able to do those elections. So I'm saying that the cooperation that we had with those countries at that time enabled us to deal with the threat that Boko Haram constituted, and we were able to conduct elections because the law says that no local government in our country must be excluded from participating in the election.
Okay. Yeah.
So to guarantee that we'll have elections, we had to kick them out of the local governments that they were in control of. So, and we had elections. Yes, after the elections, the boys regrouped because the thing about war is once you liberate an area and you leave that area, the terrorists are likely to come back.
Yeah.
I know some places in Borno State that the army has liberated up to 3 times. We don't
because
have enough troops to hold the ground.
That's it.
Everywhere we conduct an operation, we don't have enough troops to hold the ground. And when you leave, they come back. That's why we still have that situation there. So it's a good thing that both nations are working together in spite of the ugly rhetorics of the ugly and meaningless rhetorics of the military leader
in that country.
Republic. And helped also by some irresponsible Nigerians who will post videos that were shot in 2013 in a different country.
Yeah, yeah.
You can imagine a Nigerian who wants people to believe that his sanity is intact, posting video that was shot in 2013 in a place as distant as Mali and claiming that that is evidence that
on our soil.
Yes, that foreign troops are on our soil. And when some people get arrested, you see people shouting that, oh, it's now a monarchy, it's now a military regime. So, because we are in a democracy, people should simply do what they like, even constituting a threat to their own nation.
Because we had said a number of times on this forum that, yes, everybody is entitled to his opinion, but not to his facts, because facts are sacred here.
Yes.
You know, so, Asukwo, you know, you look at the fact that Nigeria and Niger share a past history, you know, which we cannot wish away.
Exactly. You know, because apart from the fact that we have very lean borders, you know, between Nigeria and Niger.
It's an extensive one.
Yeah. When I mean very tiny.
Okay.
You can just walk in, and that is why we intermarry with the Nigerians. Hardly will you even find any home, any home in the north that don't have cousins or relatives across
the fence.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so when you begin to hear people who come up with rhetorics that are not, that want to destabilize this relationship, you begin to wonder. You know,
linking us with the French influence is what I find offensive.
You know, very offensive, because if we know our own colonizers, you know, never had a military base here for donkey years, how will we now say we want to go back to, you know, the French, to France, to come and say, yeah, come and have a military base? Not even the US, you know, you understand. So I think the military leaders in Niger are just trying to dodge their inadequacies and their ineffectiveness to provide what they promise the people. Because socially, Niger, that I know, has become a failed state. Because if you go to some areas in Niger, you can't even live there. You can't live there. And so what the people in Niger wanted was a government that will come and deal with terrorists. And not to come and begin to blame. Because what they just did was to bring the blame game and then begin to say, oh, it's Nigeria that wants to... Those things are not what the people want. The people are looking for somebody who will come and wipe their tears away. And with this joint effort, you know, between Nigeria, which has been in existence for donkey years,
before now,
I believe the people will be happy to hear this. Because what they want is to deal with terrorists so that they can live a happy life.
Because, Niger also has trouble.
Yes, of course, just like we have, you know. So this Lakurawa group is a new group, is an old group, but I think they are now expanding, because I know they were in Sokoto, from all the way from Mali coming to Sokoto. And then the next thing, before you know it, they'll begin to Niger. You know, so we need to deal with the fact. The fact is, we need these joint operations to happen so that we'll flush these guys out.
Biko, in this connection, you remember the late JFK, you know, said, in dealing with Russia, we'll not negotiate out of fear, but we won't fear to negotiate. What we won't do is negotiate out of fear. So working together is good for us and for them, because there's a common enemy here.
Yes, you must always negotiate from a position of
strength.
Yes.
You know, diplomats will always tell you that that is of value. Well, you need to negotiate, you must negotiate.
Yeah.
You must never fail to negotiate, but you must not negotiate to fail.
Out of fear.
Out of fear.
So, Nigeria has extensive borders with Niger, stretching from Kebbi in the northwest.
That's it.
To Yobe in the
northeast. Yeah.
So
what is stretch?
About 6 states.
Okay.
6 states. We're talking about 6 states now, because even in Jigawa.
Okay. Yeah. Jigawa.
Yes, Jigawa. We have a border. That's in the northwest. We have a border with Nigeria.
Niger.
Even Zurume, very close to Zurume in Zamfara State. Our people move into Niger so easily. And then you have Katsina.
Okay.
Katsina. You know,
Kaduna.
We have Kebbi.
Katsina.
Okay. We have Jigawa.
All right.
In the northwest. But I'm saying that even in Zamfara, Zurume.
Okay.
Zurume local government is very close to Niger Republic. You know, so the people moving to Niger Republic, they even spend our currency. I remember during the Naira redesign, Naira repainting in Borno State, people came from Niger with sacks of Naira notes that they wanted to change in the banks. But unfortunately, how many bank branches are in Borno State, for example? So the tons of cash that people wanted to change, it was not practicable to change all of that. And during the election too, some were spending Nigerian money. Some were even bribing voters with Nigerian currency. Yes, the CFA. You know, we are so close to these people to the point that even terrorists were operating within Nigeria and using the orange telephone lines.
Okay.
Telephone lines, telephone SIM cards that were procured in Niger Republic. They could use them in some parts of Nigeria, especially in those border communities. Then you go to the northeast, you share border with Borno State, with Yobe.
Okay, Yobe.
As well. So there is, and of course, Adamawa share border with Cameroon. So there is a need for us to work together. If we work with these people, then the threats, we can collaborate to defeat the threat that these guys constitute.
The common enemy.
We have enough problems with our own home-sourced bandits already for an international terrorist group to now come to Nigeria and that it has found a home. So we need to continue to work together to ensure that the Lakurawa terrorist group
and I'm sure that the Republic of Niger, as we do,
Sokoto is another state where we share border.
Okay. I was just going to say that this saying is that the tragedy of war is that it uses man's best to do man's worst. We have seen enough fire. Niger has. So it's not asking for too much if we work together. And this is the time.
Yes.
All right, now to our next story. Very interesting. You know, former President Olusegun Obasanjo had asserted that Nigerian refineries could never be revived. So when the news broke about the former Commander-in-Chief and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, trading words over the resumption of operations at the Warri and some other government-owned refineries, we were not surprised. Coming in the wake of the Port Harcourt facility's resumption of production, the NNPCL has invited the former president to visit its rehabilitated refineries to see things for himself. For one, the visit would not only disabuse the retired leader's mind concerning the rehabilitation of the facilities, but also justify the $2 billion expended so far. Seeing is believing, Asokwa.
Exactly. Former President Obasanjo is someone who never wants any other leader to outclass him.
To take credit.
To outclass him. Because, and also to outshine him. You understand? So when we heard that it was, this is an attack on what has happened to the refineries, which during his time, billions of dollars were, expended on turnaround maintenance, and nothing was turned around, only the pockets of some few. You should just imagine that something like this would come up. I'm very sure many Nigerians were actually waiting for a statement on these refineries. And rather than give credit to someone who, because of his the political will he has, exerted in making sure that these refineries that have been there, comatose for many years, giving credit to the person, is coming out to come and, castigate the person. So, but just like the NNPC has said, we want him to go there.
Yeah.
Thank God he was Minister of Petroleum for some time before we had others, Let him go there. He has a little knowledge about what happens in the refineries. He should go there. Maybe the NNPC did not do X, Y, Z. He should go there, check. Oh, they didn't do this. Oh, they have not done this. That is what we want him to do. As a former president, as a former leader, Nigerians want leaders who will call elder statement for who they are.
Yeah.
And not just elder statement, any small thing you want to criticize. Thank God he didn't write a long episode that I used to do.
He's getting tired of.
Maybe he's tired.
Or his pen, the ink in his pen.
Maybe has dried up. So, but for this, we have to give credit to this administration.
No. The present president is taking risks.
You don't.
He's going the extra mile.
Citizen. The things that are around the refineries and the oil sector is not something that anybody can say. But this man is taking the bull by the horns to see that if this is the problem, let's fix it, no matter what it will cost.
That is salutary, if you ask me.
You understand? So if somebody has the political will, has the mind for him to make sure that the refineries are working, we have to give
and when
credit
you
to
hear
him.
the Kaduna refinery and the second Port Harcourt refinery are
they are rehabilitating it.
Because these are
I don't know.
times that will try men's souls.
Yes. Asupo was right on the money when he said former President Obasanjo doesn't want anyone to outshine him. He was president for 8 years, during which the refineries didn't work.
It didn't work.
He got so tired of them and decided that he was going to sell them. It was Yaradua that reversed the transaction. He had decided that let's just sell
it.
He said, now we have a situation in which refineries that you gave up on, refineries that you spent so much money on, spent so much money doing turnaround maintenance.
In dollars, though?
Yes, of course. And they felt, look, why don't we just cannibalize these refineries, sell them and all that? Well, we have a president who believed that, look, we can revive these refineries.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what we've seen. So if
a president who seems to know what we never had the advantage of knowing.
No, it's not like we didn't know
what the problem was. Yeah.
It is the political will. The political will and the desire to not let things continue the way they had always been done. Because look, do you know how much we have sunk into those refineries and we achieved nothing? There was a year that Kaduna refinery produced only 50 million liters, which is not even up to our
daily consumption
requirement for 1 day. And some of the people in the oil sector are amongst the highest paid. You pay hefty salaries to people doing nothing. Let's face it. Now, if you will not give this person credit for what he has done, you must love your country sufficiently to admit that, look, we are on the right path.
Exactly.
In the area of oil production,
Yeah.
oil exploration, and crude oil refining. Petroleum products.
Might I drop this here? That to me, Asoko, it would appear that revisionists would rather we kept importing, so they will
Every
further
government since Abacha felt that it was convenient to simply import. Every government, because look, and people will make money.
Oh, yeah.
They'll make a lot of money, falsifying our consumption
figures
and all that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's more convenient and less time consuming as fixing the refineries.
Yeah.
Now they've told us all kinds of things. There was a misguided community leader who shot a video in which he was saying that, look, the refinery is not working. That
yeah, exactly.
That, they are using old stock. That they are dispensing old stock because
somebody that has no knowledge.
He didn't get into that. He didn't know that the two refineries in Port Harcourt actually share assets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But because refined, petrol was not being dispensed from the new refinery, and we all know that they actually fixed the old one first.
Yeah.
They felt that it must have been something that they kept there. Now they've taken people there. They've taken the NLC president there. They've taken the TUC president there.
Yeah.
Pengerson.
The big idea is to disabuse their
Show
minds.
people.
Yeah.
You move around and see, okay, this is what is being done. They were going to take Femi Falana. Femi Falana later said, no, I'm busy, I'm doing some things. He didn't go. But there have been other Nigerians who have gone to see.
Yes.
And they came out to say, this refinery in Port Harcourt is working.
Yeah.
Now, I know that some people sit on TV. They are irredeemably committed to bringing down their country. So they are the ones who will say, no, and there is one unit. Somebody was talking about, I said, what do you know about the oil sector? That you are saying this unit, unless this unit is fixed. Where did you hear that from? You pick your stuff from social media.
Yeah,
and then magnify,
and you run with it.
You magnify the ignorance peddling for the world to see. So President Obasanjo needs to accept that invitation.
Yeah.
Accept the invitation as a man of honor. The GCO of NNPCL, as a former president, will lead you around. He will show you.
Yes.
And you can see for yourself. As a man who was once Minister of Petroleum, during the period that NNPC accounts were not audited.
Exactly.
They will show you. You will see what is being done. From there, they can then take. I'll be happy if they take him to Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
Go and see what is happening in Port Harcourt. From Port Harcourt, they should then take him to Kaduna. He will see what is being done to prepare the Kaduna refinery for his own resumption. If someone told me that beyond the issue of pipelines that have been breached, that Kaduna refinery is even easier to fix than these other ones.
Interestingly.
Yes.
Very
so
interesting.
let him honor their
invitation.
Because you gave the impression that it is not possible.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that you failed to do it, you failed in your bid to do it, and wanted to sell them as if they were scraps, does not mean that someone
else cannot do it.
Succeed. Banish that thought that if you do not succeed at something, no one else can succeed.
All right, gentlemen, we must go on a break now, but not before reminding the grand old Chief Olusegun Obasanjo that every cock must crow. It's natural. We'll take this break and return. Please stay with us. Thank you. Okay, folks, thank you for still being there. Our story is the one you would have known, familiar with. The NNPCL has invited former President Olusegun Obasanjo to come visit the refineries both at Warri. The refineries both at Port Harcourt and Warri, see things for
himself.
himself.
Yeah.
The idea is to disabuse his mind. You know.
Yes, it's very important.
He has become an opinion holder, you know, and perhaps after seeing things for himself, he can then generate a letter that Nigerians will chew on. The truth is, what I want to see, increased output.
Okay.
We are seeing that already because we are not doing 1.85 million barrels a day, including condensates.
Okay.
Because before people say GD light, when you include condensate, 1.85. That is way bigger than what the government inherited. It's up to you if you don't want to give him credit, but it doesn't stop him from doing what he thinks is right. And at the end of the day, we are earning more from gas. Everyone knows, everyone in the conversant with that business knows that the margins for the refinery business is very small. These are small margins. It is in the upstream that people are making a lot of money.
Tons of money.
NNPC's business, the bulk of their money comes from the upstream. You know? So it's not from the refinery business, people make a lot of noise. And the former president was talking about Shell. How many refineries are Shell managing, even in their own country? You see a big company like Chevron. Out of the more than 100 refineries in America, Chevron has only one. What companies do is they allow private individuals to help them run those refineries because the margin is small. Yet it's time consuming. So I'm happy with the progress we're making.
The former president even said that he asked Shell to come on board, help. Shell said, no, it cannot do it. That it is not profitable.
That is why you heard me when I said how many refineries have they managing their own country.
Is it not the same Shell that we are having issues with? Is it not the same?
It's the same Shell that we're talking about. And I said even Chevron. How many of America, as big as Chevron is, Chevron is a leader in that sector. How many of the more than 100 refineries in America is run by Chevron? People can do their things.
Yes, exactly.
So it is not a matter, okay, Shell, come and do this. This is not a matter, okay, Dangote, come and run. What is on ground now, it is a better story than what was there. We cannot.
That is it.
And by extension of logic, BKO, if we refine at home, there will be a lessening of tension. It would affect.
It will earn even
more
for us. A lot of them, look.
And the national currency will pick up.
Yes, because you earn more. We need to become a net exporter of refined products.
As we used to.
How much money Saudi Arabia is making. Simply selling refined petroleum products to countries around the world. When the Dangote start, it already has clients.
Yeah, exactly.
People are there, they are waiting. NNPC too will sell to clients outside of Nigeria. The same way that Saudi Arabia buys crude oil from Nigeria, despite the fact that they have a lot. So this is people are focused on energy security. However they want to achieve it, even though the margins are small for the refinery business, they will try to achieve it. We are happy. Nigeria is in a good place because look at the refineries coming up.
Even the modular refineries.
From Akwa Ibom State.
Bua.
Bua is going to complete its own refinery next year. I mean, this year. With a 200,000 barrels per day capacity.
Wow. That's massive. It's massive.
Of the Atlantic. That's massive. Dangote has 650,000 barrels a day. NNPC has a combined capacity now of more than 400,000 a day. If they finish all of these things. So you will still be deceiving yourself that he has not achieved anything. That's why I look at some of them who are saying we have not achieved anything. Even in the area of security, I know the progress that we have made. Some of the people making these comments, what do they know about security in Nigeria? Do they go to the dangerous places? They don't even know. So if we have made progress, people should be ready to admit it.
That's it.
My younger brother, Simon Kolawole, wrote something about how Nigerians
deliberately hate Nigeria.
Okay. So what kind of people are
okay,
these?
yeah.
So
I read it.
you hate your country, yet some of you are even reluctant to leave.
The country.
Some of the people boasted that if Tinubu didn't win the election,
they will leave the country.
Leave Nigeria.
But they are still here.
We thought that they would leave here by the next flight.
But they are
After
here.
he won the election, they refused to leave. They are now giving us bullshit as excuse.
Maybe
because this country.
No, BKO, maybe aviation.
There is no better place than our country.
Yeah.
Some of the excesses that we see them.
We can't do them over
there. They can't try it there.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Burna Boy kicked somebody the other day. Let him do a show in the UK
and do that.
Let him try it.
Was it not a footballer that kicked a cat, ordinary cat? You know what
Eric Cantona was being abused. He was being abused. He targeted, as a former Manchester United player, he targeted the guy and gave him a kung fu kick.
Yeah.
He was convicted.
And of course,
he was responding to abuse.
You remember that the French coach at that time refused to put him in the World Cup team.
Exactly.
Himself and David Ginola.
Yes.
Ginola, yeah.
People say, look, you can't get violent against people. Outside of here, the way you get violent within our country and get away. So some of these people, when they boast, they talk down on their country. They say this country is shit, this and that. Yet they don't want to leave. They know they know the things they are benefiting.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of them, the easy slush money that they are making here, they are not going to leave.
So what we advise Obasanjo is that the NNPC has given him that invitation.
Let him disprove them by taking take the challenge.
Let him go. If he doesn't want them to fly him there, he can find a way around it and go there. So we want him to tour the refinery
and
see
come
the
and tell us whether they are not working.
Whether they are working or they are not working. And that is it.
It's as simple as that.
In fact, I would love to read another letter from him.
Yes.
Okay.
We need to see a letter on the state of the refineries. Because for some time now, he has not written
exactly, and we are concerned.
I wonder what's going on.
We are concerned.
A chartered letter writer not writing for a long time.
Yeah, but I remember that Chief Obasanjo has not written to two presidents, namely late Umar Aradua and himself. So we wait for the next letter.
Okay. We need to read Shagari's book and see what Shagari had to say about Obasanjo.
Okay.
It's the same thing we are talking about.
Yeah.
That to him, no one can do it right.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's what I meant
He's
by...
the only one. We describe him as a know-all.
You know, that's why I said earlier on, every cock must crow, but it will be against the natural strain to expect to be the only cock that crows.
Your others will join you.
All right, then. Let's go to our next story. You know, political theorists are telling us that every single time a political party merges with other parties, an identity is lost. Understand me. And saying anything different from this point is just daydreaming. So ahead of the 2027 elections, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 exercise, Peter Gregory Obi, says there's no major deal with the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, or any other party for that matter. Now, the former Anambra State hemsman stated this in Abuja the other day when he was talking about the state of the nation. The Anambra politician appealed to all lovers in the political space to come together to defeat All Progressives Congress, APC, which he accused of mismanaging the country's resources. In politics, one day is a long time. BKO, one day is a long time. So 2027 is 2 years from now.
Yes, I like the efforts Peter Obi is making, trying to portray himself as a conscience of the nation.
Even as he tries to build bridges.
don't know about
building.
He's trying to portray himself as the conscience of the nation. Sometimes he intervenes even in matters that he has little understanding of. He just feels like intervening, and he makes a lot of mistakes. You know, for example, when the traditional ruler was kidnapped and killed, he called the traditional ruler an emir. Sokoto does not have an emir. Sokoto has the sultan.
Only one.
The seat of the
Other
caliphate.
people are district heads. There's
Yeah.
a difference between an emir and a district head. And a lot of people latched on that piece of ignorance, and they were just saying emir of Gobiri, emir of Gobiri. There was no emir in Gobiri, and there won't be for the foreseeable future, because no traditional ruler will be allowed to challenge the Sultan,
The Sultan.
or to be seen as being on the same level or as a first-class traditional ruler. The Sultan.
The Sultan is the head of Muslims in Nigeria.
So
it's a defined position.
And in his state, he has no rival. That is the point that I'm trying to make. Now, I don't even know whether Obi will contest on the platform of Labour Party. Labour Party has its crisis, and we don't know how things will pan out. Maybe they will come together, forgive one another, and have Obi run again on this platform. But from what we saw in the last local government election in Abia State, they are not prepared to forgive one another. And that is the problem, that the opposition parties in Nigeria are too selfish to come together and work to achieve one goal, which is to unseat the ruling party. I look at the brickbats. Look at the way Kwankwaso rubbished Atiku the other day. Atiku wants to contest in every election. Atiku is behaving like the PDP was created for him. And I know that for 2027, he will be resisted. Mark my words. For 2027, he will be resisted. But it will then be obvious that, is he the only person in the party? Is he the only person who can contest for presidency in the party? There are young people now. Some of them are governors today. The Bauchi governor is very much interested in this. You can see that's what he's saying. He's just saying it to galvanize his own base. Especially what he's saying about the tax reform bill. Even after second hearing, what was it called? Second hearing. It doesn't mean that a bill will be passed.
Exactly.
After second hearing, there will still be
consultations.
Yes, it was committee level. They will look at
public hearings will be there.
Or you are saying, no, they must withdraw it. They must withdraw it. There's still time to work on it. So when some of these things, when people are saying some of these things, they are just doing it to galvanize their base. Let them see that they work for the people that. So
as somebody said, what else do politicians do if not politic? So politics seems to be in season.
Now the politic, sometimes or many times, saying, let's look at opposition parties in other places. Opposition parties come together to seize power. It's extremely difficult in our country. What happened when the APC seized power in 2015 was surreal. In fact, people couldn't believe it.
Against the
and in spite of that, in spite of those parties coming together, Buhari only managed to defeat the PDP with 4 percentage points. It was the closest presidential race.
In the open era.
Yes. So it's not that easy. We are going to see a situation in which if Peter Obi says he wants to be Atiku's
running
mate, he will lose his support.
Exactly.
His supporters want to see him contest.
Yeah.
They want to see him
as
as
number one, the main man.
Yes, as the standard bearer, not to play second fiddle to anyone.
Yeah.
So who is going to sacrifice? This is a challenge for them. Because in 2019, they could have come together to seat Buhari.
Yeah.
PDP had a lot of goodwill.
Then.
But they will always fritter it because of selfishness. You saw what happened. Tinubu would have been defeated roundly in this last election if even Atiku and Peter Obi had been on the same ballot.
Yeah.
Just the two of them.
Okay, yeah.
Now, if you add Kwankwaso to it, to put Kwankwaso in the mix, because Kwankwaso was in the PDP, eventually left because of a minor misunderstanding. Now, if you put him in the mix, they will score more than 40 million votes.
Yeah.
And with 40 million votes, how would Tinubu have defeated them? So when they make all the noise that, oh, the election was rigged, he didn't win the election, it's all bullshit. If people had come together, there's no way this man would have won the election.
Yeah.
You had the tools, you had everything that you needed to win the election. But you refused, and they had these talks.
Yes. Yeah.
It wasn't like, you mean, when somebody suggested to Kwankwaso that will he be willing to be deputy to Peter Obi?
Peter Obi, yeah.
He got angry.
Yeah, he got angry.
He said
it was an insult.
He was superior to him.
Of course.
They said it was an
when
insult.
did he start politics that he would have?
So now, the same Kwankwaso is abusing Atiku.
That they never had.
How will they now come together and work? So when I see Peter Obi talking about, they need to come together, this, you know that it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done. They must put aside their selfishness. But that self-ambition, it has to be me or nobody, is one reason why it's going to be difficult for them.
Very difficult for them.
Asuko, you must be surprised that in a 21st century world, our politicians have become Machiavellian. You know, what he's saying. You know, it is me or nobody else.
Exactly.
Because if you build bridges, this is the time to start building. 5 minutes is a long time in politics, because anything, you know, like we have people defecting, and defections have not ended. Though.
No, it won't, because you know, in Nigeria, the Nigerian kind of politics is different from the ones that we learned when we were in school. You know, you cannot say, oh, because it happened like this, it's going to happen like this.
Yeah, because
there will be
in
some
politics,
changes.
at least I'm told, because you have heard it, in politics, 2 + 2 is 22.
Of course, so it can't be 4. You understand? So for this, it will be very difficult for them. Yeah, I know Peter Obi is making effort, going out, being in the news and all that, reaching out to former leaders and things like that. You know, but for this, the people who owns the party is going to have a tough time to convince them to allow him to become their flag bearer.
Yeah.
Already, just like BKO said, Labour Party, they are already having problems.
Yeah.
And
PDP to have their factions.
They have their factions. Even him himself, he should also check himself. Does he want to be a party man, or he just want to be a president? Because if you look at all the governorship elections, he will go there, but they don't even get even close to 3rd or 4th. At least,
you have only one governor.
At least he should be able to push. You're even saying one governor. When they did local government chairman, did the Labour Party win anything there? They didn't win. We know what happened.
So
at least
was that a statement?
That was part of it. It's part of the fraction we are talking about.
Yes.
So it has to start from there.
He
has to be
why
a party
won't
man.
an Atiku, for example?
He has to be a
why
party
won't
man.
an Atiku, for example, say, Peter Obi, you are a much younger person. Let's
work together.
I want to work with you. I will allow you
to. Allow you.
I will endorse you.
Yes. And then let him bring somebody.
What is wrong in that? What is wrong?
What can be wrong with it?
What is wrong with that? If an article says, okay, Peter Obi, you are young, you have the energy, you love our country, I want to back you.
Do you know
What is wrong in
do you know that the South?
But can you bet that that can happen?
No, because
can you bet?
But you know, if that comes to be,
yes,
the Southeast will defer to Atiku. Thank you for once.
Of course. Even beyond the Southeast. Beyond
yes,
the Southeast.
Yeah. He would have made a statement, a strong statement.
Him.
Yeah.
They will respect him because you don't have to be president.
Mm-hmm.
The love of your country must come first.
Number one.
And if you can see that age is not on your side, and there's a younger person, why not say, okay, it was for a reason that Mandela refused to do a second term.
Okay, yeah.
Nothing could have stopped him.
And you know the mark of the mark of the man. They say the mark of the man is knowing when to apply the brakes.
Yeah. Look at even this election.
Yeah.
Original states that the PDP win easily, the Southeast. Yeah, all the states that Peter Obi won. So that should even signal something in the minds of PDP.
That's it.
Including even FCT.
FCT.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So that should be something that, if we put this man forward,
we can
get something.
Yeah.
But if they want to say, okay, let's divide it and it will still go the same way. This one is not going to be about rigging that people talk about.
And religion.
They play a major role. Major role in Nigerian politics.
You see, what I can predict at this stage is Peter Obi's supporters will not agree to him being running mate to Anati.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
If he tries it, he will have committed political suicide.
I'm very sure he's even afraid of that.
He will not try it. He will not. He knows what will come. Because those ones believe it is either him
or nobody.
So you can't tell them, you are running mate to Atiku before. You can't tell them now that, okay, you want to be running mate again to him. No. They are not going to accept that. The reason